Chapter 15 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 15. Conversation on Conversation. For every idle word that men shall speak, they shall give account thereof in the day of judgment. A very solemn sermon, said Miss B., shaking her head impressively as she sat down to table on Sunday noon. Then giving a deep sigh, she added, I am afraid that if an account is to be rendered for all our idle words, some people will have a great deal to answer for. Why, Cousin Anna, replied a sprightly young lady opposite, what do you mean by idle words? All words that have not a strictly useful tendency, Helen, replied Miss B. I don't know what is to become of me, then, answered Helen, for I never can think of anything useful to say. I sit and try sometimes, but it always stops my talking. I don't think anything in the world is so doleful as a set of persons sitting around, all trying to say something useful, like a parcel of old clocks ticking at each other. I think one might as well take the vow of entire silence, like the monks of La Trappe. It is probable, said Miss B., that a greater part of our ordinary conversation had better be dispensed with. In the multitude of words there wanteth not sin. For my own part, my conscience often reproaches me with the sins of my tongue. I'm sure you don't sin much that way, I must say, said Helen. But, cousin, I really think it is a freezing business, sitting still and reflecting all the time when friends are together. And after all, I can't bring myself to feel as if it were wrong to talk and chatter away a good part of the time, just for the sake of talking. For instance, if a friend comes in of a morning to make a call, I talk about the weather, my roses, my canary birds, or anything that comes uppermost. And about lace and bonnet patterns and the latest fashions, added Miss B. sarcastically. Well, supposing we do, where's the harm? Where's the good? Said Miss B. The good? Why, it passes time agreeably, and makes us feel kindly towards each other. I think, Helen, said Miss B., if you had a higher view of Christian responsibility, you would not be satisfied with merely passing time agreeably or exciting agreeable feelings in others. Does not the very text we are speaking of show that we have an account to give in the day of judgment for all this trifling, useless conversation? I don't know what that text does mean, replied Helen, looking seriously. But if it means as you say, I think it is a very hard, straight rule. Well, replied Miss B., is not duty always hard and straight? Straight is the gate and narrow is the way, you know. Helen sighed. What do you think of this, Uncle C.? She said after some pause. The uncle of the two young ladies had been listening thus far in silence. I think, he replied, that before people begin to discuss, they should be quite sure as to what they are talking about, and I am not exactly clear in this case. You say, Anna, said he, turning to Miss B., that all conversation is idle which has not a directly useful tendency. Now, what do you mean by that? Are we never to say anything that has not for its direct and specific object to benefit others or ourselves? Yes, replied Miss B., I suppose not. Well, then, when I say good morning, sir, 'tis a pleasant day, I have no such object. Are these then idle words? "Why, no, not exactly," replied Miss B. "In some cases it is necessary to say something so as not to appear rude." "Very well," replied her uncle. "You admit, then, that some things, which are not instructive in themselves considered, are to be said to keep up the intercourse of society." "Certainly, some things," said Miss B. "Well, now, in the case mentioned by Helen, when 2 or 3 people with whom you are in different degrees of intimacy call upon you, I think she is perfectly right, as she said, in talking of roses and canary birds, and even of bonnet patterns and lace or any thing of the kind, for the sake of making conversation. It amounts to the same thing as good morning and good evening, and the other courtesies of society. This sort of small talk has nothing instructive in it, and yet it may be useful in its place. It makes people comfortable and easy, promotes kind and social feelings, and making people comfortable by any innocent means is certainly not a thing to be despised." "But is there not great danger of becoming light and trifling if one allows this?" said Miss B. doubtfully. "To be sure. There is always danger of running every innocent thing to excess. One might eat to excess, or drink to excess, yet eating and drinking are both useful in their way. Now our lively young friend Helen here might perhaps be in some temptation of this sort, but as for you, Anna, I think you in more danger of another extreme." "And what is that?" "Of overstraining your mind by endeavouring to keep up a constant fixed state of seriousness and solemnity, and not allowing yourself the relaxation necessary to preserve its healthy tone. In order to be healthy, every mind must have variety and amusement, and if you would sit down at least 1 hour a day, and join your friends in some amusing conversation, and indulge in a good laugh, I think, my dear, that you would not only be a happier person, but a better Christian." "My dear uncle," said Miss B., "this is the very thing that I have been most on my guard against. I can never tell stories or laugh and joke without feeling condemned for it afterwards." "But, my dear, you must do the thing in the testimony of a good conscience before you can do it to any purpose. You must make up your mind that cheerful and entertaining conversation whose first object is to amuse, is useful conversation in its place, and then your conscience will not be injured by joining in it." "But what good does it do, uncle?" "Do you not often complain of coldness and deadness in your religious feelings, of lifelessness and want of interest?" "Yes, uncle." "Well, this coldness and lifelessness is a result of forcing your mind to one set of thoughts and feelings. You become worn out, your feelings exhausted, deadness and depression ensues. Now turn your mind off from these subjects, divert it by a cheerful and animated conversation, and you will find after a while that it will return to them with new life and energy." "But are not foolish talking and jesting expressly forbidden?" "That text, if you will look at the connections, does not forbid jesting in the abstract, but jesting on immodest subjects, which are often designated in the New Testament by the phraseology there employed. I should give the sense of it. Neither filthiness, nor foolish talking, nor indelicate jests. The kind of sprightly and amusing conversation to which I referred, I should not denominate foolish by any means, at proper times and places." "Yet people often speak of gaiety as inconsistent in Christians, even worldly people," said Miss B. "Yes, because in the first place they often have wrong ideas as to what Christianity requires in this respect, and suppose Christians to be violating their own principles and indulging in it. In the second place, there are some, especially among young people, who never talk in any other way, with whom this kind of conversation is not an amusement, but a habit, giving the impression that they never think seriously at all.
But I think that if persons are really possessed by the tender, affectionate, benevolent spirit of Christianity, if they regulate their temper and their tongue by it, and in all their actions show an evident effort to conform to its precepts, they will not do harm by occasionally indulging in sprightly and amusing conversation. They will not make the impression that they are not sincerely Christians.
Besides, said Helen, are not people sometimes repelled from religion by a want of cheerfulness in its professors?
Certainly, replied her uncle, and the difference is just this. If a person is habitually trifling and thoughtless, it is thought that they have no religion. If they are ascetic and gloomy, it is attributed to their religion. And you know what Miss E. Smith says, that to be good and disagreeable is high treason against virtue. The more sincerely and earnestly religious a person is, the more important it is that they should be agreeable.
But, uncle, said Helen, what does that text mean that we began with? What are idle words?
My dear, if you will turn to the place where the passage is, Matthew 12, and read the whole page, you will see the meaning of it. Christ was not reproving anybody for trifling conversation at the time, but for a very serious slander. The Pharisees, in their bitterness, accused him of being in league with evil spirits. It seems, by what follows, that this was a charge which involved an unpardonable sin. They were not indeed conscious of its full guilt. They said it merely from the impulse of excited and envious feeling. But he warns them that in the day of judgment God will hold them accountable for the full consequences of all such language, however little they may have thought of it at the time of uttering it. The sense of the passage I take to be, God will hold you responsible in the day of judgment for the consequences of all you have said in your most idle and thoughtless moments.
For example, said Helen, if one makes unguarded and unfounded assertions about the Bible, which excite doubt and prejudice.
There are many instances, said her uncle, that are quite in point. Suppose in conversation, either under the influence of envy or ill will, or merely from love of talking, you make remarks and statements about another person which may be true or may not. You do not stop to inquire. Your unguarded words set reports in motion, and unhappiness and hard feeling and loss of character are the result. You spoke idly, it is true, but nevertheless you are held responsible by God for all the consequences of your words. So professors of religion often make unguarded remarks about each other, which lead observers to doubt the truth of all religion, and they are responsible for every such doubt they excite. Parents and guardians often allow themselves to speak of the faults and weaknesses of their ministers in the presence of children and younger people. They do it thoughtlessly, but in so doing they destroy an influence which might otherwise have saved the souls of their children. They are responsible for it. People of cultivated minds and fastidious taste often allow themselves to come home from church and criticize a sermon, and unfold all its weak points in the presence of others on whom it may have made a very serious impression. While the critic is holding up the bad arrangement and setting in a ludicrous point of view the lame figures, perhaps the servant behind his chair, who was almost persuaded to be a Christian by that very discourse, gives up his purposes in losing his respect for the sermon. This was thoughtless, but the evil is done, and the man who did it is responsible for it.
I think, said Helen, that a great deal of evil is done to children in this way, by our not thinking of what we are saying. It seems to me, said Miss B., that this view of the subject will reduce us to silence almost as much as the other. How is one ever to estimate the consequences of their words? People are affected in so many different ways by the same thing.
I suppose, said her uncle, We are only responsible for such results as by carefulness and reflection we might have foreseen. It is not for ill-judged words, but for idle words that we are to be judged. Words uttered without any consideration at all, and producing bad results. If a person really anxious to do right misjudges as to the probable effect of what he is about to say on others, it is quite another thing.
But, uncle, will not such carefulness destroy all freedom in conversation? Said Helen.
If you are talking with a beloved friend, Helen, do you not use an instinctive care to avoid all that might pain that friend?
Certainly.
And do you find this effort a restraint on your enjoyment?
Certainly not.
And you, from your own feelings, avoid what is indelicate and impure in conversation, and yet feel it no restraint?
Certainly.
Well, I suppose the object of Christian effort should be so to realize the character of our Saviour, and conform our tastes and sympathies to his, that we shall instinctively avoid all in our conversation that would be displeasing to him. A person habitually indulging jealous, angry, or revengeful feeling, a person habitually worldly in his spirit, a person allowing himself in skeptical and unsettled habits of thought, cannot talk without doing harm. This is our Saviour's account of the matter in the verses immediately before the passage we were speaking of. How can ye, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. A good man out of the good treasure of his heart bringeth forth good things, and an evil man out of the evil treasure of his heart bringeth forth evil things. The highest flow of animal spirits would never hurry a pure-minded person to say anything indelicate or gross, and in the same manner, if a person is habitually Christian in all his habits of thought and feeling, he will be able, without irksome watchfulness, to avoid what may be injurious, even in the most unrestrained conversation.
End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 16. How do we know? It was a splendid room. Rich curtains swept down to the floor in graceful folds, half excluding the light, and shedding it in soft hues over the fine old paintings on the walls, and over the broad mirrors that reflect all that taste can accomplish by the hand of wealth. Books, the rarest and most costly, were around, in every form of gorgeous binding and gilding, and among them, glittering in ornament, lay a magnificent Bible, a Bible too beautiful in its appointments, too showy, too ornamental, ever to have been meant to be read, a Bible which every visitor should take up and exclaim, "What a beautiful edition! What superb bindings!" and then lay it down again. And the master of the house was lounging on a sofa, looking over a late review, for he was a man of leisure, taste, and reading. But, then, as to reading the Bible, that forms, we suppose, no part of the pretensions of a man of letters. The Bible, certainly he considered it a very respectable book, a fine specimen of ancient literature, an admirable book of moral precepts, but, then, to its divine origin, he had not exactly made up his mind. Some parts appeared strange and inconsistent to his reason, others were revolting to his taste. True, he had never studied it very attentively, yet such was his general impression about it. But, on the whole, he thought it well enough to keep an elegant copy of it on his drawing-room table. So much for one picture, now for another. Come with us into this little dark alley, and up a flight of ruinous stairs. It is a bitter night, and the wind and snow might drive through the crevices of the poor room, were it not that careful hands have stopped them with paper or cloth. But for all this carefulness, the room is bitter cold. cold even with those few decaying brands on the hearth, which that sorrowful woman is trying to kindle with her breath. Do you see that pale, little, thin girl with large, bright eyes who is crouching so near her mother? Hark, how she coughs! Now listen. Mary, my dear child, says the mother, do keep that shawl close about you. You are cold, I know. And the woman shivers as she speaks. No, mother, not very, replies the child, again relapsing into that hollow, ominous cough. I wish you wouldn't make me always wear your shawl when it is cold, mother. Dear child, you need it most. How you cough tonight, replies the mother. It really don't seem right for me to send you up that long, cold street. Now your shoes have grown so poor, too. I must go myself after this. Oh, mother, you must stay with the baby. What if he should have one of those dreadful fits while you are gone? No, I can go very well. I have got used to the cold now. But, mother, I'm cold, says a little voice from the scanty bed in the corner. Mayn't I get up and come to the fire? Dear child, it would not warm you. It is very cold here, and I can't make any more fire tonight. Why can't you, mother? There are 4 whole sticks of wood in the box. Do put one on, and let's get warm once. No, my dear little Henry, says the mother soothingly. That is all the wood mother has, and I haven't any money to get more. And now wakens the sick baby in the cradle, and mother and daughter are both for some time busy in attempting to supply its little wants, and lulling it again to sleep. And now look you well at that mother. 6 months ago she had a husband, whose earnings procured for her both the necessaries and comforts of life. Her children were clothed, fed, and schooled, without thoughts of hers. But husbandless, friendless, and alone in the heart of a great, busy city with feeble health, and only the precarious resource of her needle, she has gone down from comfort to extreme poverty. Look at her now, as she is tonight. She knows full well that the pale, bright-eyed girl, whose hollow cough constantly rings in her ears, is far from well. She knows that cold, and hunger, and exposure of every kind are daily and surely wearing away her life. And yet what can she do? Poor soul! How many times has she calculated all her little resources, to see if she could pay a doctor and get medicine for Mary, yet all in vain. She knows that timely medicine, ease, fresh air, and warmth might save her, but she knows that all these things are out of the question for her. She feels, too, as a mother would feel when she sees her once rosy, happy little boy becoming pale, and anxious and fretful, and even when he teases her most, she only stops her work a moment, and strokes his little thin cheeks, and thinks what a laughing, happy little fellow he once was, till she has not a heart to reprove him. And all this day she has toiled with a sick and fretful baby in her lap, and her little shivering, hungry boy at her side, whom Mary's patient artifices cannot always keep quiet. She has toiled over the last piece of work which she can procure from the shop, for the man has told her that after this he can furnish no more, and the little money that is to come from this is already portioned out in her own mind. And after that she has no human prospect of support. But yet that woman's face is patient, quiet, firm. Nay, you may even see in her suffering eyes something like peace. And whence comes it? I will tell you. There is a Bible in that room, as well as in the rich man's apartment, not splendidly bound, to be sure, but faithfully read, a plain, homely, much-worn book. Hearken now while she says to her children, Listen to me, dear children, and I will read you something out of this book. Let not your heart be troubled. In my Father's house are many mansions. So you see, my children, we shall not always live in this little, cold, dark room. Jesus Christ has promised to take us to a better home. Shall we be warm there all day? Says the little boy earnestly. And shall we have enough to eat? Yes, dear child, says the mother. Listen to what the Bible says. They shall hunger no more, neither thirst any more, for the Lamb which is in the midst of the throne shall feed them, and God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. I am glad of that, said little Mary, for, mother, I never can bear to see you cry. But, mother, says little Henry, won't God send us something to eat tomorrow? See, says the mother, what the Bible says. Seek ye not what ye shall eat, nor what ye shall drink, neither be of anxious mind. For your Father knoweth that ye have need of these things. But, mother, says little Mary, if God is our Father, and loves us, what does he let us be so poor for? "Nay," says the mother, "our dear Lord Jesus Christ was as poor as we are, and God certainly loved him." "Was he, mother?" "Yes, children. You remember how he said, 'The Son of Man hath not where to lay his head.' And it tells us more than once that Jesus was hungry when there was none to give him food." "Oh, mother, what should we do without the Bible?" says Mary. Now, if the rich man, who had not yet made up his mind what to think of the Bible, should visit this poor woman, and ask her on what she grounded her belief of its truth, what could she answer? Could she give the arguments for miracles and prophecy? Could she account for all the changes which might have taken place in it through translators and copyists, and prove that we have a genuine and uncorrupted version? Not she. But how, then, does she know that it is true? How, say you? How does she know that she has warm life blood in her heart? How does she know that there is such a thing as air and sunshine? She does not believe these things. She knows them. And in like manner, with a deep heart consciousness, she is certain that the words of her Bible are truth and life. Is it by reasoning that the frightened child, bewildered in the dark, knows its mother's voice? No, nor is it only by reasoning that the forlorn and distressed human heart knows the voice of its Saviour, and is still. End of chapter 16. How do we know?
Chapter 17 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings, Chapter 17, Which is the Liberal Man? It was a beaming and beautiful summer morning, and the little town of V was alive with all the hurry and motion of a college commencement. Rows of carriages lined the rural streets, and groups of well-dressed auditors were thronging to the hall of exhibition. All was gaiety and animation. And among them all, what heart beat higher with hope and gratified ambition than that of James Stanton? Young, buoyant, prepossessing in person and manners, he was this day, in the presence of all the world, to carry off the highest palm of scholarship in his institution, and to receive, on the threshold of the great world, the utmost that youthful ambition can ask before it enters the arena of actual life. Did not his pulse flutter and his heart beat thick when he heard himself announced in the crowded house as the valedictorian of the day? When he saw aged men and fair youthful faces, ruddy childhood and sober calculating manhood alike, bending in hushed and eager curiosity to listen to his words? Nay, did not his heart rise in his throat as he caught the gleam of his father's eye, while, bending forward on his staff, with white reverend locks falling about his face, he listened to the voice of his pride, his firstborn? And did he not see the glistening tears in his mother's eye, as with rapt ears she hung upon his every word? Ah, the young man's first triumph! When, full of confidence and hope, he enters the field of life, all his white, glistening as yet unsoiled by the dust of the combat, the unproved world turning towards him with flatteries and promises in both hands, what other triumph does life give so fresh, so full, so replete with hope and joy? So felt James Stanton this day when he heard his father congratulated on having a son of such promise, when old men, revered for talents and worth, shook hands with him and bade him warmly Godspeed in the course of life, when bright eyes cast glances of favor, and from among the fairest were overheard whispers of admiration. "Your son is designed for the bar, I trust," said the venerable Judge L. to the father of James at the commencement dinner. "I have seldom seen a turn of mind better fitted for success in the legal profession." And then his voice, his manner. "Let him go to the bar, sir, and I prophesy that he will yet outdo us all." And this was said in James's hearing, and by one whose commendation was not often so warmly called forth. It was not in any young heart not to beat quicker at such prospects. Honor, station, wealth, political ambition, all seemed to offer themselves to his grasp. But long ere this, in the solitude of retirement, in the stillness of prayer and self-examination, the young graduate had vowed himself to a different destiny, and if we may listen to a conversation a few evenings after commencement with a classmate, we shall learn more of the secret workings of his mind. "And so, Stanton," said George Lennox to him, as they sat by their evening fireside, "you have not decided whether to accept Judge L's offer or not?" "I have decided that matter long ago," said James. "So then you chose the ministry?" "Yes." "Well, for my part," replied George Lennox, "I choose the law. There must be Christians, you know, in every vocation, and the law seems to suit my turn of mind. I trust it will be my effort to live as becomes a Christian, whatever be my calling." "I trust so," replied James. "But really, Stanton," added the other after some thought, "it seems a pity to cast away such prospects as open before you. You know your tuition is offered gratis, and then the patronage of Judge L., and such influences as he can command to secure your success. Pray, do not these things seem to you like a providential indication that the law is to be your profession? Besides, here in these New England states the ministry is overflowed already. Ministers enough, and too many, if one may judge by the number of applicants for every unoccupied place." "Nay," replied James, "my place is not here. I know, if all accounts are true, that my profession is not overflowed in our western states, and there I mean to go." "And is it possible that you can contemplate such an entire sacrifice of your talents, your manners, your literary and scientific tastes, your capabilities for refined society, as to bury yourself in a log cabin in one of our new states? You will never be appreciated there. Your privations and sacrifices will be entirely disregarded, and you placed on a level with the coarsest and most uneducated sectaries. I really do not think you are called to this." "Who then is called?" replied James. "Why, men with much less of all these good things, men with real coarse, substantial, backwoods furniture in their minds, who will not appreciate, and of course not feel, the want of all the refinements and comforts which you must sacrifice." "And are there enough such men ready to meet the emergencies in our Western world, so that no others need be called upon?" replied James. "Men of the class you speak of may do better than I, but if after all their efforts I still am needed, and can work well, ought I not to go? Must those only be drafted for religious enterprises to whom they involve no sacrifice?" "Well, for my part," replied the other, "I trust I am willing to do anything that is my duty, yet I never could feel it to be my duty to bury myself in a new state among stumps and log cabins. My mind would rust itself out, and missing the stimulus of such society as I have been accustomed to, I should run down completely and be useless in mind and in body." "If you feel so, it would be so," replied James, "if the work there to be done would not be stimulus and excitement enough to compensate for the absence of all other stimulus. If the business of the ministry, the saving of human souls, is not the one all-absorbing purpose and desire and impulse of the whole being, then woe to the man who goes to preach the gospel where there is nothing but human souls to be gained by it." "Well, Stanton," replied the other, after a pause of some seriousness, "I cannot say that I have attained to this yet. I don't know but I might be brought to it, but at present I must confess it is not so. We ought not to rush into a state and employment which we have not the moral fortitude to sustain well. In short, for myself, I may make a respectable, and, I trust, not useless man in the law, when I could do nothing in the circumstances which you choose. However, I respect your feelings, and heartily wish that I could share them myself." A few days after this conversation, the young friends parted for their several destinations, the one to a law school, the other to a theological seminary. It was many years after this that a middle-aged man of somewhat threadbare appearance and restricted traveling conveniences was seen carefully tying his horse at the outer enclosure of an elegant mansion in the town of Blank, in one of our western states, which being done, he eyed the house rather inquisitively, as people sometimes do when they are doubtful as to the question of entering or not entering. The house belonged to George Lennox, Esquire, a lawyer reputed to be doing a more extensive business than any other in the state, and the threadbare gentleman who plies the knocker at the front door is a Reverend Mr. Stanton, a name widely spread in the ecclesiastical circles of the land. The door opens, and the old college acquaintances meet with a cordial grasp of the hand, and Mr. Stanton soon finds himself pressed to the most comfortable accommodations in the warm parlor of his friend. And even the slight uneasiness which the wisest are not always exempt from when conscious of a little shabbiness in exterior was entirely dissipated by the evident cordiality of his reception. Since the conversation we have alluded to, the two friends pursued their separate courses with but few opportunities of personal intercourse. In the true zeal of the missionary, James Stanton had thrown himself into the field where it seemed hardest and darkest, and where labor seemed most needed. In neighborhoods without churches, without schoolhouses, without settled roads, among a population of disorganized and heterogeneous material, he had exhorted from house to house, labored individually with one after another, till he had, in place after place, brought together the elements of a Christian church. Far from all ordinances, means of grace, or Christian brotherhood, or cooperation, he had seemed to himself to be merely the lonely, solitary voice of one crying in the wilderness, as unassisted, and to human view as powerless. With poverty and cold and physical fatigue he had daily been familiar. And where no vehicle could penetrate the murky depths of the forest, where it was impracticable even to guide a horse, he had walked miles and miles through mud and rain to preach. With a wife in delicate health and a young and growing family, he had more than once seen the year when $50 was the whole amount of money that had passed through his hands, and the whole of the rest of his support had come in disconnected contributions from one and another of his people. He had lived without books, without newspapers, except as he found them by chance snatches here and there, and felt, as one so circumstanced only can feel, the difficulty of maintaining intellectual vigor and energy in default of all those stimulants to which cultivated minds in more favorable circumstances are so much indebted. At the time that he is now introduced to the reader, he has been recently made pastor in one of the most important settlements in the state, and among those who, so far as worldly circumstances were concerned, were able to afford him a competent support. But among communities like those at the West, settled for expressly money-making purposes, and by those who have for years been taught the lesson to save, and have scarcely begun to feel the duty to give, a minister, however laborious, however eloquent and successful, may often feel the most serious embarrassments of poverty. Too often is his salary regarded as a charity which may be given or retrenched to suit every emergency of the times, and his family expenditures watched with a jealous and censorious eye. On the other hand, George Lennox, the lawyer, had by his talents and efficiency placed himself at the head of his profession, and was realizing an income which brought all the comforts and elegances of life within his reach. He was a member of the Christian church in the place where he lived, irreproachable in life and conduct. From natural generosity of disposition, seconded by principle, he was a liberal contributor to all religious and benevolent enterprises, and was often quoted and referred to as an example in good works. Surrounded by an affectionate and growing family, with ample means for providing in the best manner both for their physical and mental development, he justly regarded himself as a happy man, and was well satisfied with the world he lived in. Now, there is nothing more trying to the Christianity or the philosophy which teaches the vanity of riches than a few hours' domestication in a family where wealth is employed not for purposes of ostentation, but for the perfecting of home comfort and the gratification of refined intellectual tastes. And as Mr. Stanton leaned back, slippered and gowned, in one of the easiest of chairs, and began to look over periodicals and valuable new books from which he had long been excluded, he might be forgiven for giving a half-sigh to the reflection that he could never be a rich man. "Have you read this review?" said his companion, handing him one of the leading periodicals of the day across the table. "I seldom see reviews," said Mr. Stanton, taking it. "You lose a great deal," replied the other, "if you have not seen those by this author, altogether the ablest series of literary efforts in our time. You clerical gentlemen ought not to sacrifice your literary tastes entirely to your professional cares. A moderate attention to current literature liberalizes the mind and gives influence that you could not otherwise acquire." "Literary taste is an expensive thing to administer," said Mr. Stanton, smiling. "For the mind as well as the body we must forego all luxuries and confine ourselves simply to necessaries." "I would always indulge myself with books and periodicals, even if I had to scrimp elsewhere," said Mr. Lennox, and he spoke of scrimping with all the serious good faith with which people of 2,000 or 3,000 a year usually speak of these matters. Mr. Stanton smiled and waived the subject, wondering mentally where his friend would find an elsewhere to scrimp if he had the management of his concerns. The conversation gradually flowed back to college days and scenes, and the friends amused themselves with tracing the history of their various classmates. "And so Alsop is in the Senate," said Mr. Stanton. "Strange, we did not at all expect it of him. But do you know anything of George Bush?" "Oh, yes," replied the other. "He went into mercantile life, and the last I heard he had turned to speculation worth 30,000. A shrewd fellow. I always knew he would make his way in this world." "But what has become of Langdon?" "Oh, he's doing well. He is professor of languages in College, and I hear he has lately issued a Latin grammar that promises to have quite a run." "And Smithson?" "Smithson has an office at Washington, and was there living in great style the last time I saw him." It may be questioned whether the minister sank to sleep that night, amid the many comfortable provisions of his friend's guest chamber, without rebuking in his heart a certain rising of regret that he had turned his back on all the honors and distinctions and the comforts which lay around the path of others who had not, in the opening of the race, half the advantages of himself. "See," said an insidious voice, "what have you gained? See your early friends surrounded by riches and comfort, while you are pinched and harassed by poverty. Have they not, many of them, as good a hope of heaven as you have, and all this besides? Could you not have lived easier and been a good man after all?" The reflection was only silenced by remembering that the only being who ever had the perfect power of choosing his worldly condition chose of his own accord a poverty deeper than that of any of his servants. Had Christ consented to be rich, what check could there have been to the desire of it among his followers? But he chose to stoop so low that none could be lower, and that in extremest want none could ever say, "I am poorer than was my Savior and God." The friends at parting the next morning shook hands warmly and promised a frequent renewal of their resumed intercourse. Nor was the bill for $20 which the minister found in his hand at all an unacceptable addition to the pleasures of his visit, and though the November wind whistled keenly through the dull, comfortless sky, he turned his horse's head homeward with a lightened heart. "Mother's sick, and I'm a-keeping house," said the little flaxen-headed girl, in all the importance of 7 years, as her father entered the dwelling. "Your mother's sick? What's the matter?" inquired Mr. Stanton. "She caught cold washing yesterday while you were gone." And when the minister stood by the bedside of his sick wife, saw her flushed face, and felt her feverish pulse, he felt seriously alarmed. She had scarcely recovered from a dangerous fever when he left home, and with reason he dreaded a relapse. "My dear, why have you done so?" was the first expostulation. "Why did you not send for old Agnes to do your washing, as I told you?" "I felt so well, I thought I was quite able," was the reply, "and you know it will take all the money we have now in hand to get the children's shoes before cold weather comes, and nobody knows when we shall have any more." "Well, Mary, comfort your heart as to that. I have had a present today of $20. That will last us some time. God always provides when need is greatest." And so, after administering a little to the comfort of his wife, the minister addressed himself to the business of cooking something for dinner for himself and his hungry little flock. "There is no bread in the house," he exclaimed, after a survey of the ways and means at his disposal. "I must try and sit up long enough to make some," said his wife faintly. "You must try to be quiet," replied the husband. "We can do very well on potatoes. But yet," he added, "I think if I bring the things to your bedside, and you show me how to mix them, I could make some bread." A burst of laughter from the young fry chorused his proposal. Nevertheless, as Mr. Stanton was a man of decided genius, by help of much showing and of strong arms and good will, the feat was at length accomplished in no unworkmanlike manner, and while the bread was put down to the fire to rise, and the potatoes were baking in the oven, Mr. Stanton, having enjoined silence on his noisy troop, sat down, pencil in hand, by his wife's bed, to prepare a sermon. We would that those ministers who feel that they cannot compose without a study, and that the airiest and pleasantest room in the house, where the floor is guarded by the thick carpet, the light carefully relieved by curtains, where papers are filed and arranged neatly, and conveniences purposely adjusted, with books of reference standing invitingly around, could once figure to themselves the process of composing a sermon in circumstances such as we have painted. Mr. Stanton had written his text and jotted down something of an introduction, when a circumstance occurred which is almost inevitable in situations where a person has anything else to attend to. The baby woke. The little interloper was to be tied into a chair, while the flaxen-headed young housekeeper was now installed into the office of waiter in ordinary to Her Majesty, and by shaking a newspaper before her face, plying a rattle, or other arts known only to the initiate, to prevent her from indulging in any unpleasant demonstrations, while Mr. Stanton proceeded with his train of thought. "Papa, papa, the tea-kettle! Only look!" cried all the younger ones, just as he was again beginning to abstract his mind. Mr. Stanton rose and adapted part of his sermon paper to the handle of the tea-kettle, poured the boiling water on some herb drink for his wife, and then recommenced. "I shan't have much of a sermon," he soliloquized, as his youngest but one, with the ingenuity common to children of her standing, had contrived to tip herself over in her chair and cut her underlip, which for the time being threw the whole settlement into commotion, and this conviction was strengthened by finding that it was now time to give the children their dinner. "I fear Mrs. Stanton is imprudent in exerting herself," said the medical man to her husband, as he examined her symptoms. "I know she is," replied her husband, "but I cannot keep her from it." "It is absolutely indispensable that she should rest and keep her mind easy," said the doctor. Rest and keep easy, how easily the words are said, yet how they fall on the ear of a mother who knows that her whole flock have not yet a garment prepared for winter, that hiring assistance is out of the question, and that the work must all be done by herself, who sees that while she is sick her husband is perplexed and kept from his appropriate duties, and her children, despite his well-meaning efforts, suffering for the want of those attentions that only a mother can give. Will not any mother, so tried, rise from her sick bed before she feels able, and be again prostrated by over-exertion, until the vigor of the constitution year by year declines, and she sinks into an early grave? Yet this is the true history of many a wife and mother who, in consenting to share the privations of a Western minister, has as truly sacrificed her life as did ever martyr on heathen shores. The graves of Harriet Newell and Mrs. Judson are hallowed as the shrines of saints, and their memory made as a watchword among Christians. Yet the western valley is full of green and nameless graves, where patient, long-enduring wives and mothers have lain down, worn out by the privations of as severe a missionary field, and no man knoweth the place of their sepulchre. The crisp air of a November evening was enlivened by the fire that blazed merrily in the bar-room of the tavern in L, while a more than usual number crowded about the hearth, owing to the session of the county court in that place. "Mr. Lennox is a pretty smart lawyer," began an old gentleman who sat in one of the corners, in the half-interrogative tone which indicated a wish to start conversation. "Yes, sir, no mistake about it," was the reply. "Does the largest business in the state. Very smart man, sir, and honest. A church member, too, and one of the tallest kinds of Christians, they say. Gives more money for building meeting houses and all sorts of religious concerns than any man around." "Well, he can afford it," said a man with a thin, care-taking visage, and a nervous, anxious twitch of the hand, as if it were his constant effort to hold on to something. "He can afford it, for he makes money hand over hand. It is not everybody can afford to do as he does." A sly look of intelligence pervaded the company, for the speaker, one of the most substantial householders in the settlement, was always taken with distressing symptoms of poverty and destitution when any allusion to public or religious charity was made. "Mr. C. is thinking about parish matters," said a wicked wag of the company. "You see, sir, our minister urged pretty hard last Sunday to have his salary paid up. He has had sickness in his family, and nothing on hand for winter expenses." "I don't think Mr. Stanton is judicious in making such public statements," said the former speaker nervously. "He ought to consult his friends privately, and not bring temporalities into the pulpit." "That is to say, starve decently and make no fuss," replied the other. "Nonsense! Who talks of starving when provision is as plenty as blackberries? I tell you I understand this matter, and know how little a man can get along with. I've tried it myself. When I first set out in life, my wife and I had not a pair of endirons or a shovel and tongs for 2 or 3 years, and we never thought of complaining. The times are hard. We are all losing, and must get along as we can, and Mr. Stanton must bear some rubs as well as the rest of us." "It appears to me, Mr. C.," said the waggish gentleman aforesaid, "that if you'd put Mr. Stanton into your good brick house and give him your furniture and income, he would be well satisfied to rub along as you do." "Mr. Stanton isn't so careful in his expenses as he might be," said Mr. C. petulantly, disregarding the idea started by his neighbor. "He buys things I should not think of buying. Now, I was in his house the other day, and he had just given $3 for a single book." "Perhaps it was a book he needed in his studies," suggested the old gentleman who began the conversation. "What's the use of book learning to a minister if he's got the real spirit in him?" chimed in a rough-looking man in the farthest corner. "Only wish you could have heard Elder North give it off. There was a real genuine preacher for you. Couldn't even read his text in the Bible, yet, sir, he would get up and reel it off as smooth and fast as the best of 'em that comes out of colleges. My notion is, it's the spirit that's the thing, after all." Several of the auditors seemed inclined to express their approbation of this doctrine, though some remarked that Mr. Stanton was a smarter preacher than Elder North, for all his book learning. Some of the more intelligent of the circle here exchanged smiles, but declined entering the lists in favor of learning. "Oh, for my part," resumed Mr. C., "I'm for having a minister study and have books and all that, if he can afford it, but in hard times like these, books are neither meat, drink, nor fire, and I know I can't afford 'em. Now, I'm as willing to contribute my part to the minister's salary and every other charity as anybody, when I can get money to do it, but in these times I can't get it." The elderly gentleman here interrupted the conversation by saying abruptly, "I am a townsman of Mr. Stanton's, and it is my opinion that he has impoverished himself by giving in religious charity." "Giving in charity!" exclaimed several voices. "Where did he ever get anything to give?" "Yet I think I speak within bounds," said the old gentleman, "when I say that he has given more than the amount of $2,000 yearly to the support of the gospel in this state, and I think I can show it to be so." The eyes of the auditors were now enlarged to their utmost limits, while the old gentleman, after the fashion of shrewd old gentlemen generally, screwed up his mouth in a very dry twist, and looked in the fire without saying a word. "Come now, pray tell us how this is," said several of the company. "Well, sir," said the old man, addressing himself to Mr. C., "you are a man of business, and will perhaps understand the case as I view it. You were speaking this evening of Lawyer Lennox. He and your minister were both from my native place, and both there and in college your minister was always reckoned the smartest of the two, and went ahead in everything they undertook. Now you see Mr. Lennox, out of his talents and education, makes, say, $3,000 a year. Mr. Stanton had more talent and more education, and might have made even more. But by devoting himself to the work of the ministry in your estate, he gains, we will say, about $400. Does he not, therefore, in fact, give all the difference between 400 and 3,000 to the cause of religion in this state? If during the business season of the year you, Mr. C., should devote your whole time to some benevolent enterprise, would you not feel that you had virtually given to that enterprise all the money you would otherwise have made? Instead, therefore, of calling it a charity for you to subscribe to your minister's support, you ought to consider it a very expensive charity for him to devote his existence in preaching to you. To bring the gospel to your state, he has given up a reasonable prospect of an income of 2,000 or 3,000, and contents himself with the least sum which will keep soul and body together, without the possibility of laying up a cent for his family in case of his sickness and death. This, sir, is what I call giving in charity. End of chapter 17. Which is the liberal man?
Chapter 18 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. The Elders' Feast, a tradition of Laodicea. At a certain time in the earlier ages, there lived in the city of Laodicea a Christian elder of some repute, named Onesiphorus. The world had smiled on him, and though a Christian, he was rich and full of honors. All men, even the heathen, spoke well of him, for he was a man courteous of speech and mild of manner. His wife, a fair Ionian lady, but half reclaimed from idolatry, though baptized and accredited as a member of the Christian Church, still lingered lovingly on the confines of old heathenism, and, if she did not believe, still cherished with pleasure the poetic legends of Apollo and Venus, of Jove and Diana. A large and fair family of sons and daughters had risen around these parents, but their education had been much after the rudiments of this world, and not after Christ. Though, according to the customs of the Church, they were brought to the font of baptism and sealed in the name of the Father, and the Son, and Holy Ghost, and although daily, instead of libations to the Penates, or flower offerings to Diana and Juno, the name of Jesus was invoked, yet the Spirit of Jesus was wanting. The chosen associates of all these children, as they grew older, were among the heathen, and daily they urged their parents by their entreaties to conform, in one thing after another, to heathen usage. "Why should we be singular, mother?" said the dark-eyed Myrrha, as she bound her hair and arranged her dress after the fashion of the girls in the temple of Venus. "Why may we not wear the golden ornaments and images which have been consecrated to heathen goddesses?" said the sprightly Thalia. "Surely none others are to be bought, and are we to do altogether without?" And why may we not be at feasts where libations are made to Apollo or Jupiter, said the sons, so long as we do not consent to it or believe in it? Will our faith be shaken thereby? How are we ever to reclaim the heathen if we do not mingle among them? Said another son, did not our Master eat with publicans and sinners? It was, however, to be remarked that no conversions of the heathen to Christianity ever took place through the means of these complying sons and daughters, or any of the number who followed their example. Instead of withdrawing any from the confines of heathenism, they themselves were drawn so nearly over that in certain situations and circumstances they would undoubtedly have been ranked among them by any but a most scrutinizing observer. If any in the city of Laodicea were ever led to unite themselves with Jesus, it was by means of a few who observed the full simplicity of the ancient faith, and who, though honest, tender, and courteous in all their dealings with the heathen, still went not a step with them in conformity to any of their customs. In time, though the family we speak of never broke off from the Christian church, yet if you had been in it, you might have heard much warm and earnest conversation about things that took place at the baths, or in feasts to various divinities. But if any one spoke of Jesus, there was immediately a cold silence, a decorous, chilling, respectful pause, after which the conversation with a bound flew back into the old channel again. It was now night, and the house of Onesiphorus the elder was blazing with torches, alive with music, and all the hurry and stir of a sumptuous banquet. All the wealth and fashion of Laodicea were there, Christian and heathen, and all that the classic voluptuousness of Oriental Greece could give to shed enchantment over the scene was there. In ancient times, the festivals of Christians in Laodicea had been regulated in the spirit of the command of Jesus, as recorded by Luke, whose classical Greek had made his the established version in Asia Minor. And thou, when thou makest a feast, call not thy friends and thy kinsmen, nor thy rich neighbours, lest they also bid thee, and a recompense be made thee. But when thou makest a feast, call the poor, and the maimed, and the lame, and the blind, and thou shalt be blessed, for they cannot recompense thee, but thou shalt be recompensed at the resurrection of the just. That very day before the entertainment had this passage been quoted in the ears of the family by Cleon, the youngest son, who, different from all his family, had cherished in his bosom the simplicity of the old belief. How ridiculous, how absurd had been the reply of the more thoughtless members of the family when Cleon cited the above passage as in point to the evening's entertainment. The dark-eyed mother looked reproof on the levity of the younger children, and decorously applauded the passage, which she said had no application to the matter in hand. But, mother, even if the passage be not literally taken, it must mean something. What did the Lord Jesus intend by it? If we Christians may make entertainments with all the parade and expense of our heathen neighbors, and thus spend the money that might be devoted to charity, what does this passage mean? Your father gives in charity as handsomely as any Christian in Laodicea, said his mother warmly. Nay, mother, that may be, but I bethink me now of 2 or 3 times when means have been wanting for the relieving of the poor, and the ransoming of captives, and the support of apostles, when we have said that we could give no more. My son, said his mother, you do not understand the ways of the world. Nay, how should he, said Thalia, shut up day and night with that old papyrus of St. Luke and Paul's epistles? One may have too much of a good thing. But does not the holy Paul say, be not conformed to this world? Certainly, said the elder. That means that we should be baptized, and not worship in the heathen temples. My dear son, said his mother, you intend well, doubtless, but you have not sufficient knowledge of life to estimate our relations to society. Entertainments of this sort are absolutely necessary to sustain our position in the world. If we accept, we must return them. But not to dwell on this conversation, let us suppose ourselves in the rooms, now glittering with lights, and gay with every costly luxury of wealth and taste. Here were statues to Diana and Apollo, and to the household Juno, not meant for worship, of course not, but simply to conform to the general usages of good society. And so far had this complaisance been carried, that the shrine of a peerless Venus was adorned with garlands and votive offerings, and an exquisitely wrought silver censer diffused its perfume on the marble altar in front. This complaisance on the part of some of the younger members of the family drew from the elder a gentle remonstrance, as having an unseemly appearance for those bearing the Christian name. But they readily answered, "Has not Paul said, 'We know that an idol is nothing'? Where is the harm of an elegant statue, considered merely as a consummate work of art? As for the flowers, are they not simply the most appropriate ornament? And where's the harm of burning exquisite perfume? And is it worse to burn it in one place than another?" "Upon my sword," said one of the heathen guests, as he wandered through the gay scene, "how liberal and accommodating these Christians are becoming! Except in a few small matters in the temple, they seem to be with us entirely." "Ah," said another, "it was not so years back. Nothing was heard among them then but prayers and alms and visits to the poor and sick. And when they met together in their feasts, there was so much of their talk of Christ, and such singing of hymns and prayer, that one of us found himself quite out of place." "Yes," said an old man present, "in those days I quite bethought me of being some day a Christian. But look you, they are grown so near like us now, it is scarce worth one's while to change. A little matter of ceremony in the temple, and offering incense to Jesus instead of Jupiter, when all else is the same, can make small odds in a man." But now the ancient legend goes on to say that in the midst of that gay and brilliant evening, a stranger of remarkable appearance and manners was noticed among the throng. None knew him or whence he came. He mingled not in the mirth, and seemed to recognize no one present, though he regarded all that was passing with a peculiar air of still and earnest attention. And wherever he moved, his calm, penetrating gaze seemed to diffuse a singular uneasiness about him. Now his eye was fixed with a quiet scrutiny on the idolatrous statues with their votive adornments. Now it followed earnestly the young forms that were wreathing in the graceful waves of the dance. And then he turned towards the tables, loaded with every luxury, and sparkling with wines, where the devotion to Bacchus became more than poetic fiction. And as he gazed, a high indignant sorrow seemed to overshadow the calmness of his majestic face. When in thoughtless merriment some of the gay company sought to address him, they found themselves shrinking involuntarily from the soft, piercing eye, and trembling at the low, sweet tones in which he replied. What he spoke was brief, but there was a gravity and tender wisdom in it that strangely contrasted with the frivolous scene, and awakened unwonted ideas of heavenly purity even in thoughtless and dissipated minds. The only one of the company who seemed to seek his society was the youngest, the fair little child Isa. She seemed as strangely attracted towards him as others were repelled, and when unsolicited, in the frank confidence of childhood, she pressed to his side and placed her little hand in his, the look of radiant compassion and tenderness which beamed down from those eyes was indeed glorious to behold. Yet here and there, as he glided among the crowd, he spoke in the ear of some Christian words which, though soft and low, seemed to have a mysterious and startling power. For one after another, pensive, abashed, and confounded, they drew aside from the gay scene, and seemed lost in thought. That stranger, who was he? Who? The inquiry passed from mouth to mouth, and one after another, who had listened to his low, earnest tones, looked on each other with a troubled air. Ere long he had glided hither and thither in the crowd. He had spoken in the ear of every Christian, and suddenly again he was gone, and they saw him no more. Each had felt the heart thrill within, each spirit had vibrated as if the finger of its Creator had touched it, and shrunk conscious as if an omniscient eye were upon it. Each heart was stirred from its depths. Vain sophistries, worldly maxims, making the false look true, all appeared to rise and clear away like a mist. And at once each one seemed to see, as God sees, the true state of the inner world, the true motive and reason of action, and in the instinctive pause that passed through the company, the banquet was broken up and deserted. "And what if their God were present?" said one of the heathen members of the company next day. "Why did they all look so blank? A most favourable omen, we should call it, to have one's patron divinity at a feast." "Besides," said another, "these Christians hold that their God is always everywhere present, so at most they have but had their eyes opened to see him who is always there." What is practically the meaning of the precept, "Be not conformed to the world"? In its everyday results, it presents many problems difficult of solution. There are so many shades and blendings of situation and circumstances, so many things innocent and graceful in themselves, which, like flowers and incense on a heathen altar, become unchristian only through position and circumstances, that the most honest and well-intentioned are often perplexed. That we must conform in some things is conceded, yet the whole tenor of the New Testament shows that this conformity must have its limits, that Christians are to be transformed so as to exhibit to the world a higher and more complete style of life, and thus prove what is the good and acceptable and perfect will of God. But in many particulars as to style of living and modes of social intercourse, there can be no definite rules laid down, and no Christian can venture to judge another by his standard. One Christian condemns dress adornment and the whole application of taste to the usages of life as a sinful waste of time and money. Another, perceiving in every work of God a love and appreciation of the beautiful, believes that there is a sphere in which he is pleased to see the same trait in his children, if the indulgence do not become excessive, and thus interfere with higher duties. One condemns all time and expense laid out in social visiting as so much waste. Another remembers that Jesus, when just entering on the most vast and absorbing work, turned aside to attend a wedding feast, and wrought his first miracle to enhance its social enjoyment. Again, there are others who, because some indulgence of taste and some exercise for the social powers are admissible, go all lengths in extravagance, and in company, dress, and the externals of life. In the same manner, with regard to style of life and social entertainment, most of the items which go to constitute what is called style of living, or the style of particular parties, may be in themselves innocent, and yet they may be so interwoven and combined with evils that the whole effect shall be felt to be decidedly unchristian, both by Christians and the world. How then shall the well-disposed person know where to stop, and how to strike the just medium? We know of but one safe rule. Read the life of Jesus with attention, study it, inquire earnestly with yourself, what sort of a person, in thought, in feeling, in action, was my Saviour? Live in constant sympathy and communion with him, and there will be within a kind of instinctive rule by which to try all things. A young man who was to be exposed to the temptations of one of the most dissipated European capitals carried with him his father's picture, and hung it in his apartment. Before going out to any of the numerous resorts of the city, he was accustomed to contemplate this picture, and say to himself, "Would my father wish to see me in the place to which I am going?" And thus was he saved from many a temptation. In like manner, the Christian, who has always by his side the beautiful ideal of his Saviour, finds it a holy charm, by which he is gently restrained from all that is unsuitable to his profession. He has but to inquire of any scene or employment, "Should I be well pleased to meet my Saviour there? Would the trains of thought I should there fall into, the state of mind that would there be induced, be such as would harmonize with an interview with him?" Thus protected and defended, social enjoyment might be like that of Mary and John and the disciples when, under the mild, approving eye of the Son of God, they shared the festivities of Cana. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, Part 1 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 19, Little Fred, the Canal Boy, Part 1. In the outskirts of the little town of Toledo in Ohio might be seen a small one-story cottage whose external architecture no way distinguished it from dozens of other residences of the poor by which it was surrounded. But over this dwelling a presiding air of sanctity and neatness, of quiet and repose, marked it out as different from every other. The little patch before the door, instead of being a loafing ground for swine and a receptacle of litter and filth, was trimly set with flowers, weeded, watered, and fenced with dainty care. The scarlet bignonia clambered over the mouldering logs of the sides, shrouding their roughness in its gorgeous mantle of green and crimson, and the good old-fashioned morning glory, laced across the window, unfolded every day tints whose beauty, though cheap and common, the finest French milliner might in vain seek to rival. When, in traveling the western country, you meet such a dwelling, do you not instinctively know what you shall see inside of it? Do you not seem to see the trimly sanded floor, the well-kept furniture, the snowy muslin curtain? Are you not sure that on a neat stand you shall see, as on an altar, the dear old family Bible, brought, like the ancient Ark of the Covenant, into the far wilderness, and ever overshadowed, as a bright cloud, with remembered prayers and counsels of father and mother in a far-off New England home? And in this cottage there was such a Bible, brought from the wild hills of New Hampshire, and its middle page recorded the marriage of James Sandford to Mary Irving, and alas, after it another record, traced in a trembling hand, the death of James Sandford at Toledo. And this fair, thin woman in the black dress, with soft brown hair parted over a pale forehead, with calm, patient blue eyes and fading cheek, is the once energetic, buoyant, light-hearted New Hampshire girl, who has brought with her the strongest religious faith, the active practical knowledge, the skillful, well-trained hand and clear head with which cold New England portions her daughters. She had left all and come to the western wilds with no other capital than her husband's manly heart and active brain. He, young, strong, full of hope, prompt, energetic, and skilled to acquire. She, careful, prudent, steady, no less skilled to save, and between the two no better firm for acquisition and prospective success could be desired. Everybody prophesied that James Sandford would succeed, and Mary heard these praises with a quiet exultation. But, alas! That whole capital of hers, that one strong young heart, that ready, helpful hand, 2 weeks of the country's fever sufficed to lay them cold and low forever. And Mary yet lived, with her babe in her arms and one bright little boy by her side, and this boy is our little brown-eyed Fred, the hero of our story. But few years had rolled over his curly head when he first looked, weeping and wondering, on the face of death. Ah, one look on that awful face adds years at once to the age of the heart, and little Fred felt manly thoughts aroused in him by the cold stillness of his father and the deep, calm anguish of his mother. "Oh, mamma, don't cry so, don't," said the little fellow. "I am alive, and I can take care of you. Dear mamma, I pray for you every day." And Mary was comforted even in her tears and thought, as she looked into those clear, loving brown eyes, that her little intercessor would not plead in vain. For, saith Jesus, their angels do always behold the face of my Father which is in heaven. In a few days she learned to look her sorrows calmly in the face, like a brave, true woman as she was. She was a widow, and out of the sudden wreck of her husband's plans, but a pittance remained to her, and she cast about with busy hand and head for some means to eke it out. She took in sewing, she took in washing and ironing, and happy did the young exquisite deem himself whose shirts came with such faultless plaits, such snowy freshness from the slender hands of Mary. With that matchless gift which old Yankee housewives call faculty, Mary kept together all the ends of her raveled skein of life, and began to make them wind smoothly. Her baby was the neatest of all babies, as it was assuredly the prettiest, and her little Fred the handiest and most universal genius of all boys. It was Fred that could wring out all the stockings and hang out all the small clothes, that tended the baby by night and by day, that made her a wagon out of an old soap-box in which he drew her in triumph, and at their meals he stood reverently in his father's place, and with folded hands repeated, "Bless the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his mercies." And his mother's heart responded, "Amen," to the simple prayer. Then he learned, with manifold puffing and much haggling, to saw wood quite decently, and to swing an axe, almost as big as himself, in wood-splitting. And he ran of errands and did business with an air of bustling importance that was edifying to see. He knew the prices of lard, butter, and dried apples as well as any man about, and as the storekeeper approvingly told him, was a smart chap at a bargain. Fred grew 3 inches higher the moment he heard it. In the evenings, after the baby was asleep, Fred sat by his mother with slate and book, deep in the mysteries of reading, writing, and ciphering, and then the mother and son talked over their little plans, and hallowed their nightly rest by prayer, and when, before retiring, his mother knelt with him by his little bed and prayed, the child often sobbed with a strange emotion, for which he could give no reason. Something there is in the voice of real prayer that thrills a child's heart, even before he understands it. The holy tones are a kind of heavenly music, and far off in distant years, the callous and worldly man often thrills to his heart's core when some turn of life recalls to him his mother's prayer. So passed the first years of the life of Fred. Meanwhile his little sister had come to toddle about the cottage floor, full of insatiable and immeasurable schemes of mischief. It was she that upset the clothes basket, and pulled over the molasses pitcher on to her own astonished head, and with incredible labor upset every pail of water that by momentary thoughtlessness was put within reach. It was she that was found stuffing poor solemn old pussy head first into the water jar, that wiped up the floor with her mother's freshly ironed clothes, and jabbered meanwhile in most unexampled Babylonish dialect her own vindications and explanations of these misdemeanors. Every day her mother declared that she must begin to get that child into some kind of order, but still the merry little curly pate contemned law and order, and laughed at all ideas of retributive justice, and Fred and his mother laughed and deplored, in the same invariable succession, the various direful results of her activity and enterprise. But still, as Mary toiled on, heavy cares weighed down her heart. Her boy grew larger and larger, and her own health grew feebler in proportion as it needed to be stronger. Sometimes a whole week at a time found her scarce able to crawl from her bed, shaking with ague or burning with fever. And when there is little or nothing with which to replace them, how fast food seems to be consumed, and clothing to be worn out. And so at length it came to pass that, notwithstanding the labors of the most tireless of needles, and the cutting, clipping, and contriving of the most ingenious of hands, the poor mother was forced to own to herself that her darlings looked really shabby. And kind neighbors one by one hinted and said that she must do something with her boy, that he was old enough to earn his own living, and the same idea occurred to the spirited little fellow himself. He had often been along by the side of the canal and admired the horses, for between a horse and Fred there was a perfect magnetic sympathy, and no lot in life looked to him so bright and desirable as to be able to sit on a horse and drive all day long. And when Captain W., pleased with the boy's bright face and prompt motions, sought to enlist him as one of his drivers, he found a delighted listener. If he could only persuade mother, there was nothing like it. For many nights after the matter was proposed, Mary only cried, and all Fred's eloquence and his brave promises of never doing anything wrong and being the best of all supposable boys were insufficient to console her. Every time she looked at the neat, pure little bed beside her own, that bed hallowed by so many prayers, and saw her boy, with his glowing cheeks and long and dark lashes, sleeping so innocently and trustfully, her heart died within her. As she thought of a dirty berth on the canal boat, and rough boatmen swearing, chewing tobacco, and drinking, and should she take her darling from her bosom and throw him out among these? Ah, happy mother, look at your little son of 10 years, and ask yourself, if you were obliged to do this, should you not tremble? Give God thanks, therefore, you can hold your child to your heart till he is old enough to breast the dark wave of life. The poor must throw them in, to sink or swim, as happens. Not for ease, not for freedom from care, not for commodious house and fine furniture, and all that competence gives, should you thank God so much as for this, that you are able to shelter, guide, restrain, and educate the helpless years of your children. Mary yielded at last to that Master who can subdue all wills, necessity. Sorrowfully, yet with hope in God, she made up the little package for her boy, and communicated to him with renewed minuteness her parting counsels and instructions. Fred was bright and full of hope. He was sure of the great point about which his mother's anxiety clustered. He should be a good boy. He knew he should. He never should swear. He never should touch a drop of spirits, no matter who asked him. That he was sure of. Then he liked horses so much. He should ride all day and never get tired, and he would come back and bring her some money. And so the boy and his mother parted. Physical want or hardship is not the great thing which a mother need dread for her child in our country. There is scarce any situation in America where a child would not receive, as a matter of course, good food and shelter, nor is he often overworked. In these respects, a general spirit of good nature is perceptible among employers, so that our Fred meets none of the harrowing adventures of an Oliver Twist in his new situation. To be sure, he soon found it was not as good fun to ride a horse hour after hour and day after day as it was to prance and caper about for the first few minutes. At first his back ached and his little hands grew stiff, and he wished his turn were out hours before the time. But time mended all this. He grew healthy and strong, and though occasionally kicked and tumbled about rather unceremoniously by the rough men among whom he had been cast, yet, as they said, he was a chap that always came down on his feet, throw him which way you would. And for this reason he was rather a favorite among them. The fat black cook, who piqued himself particularly on making corn cake and singing Methodist hymns in a style of unsurpassed excellence, took Fred into particular favor, and being equally at home in kitchen and camp-meeting lore, not only put by for him various dainty scraps and fragments, but also undertook to further his moral education by occasional luminous exhortations and expositions of Scripture, which somewhat puzzled poor Fred and greatly amused the deck-hands. Often, after driving all day, Fred sat on deck beside his fat friend, while the boat glided on through miles and miles of solemn, unbroken old woods, and heard him sing about the New Jerusalem, about good old Moses and Paul and Silas, with a kind of dreamy, wild pleasure. To be sure, it was not like his mother's singing, but then it had a sort of good sound, although he never could very precisely make out the meaning. As to being a good boy, Fred, to do him justice, certainly tried to very considerable purpose. He did not swear as yet, although he heard so much of it daily that it seemed the most natural thing in the world. And although one and another of the hands often offered him tempting portions of their potations, as they said, to make a man of him, yet Fred faithfully kept his little temperance pledge to his mother. Many a weary hour, as he rode and rode and rode through hundreds of miles of unvarying forest, he strengthened his good resolutions by thoughts of home and its scenes. There sat his mother, there stood his own little bed, there his baby sister toddling about in her nightgown, and he repeated the prayers and sung the hymns his mother taught him, and thus the good seed still grew within him. In fact, with no very distinguished adventures, Fred achieved the journey to Cincinnati and back, and proud of his laurels, and with his wages in his pocket, found himself again at the familiar door. Poor Fred! A sad surprise awaited him. The elfin shadow that was once ever flitting about the dwelling was gone. The little pattering footsteps, the tireless busy fingers, all gone, and his mother, paler, sicker, sadder than before, clasped him to her bosom and called him her only comfort. Fred had brought a pocket full of sugar plums and the brightest of yellow oranges to his little pet. Alas, how mournfully he regarded them now! How little do we realize when we hear that such and such a poor woman has lost her baby, how much is implied to her in the loss. She is poor, she must work hard, the child was a great addition to her cares, and even pitying neighbors say it was better for her, poor thing, and for the child too. But perhaps this very child was the only flower of a life else wholly barren and desolate. There is often, even in the humblest and most uncultured nature, an undefined longing and pining for the beautiful. It expresses itself sometimes in the love of birds and of flowers, and one sees the rosebush or the canary bird in a dwelling from which is banished every trace of luxury. But the little child, with its sweet spiritual eyes, its thousand bird-like tones, its prattling, endearing ways, its guileless, loving heart, is a full and perfect answer to the most ardent craving of the soul. It is a whole little Eden of itself, and the poor woman whose whole life else is one dreary waste of toil clasps her babe to her bosom and feels proud and rich and happy. Truly, said the Son of God, of such are the kingdom of heaven. Poor Mary, how glad she was to see her boy again, most of all that they could talk together of their lost one, how they discoursed for hours about her, how they cried together over the little faded bonnet that once could scarce be kept for a moment on the busy curly head, how they treasured as relics the small finger marks on the doors, and consecrated with sacred care even the traces of her merry mischief about the cottage, and never tired of telling over to each other with smiles and tears the record of the past gleesome pranks. But the fact was that Mary herself was fast wearing away. She had borne up bravely against life, but she had but a gentle nature, and gradually she sank from day to day. Fred was her patient, unwearied nurse, and neighbors, never wanting in such kindnesses as they can understand, supplied her few wants. The child never wanted for food, and the mantel shelf was filled with infallible specifics, each one of which was able, according to the showing, to ensure perfect recovery in every case whatever. And yet, strange to tell, she still declined. At last, one still autumn morning, Fred awoke and started at the icy coldness of the hand clasped in his own. He looked in his mother's face. It was sweet and calm as that of a sleeping infant, but he knew in his heart that she was dead. End of Chapter 19, Part 1. Little Fred, the Canal Boy. Chapter 19, Part 2 of The May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 19, Little Fred, the Canal Boy, Part 2. Months afterwards, a cold December day found Fred turned loose in the streets of Cincinnati. Since his mother's death he had driven on the Canal Boat, but now the boat was to lie by for winter, and the hands, of course, turned loose to find employment till spring. Fred was told that he must look up a place. Everybody was busy about their own affairs, and he must shift for himself. And so, with half his wages in his pocket and promises for the rest, he started to seek his fortune. It was a cold, cheerless, grey-eyed day, with an air that pinched fingers and toes, and seemed to penetrate one's clothes like snow-water, such a day as it needs the brightest fire and the happiest heart to get along at all with, and unluckily Fred had neither. Christmas was approaching, and all the shops had put on their holiday dresses. The confectioners' windows were glittering with sparkling pyramids of candy, with frosted cake and unfading fruits and flowers of the very best of sugar. There, too, was Santa Claus, large as life, with queer, wrinkled visage, and back bowed with the weight of all desirable knickknacks, going down chimney in sight of all the children of Cincinnati, who gathered around the shop with constantly renewed acclamations. On all sides might be seen the little people thronging, gazing, chattering, while anxious papas and mammas in the shops were gravely discussing tin trumpets, dolls, spades, wheelbarrows, and toy wagons. Fred never had heard of the man who said, "How sad a thing it is to look into happiness through another man's eyes," but he felt something very like it as he moved through the gay and bustling streets, where everybody seemed to be finding what they wanted but himself. He had determined to keep up a stout heart, but in spite of himself, all this bustling show and merriment made him feel sadder and sadder, and lonelier. He knocked and rang at door after door, but nobody wanted a boy. Nobody ever does want a boy when a boy is wanting a place. He got tired of ringing doorbells and tried some of the shops. No, they didn't want him. One said if he was bigger he might do. Another wanted to know if he could keep accounts. One thought that the man around the corner wanted a boy, and when Fred got there, he had just engaged one. Weary, disappointed, and discouraged, he sat down by the iron railing that fenced a showy house and thought what he should do. It was almost 5 in the afternoon. Cold, dismal, leaden gray was the sky, the darkness already coming on. Fred sat listlessly watching the great snow feathers as they slowly sailed down from the sky. Now he heard gay laughs as groups of merry children passed, and then he started as he saw some woman in a black bonnet and thought she looked like his mother. But all passed, and nobody looked at him, nobody wanted him, nobody noticed him. Just then a patter of little feet was heard behind him on the flagstones, and a soft baby voice said, "How do you do?" Fred turned in amazement, and there stood a plump, rosy little creature of about 2 years, with dimpled cheek, ruby lips, and long fair hair curling about her sweet face. She was dressed in a blue pelisse trimmed with swan's down, and her complexion was so exquisitely fair, her eyes so clear and sweet, that Fred felt almost as if it were an angel. The little thing toddled up to him, and holding up before him a new wax doll, all splendid in silk and lace, seemed quite disposed to make his acquaintance. Fred thought of his lost sister, and his eyes filled up with tears. The little one put up one dimpled hand to wipe them away, while with the other holding up before him the wax doll, she said coaxingly, "No, no, Kai." Just then the house door opened, and a lady, richly dressed, darted out, exclaiming, "Why, Mary, you little rogue, how came you out here?" Then, stopping short and looking narrowly on Fred, she said somewhat sharply, "Whose boy are you, and how came you here?" "I'm nobody's boy," said Fred, getting up with a bitter choking in his throat. "My mother's dead. I only sat down here to rest me for a while." "Well, run away from here," said the lady. But the little girl pressed before her mother, and jabbering very earnestly in unimaginable English, seemed determined to give Fred her wax doll, in which she evidently thought resided every possible consolation. The lady felt in her pocket and found a quarter, which she threw towards Fred. "There, my boy, that will get you lodging and supper, and tomorrow you can find some place to work, I dare say." And she hurried in with the little girl and shut the door. It was not money that Fred wanted just then, and he picked up the quarter with a heavy heart. The sky looked darker and the street drearier, and the cold wind froze the tear on his cheeks as he walked listlessly down the street in the dismal twilight. "I can go back to the Canal Boat and find the cook," he thought to himself. "He told me I might sleep with him tonight if I couldn't find a place." And he quickened his steps with this determination. Just as he was passing a brightly lighted coffee-house, familiar voices hailed him, and Fred stopped. He would be glad even to see a dog he had ever met before, and of course he was glad when two boys, old Canal Boat acquaintances, hailed him and invited him into the coffee-house. The blazing fire was a brave light on that dismal night, and the faces of the two boys were full of glee, and they began rallying Fred on his doleful appearance, and insisting on it that he should take something warm with them. Fred hesitated a moment, but he was tired and desperate, and the steaming, well-sweetened beverage was too tempting. "Who cares for me?" thought he, "and why should I care?" And down went the first spirituous liquor the boy had ever tasted, and in a few moments he felt a wonderful change. He was no longer a timid, cold, disheartened, heart-sick boy, but felt somehow so brave, so full of hope and courage, that he began to swagger, to laugh very loud, and to boast in such high terms of the money in his pocket and of his future intentions and prospects that the two boys winked significantly at each other. They proposed, after sitting a while, to walk out and see the shop windows. All three of the boys had taken enough to put them to extra merriment, but Fred, who was entirely unused to the stimulant, was quite beside himself. If they sung, he shouted; if they laughed, he screamed, and he thought within himself he never had heard and thought so many witty things as on that very evening. At last they fell in with quite a press of boys who were crowding round a confectionery window, and, as usual in such cases, there began an elbowing and scuffling contest for places, in which Fred was quite conspicuous. At last a big boy presumed on his superior size to edge in front of our hero and cut off his prospect, and Fred, without more ado, sent him smashing through the shop window. There was a general scrabble. Every one ran for himself, and Fred, never having been used to the business, was not very skillful in escaping, and of course was caught and committed to an officer, who with small ceremony carried him off and locked him up in the watch-house, from which he was the next morning taken before the mayor, and after examination sent to jail. This sobered Fred. He came to himself as out of a dream, and he was overwhelmed with an agony of shame and self-reproach. He had broken his promise to his dead mother. He had been drinking, and his heart failed him when he thought of the horrors that his mother had always associated with that word. And then he was in jail, that place that his mother had always represented as an almost impossible horror, the climax of shame and disgrace. The next night the poor boy stretched himself on his hard, lonely bed, and laid under his head his little bundle containing his few clothes and his mother's Bible, and then sobbed himself to sleep. Cold and gray dawned the following morning on little Fred, as he slowly and heavily awoke, and with a bitter chill of despair recalled the events of the last 2 nights, and looked up at the iron-grated window and round on the cheerless walls, and as if in bitter contrast arose before him an image of his lost home, the neat, quiet room, the white curtains and snowy floor, his mother's bed with his own little cot beside it, and his mother's mild blue eyes as they looked upon him only 6 months ago. Mechanically he untied the check handkerchief which contained his few clothes and worldly possessions and relics of home. There was the small, clean, printed Bible his mother had given him with so many tears on their first parting. There was a lock of her soft brown hair. There, too, were a pair of little worn shoes and stockings, a baby's rattle, and a curl of golden hair, which he had laid up in memory of his lost little pet. Fred laid his head down over all these, his forlorn treasures, and sobbed as if his heart would break. After a while the jailer came in, and really seemed affected by the distress of the child, and said what he could to console him. And in the course of the day, as the boy seemed to be so lonesome-like, he introduced another boy into the room as company for him. This was a cruel mercy, for while the child was alone with himself and the memories of the past, he was, if sad, at least safe, and in a few hours after this new introduction he was neither. His new companion was a tall boy of 14, with small, cunning, gray eyes, to which a slight cast gave an additional expression of shrewdness and drollery. He was a young gentleman of great natural talent in a certain line, with very precocious attainments and all that kind of information which a boy gains by running at large for several years in a city's streets without anything particular to do, or anybody in particular to obey, any conscience, any principle, any fear either of God or man. We should not say that he had never seen the inside of a church, for he had been for various purposes into every one of the city and to every camp meeting for miles around, and so much had he profited by these exercises that he could mimic to perfection every minister who had any perceptible peculiarity, could caricature every species of psalm singing, and give ludicrous imitations of every form of worship. Then he was au fait in all coffee-house lore, and knew the names and qualities of every kind of beverage therein compounded. And as to smoking and chewing, the first elements of which he mastered when he was about 6 years old, he was now a connoisseur in the higher branches. He had been in jail dozens of times, rather liked the fun, had served one term on the chain gang, not so bad either, shouldn't mind another, learned a good many prime things there. At first Fred seemed inclined to shrink from his new associate. An instinctive feeling like the warning of an invisible angel seemed to whisper, "Beware." But he was alone with a heart full of bitter thoughts, and the sight of a fellow face was some comfort. Then his companion was so dashing, so funny, so free and easy, and seemed to make such a comfortable matter of being in jail that Fred's heart, naturally buoyant, began to come up again in his breast. Dick Jones soon drew out of him his simple history as to how he came there, and finding that he was a raw hand, seemed to feel bound to patronize and take him under his wing. He laughed quite heartily at Fred's story, and soon succeeded in getting him to laugh at it too. How strange! The very scenes that in the morning he looked at only with bitter anguish and remorse, this noon he was laughing at as good jokes. So much for the influence of good society. An instinctive feeling, soon after Dick Jones came in, led Fred to push his little bundle into the farthest corner under the bed, far out of sight or inquiry, and the same reason led him to suppress all mention of his mother and all the sacred part of his former life. He did this more studiously because, having once accidentally remarked how his mother used to forbid him certain things, the well-educated Dick broke out, "Well, for my part, I could whip my mother when I want higher than that," with a significant gesture. "Whip your mother!" exclaimed Fred with a face full of horror. "To be sure, Greeny, why not? Precious fun it was in those times. I used to slip in and steal the old woman's whiskey and sugar when she was just too far over to walk a crack. She'd throw the tongs at me, and I'd throw the shovel at her, and so it went square and square. Goethe says somewhere, 'Miserable is that man whose mother has not made all other mothers venerable.'" Our new acquaintance bade fair to come under this category. Fred's education under this talented instructor made progress. He sat hours and hours laughing at his stories, sometimes obscene, sometimes profane, but always so full of life, drollery, and mimicry that a more steady head than Fred's was needed to withstand the contagion. Dick had been to the theatre, knew it all like a book, and would take Fred there as soon as they got out. Then he had a first-rate pack of cards, and he could teach Fred to play, and the gay tempters were soon spread out on their bed, and Fred and his instructor sat hour after hour absorbed in what to him was a new world of interest. He soon learned, could play for small stakes, and felt in himself the first glimmering of that fire which, when fully kindled, many waters cannot quench, nor floods drown. Dick was, as we said, precocious. He had the cool eye and steady hand of an experienced gamester, and in a few days he won, of course, all Fred's little earnings. But then he was quite liberal and free with his money. He added to their prison fare such various improvements as his abundance of money enabled him to buy. He had brought with him the foundation of good cheer in a capacious bottle, which emerged the first night from his pocket, for he said he never went to jail without his provision. Then hot water and sugar and lemons and peppermint drops were all forthcoming for money, and Fred learned once and again the fatal secret of hushing conscience and memory and bitter despair and delirious happiness, and, as Dick said, was getting to be a right jolly un that would make something yet. And was it all gone, all washed away by this sudden wave of evil? Every trace of prayer and hope and sacred memory in this poor child's heart? No, not all. For many a night when his tempter slept by his side, the child lived over the past. Again he kneeled in prayer and felt his mother's guardian hand on his head, and he wept tears of bitter remorse and wondered at the dread change that had come over him. Then he dreamed, and he saw his mother and sister walking in white, fair as angels, and would go to them, but between him and them was a great gulf fixed, which widened and grew darker and darker, till he could see them no more, and he awoke in utter misery and despair. Again and again he resolved, in the darkness of the night, that tomorrow he would not drink, and he would not speak a wicked word, and he would not play cards nor laugh at Dick's bad stories. Ah, how many such midnight resolves have evil angels sneered at, and good ones sighed over, for with daylight back comes the old temptation, and with it the old mind, and with daylight came back the inexorable prison walls which held Fred and his successful tempter together. At last he gave himself up. No, he could not be good with Dick. There was no use in trying, and he made no more midnight resolves and drank more freely of the dreadful remedy for unquiet thoughts. And now is Fred growing in truth a wicked boy. In a little while more, and he shall be such a one as you will on no account take under your roof, lest he corrupt your own children. And yet, father, mother, look at your son of 12 years, your bright, darling boy, and think of him shut up for a month with such a companion in such a cell, and ask yourselves if he would be any better. And was there no eye, heavenly or earthly, to look after this lost one? Was there no eye which could see through all the traces of sin, the yet lingering drops of that baptism and early prayer and watchfulness which consecrated it? Yes, he whose mercy extends to the 3rd and 4th generations of those who love him, sent a friend to our poor boy in his last distress. It is one of the most refined and characteristic modifications of Christianity that those who are themselves sheltered, guarded, fenced by good education, knowledge, and competence appoint and sustain a pastor and guardian in our large cities to be the shepherd of the wandering and lost, and of them who, in the Scripture phrase, have none to help. Justly is he called the city missionary, for what is more truly missionary ground? In the hospital, among the old, the sick, the friendless, the forlorn; in the prison, among the hardened, the blaspheming; among the discouraged and despairing, still holding with unsteady hand on to some forlorn fragment of virtue and self-respect, goes this missionary, to stir the dying embers of good, to warn, entreat, implore, to adjure by sacred recollections of father, mother, and home the fallen wanderers to return. He finds friends and places and employment for some, and by timely aid and encouragement saves many a one from destruction. In this friendly shape appeared a man of prayer to visit the cell in which Fred was confined. Dick listened to his instructions with cool complacency, rolling his tobacco from side to side in his mouth, and meditating on him as a subject for some future histrionic exercise of his talent. But his voice was as welcome to poor Fred as daylight in a dungeon. All the smothered remorse and despair of his heart burst forth in bitter confessions as, with many tears, he poured forth his story to the friendly man. It needs not to prolong our story, for now the day has dawned and the hour of release is come. It is not needful to carry our readers through all the steps by which Fred was transferred, first to the fireside of the friendly missionary, and afterwards to the guardian care of a good old couple who resided on a thriving farm not far from Cincinnati. Set free from evil influences, the first carefully planted and watered seeds of good began to grow again, and he became as a son to the kind family who had adopted him. End of chapter 19, part 2, Little Fred the Canal Boy. Chapter 20, of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 20. The Canal Boat. Of all the ways of traveling which obtain among our locomotive nation, this said vehicle, the canal boat, is the most absolutely prosaic and inglorious. There is something picturesque, nay, almost sublime, in the lordly march of your well-built, high-bred steamboat. Go take your stand on some overhanging bluff where the blue Ohio winds its thread of silver, or the sturdy Mississippi tears its path through unbroken forests, and it will do your heart good to see the gallant boat walking the waters with unbroken and powerful tread, and like some fabled monster of the wave, breathing fire and making the shores resound with its deep respirations. Then there is something mysterious, even awful, in the power of steam. See it curling up against a blue sky some rosy morning, graceful, floating, intangible, and to all appearance the softest and gentlest of all spiritual things. And then think that it is this fairy spirit that keeps all the world alive and hot with motion. Think how excellent a servant it is, doing all sorts of gigantic works, like the genii of old, and yet if you let slip the talisman only for a moment, what terrible advantage it will take of you. And you will confess that steam has some claims both to the beautiful and the terrible. For our own part, when we are down among the machinery of a steamboat in full play, we conduct ourselves very reverently, for we consider it as a very serious neighborhood, and every time the steam whizzes with such red-hot determination from the escape valve, we start as if some of the spirits were after us. But in a canal boat there is no power, no mystery, no danger. One cannot blow up, one cannot be drowned, unless by some special effort. One sees clearly all there is in the case, a horse, a rope, and a muddy strip of water, and that is all. Did you ever try it, reader? If not, take an imaginary trip with us, just for experiment. There's the boat, exclaims a passenger in the omnibus as we are rolling down from the Pittsburgh Mansion House to the canal. Where? Exclaim a dozen of voices, and forthwith a dozen heads go out of the window. Why, down there under that bridge. Don't you see those lights? What, that little thing? Exclaims an inexperienced traveler. Dear me, we can't half of us get into it. We indeed, says some old hand in the business. I think you'll find it will hold us and a dozen more loads like us. Impossible, say some. You'll see, say the initiated, and as soon as you get out, you do see, and hear too, what seems like a general breaking loose from the Tower of Babel, amid a perfect hailstorm of trunks, boxes, valises, carpet-bags, and every describable and indescribable form of what a Westerner calls plunder. "That's my trunk," barks out a big round man. "That's my bandbox," screams a heart-stricken old lady in terror for her immaculate Sunday caps. "Where's my little red box? I had 2 carpet-bags and my trunk had a scarl. Halloo, where are you going with that portmanteau? Husband, husband, do you see after the large basket and the little hair trunk? Oh, and the baby's little chair. Go below, for mercy's sake, my dear. I'll see to the baggage." At last the feminine part of creation, perceiving that in this particular instance they gain nothing by public speaking, are content to be led quietly under hatches, and amusing is the look of dismay which each newcomer gives to the confined quarters that present themselves. Those who were so ignorant of the power of compression as to suppose the boat scarce large enough to contain them and theirs, find with dismay a respectable colony of old ladies, babies, mothers, big baskets, and carpet-bags already established. "Mercy on us," says one, after surveying the little room, about 10 feet long and 6 high, "where are we all to sleep to-night?" "Oh me, what a sight of children," says a young lady in a despairing tone. "Poh!" says an initiated traveler. "Children, scarce any here. Let's see, 1, The woman in the corner, 2, that child with the bread and butter, 3, and then there's that other woman with 2. Really, it's quite moderate for a canal boat. However, we can't tell till they have all come." "All? For mercy's sake, you don't say there are any more coming!" exclaimed 2 or 3 in a breath. "They can't come. There is not room." Notwithstanding the impressive utterance of this sentence, the contrary is immediately demonstrated by the appearance of a very corpulent elderly lady, with 3 well-grown daughters, who come down looking about them most complacently, entirely regardless of the unchristian looks of the company. What a mercy it is that fat people are always good-natured! After this follows an indiscriminate raining down of all shapes, sizes, sexes, and ages, men, women, children, babies, and nurses. The state of feeling becomes perfectly desperate. Darkness gathers on all faces. "We shall be smothered. We shall be crowded to death. We can't stay here," are heard faintly from one and another. And yet, though the boat grows no wider, the walls no higher, they do live and do stay there, in spite of repeated protestations to the contrary. Truly, as Sam Slick says, there's a sight of wear in human nature. But meanwhile the children grow sleepy, and divers interesting little duets and trios arise from one part or another of the cabin. "Hush, Johnny, be a good boy," says a pale nursing mamma to a great bristling white-headed phenomenon who is kicking very much at large in her lap. "I won't be a good boy, neither," responds Johnny with interesting explicitness. "I want to go to bed, and so—" And Johnny makes up a mouth as big as a teacup, and roars with good courage, and his mamma asks him if he ever saw Pa do so, and tells him that he is mamma's dear, good little boy, and must not make a noise, with various observations of the kind which are so strikingly efficacious in such cases. Meanwhile the domestic concert in other quarters proceeds with vigor. "Mamma, I'm tired," bawls the child. "Where's the baby's nightgown?" calls a nurse. "Do take Peter up in your lap and keep him still. Pray get out some biscuits to stop their mouths." Meanwhile sundry babies strike in conspirito, as the music books have it, and execute various flourishes. The disconsolate mothers sigh, and look as if all was over with them, and the young ladies appear extremely disgusted, and wonder what business women have to be travelling round with babies. To these troubles succeeds the turning out scene, when the whole caravan is ejected into the gentlemen's cabin, that the beds may be made. The red curtains are put down, and in solemn silence all the last mysterious preparations begin. At length it is announced that all is ready. Forthwith the whole company rush back, and find the walls embellished by a series of little shelves, about a foot wide, each furnished with a mattress and bedding, and hooked to the ceiling by a very suspiciously slender cord. Direful are the ruminations and exclamations of inexperienced travellers, particularly young ones, as they eye these very equivocal accommodations. "What, sleep up there? I won't sleep on one of those top shelves, I know. The cords will certainly break." The chambermaid here takes up the conversation, and solemnly assures them that such an accident is not to be thought of at all; that it is a natural impossibility, a thing that could not happen without an actual miracle; and since it becomes increasingly evident that 30 ladies cannot all sleep on the lowest shelf, there is some effort made to exercise faith in this doctrine. Nevertheless, all look on their neighbours with fear and trembling, and when the stout lady talks of taking a shelf, she is most urgently pressed to change places with her alarmed neighbour below. Points of location being after a while adjusted, comes the last struggle. Everybody wants to take off a bonnet, or look for a shawl, to find a cloak, or get a carpet bag, and all set about it with such zeal that nothing can be done. "Ma'am, you're on my foot," says one. "Will you please to move, ma'am?" says somebody, who is gasping and struggling behind you. "Move," you echo. "Indeed, I should be very glad to, but I don't see much prospect of it." "Chambermaid," calls a lady, who is struggling among a heap of carpet bags and children at one end of the cabin. "Ma'am," echoes the poor chambermaid, who is wedged fast in a similar situation at the other. "Where's my cloak, chambermaid?" "I'd find it, ma'am, if I could move." "Chambermaid, my basket." "Chambermaid, my parasol." "Chambermaid, my carpet bag." "Mamma, they push me so." "Hush, child, crawl under there, and lie still till I can undress you." At last, however, the various distresses are over, the babies sink to sleep, and even that much-enduring being, the chambermaid, seeks out some corner for repose. Tired and drowsy, you are just sinking into a doze when bang goes the boat against the sides of a lock. Ropes scrape, men run and shout, and up fly the heads of all the top shelfites, who are generally the more juvenile and airy part of the company. "What's that? What's that?" flies from mouth to mouth, and forthwith they proceed to awaken their respective relations. "Mother, Aunt Hannah, do wake up! What is this awful noise?" "Oh, only a lock." "Pray be still," groan out the sleepy members from below. "A lock!" exclaim the vivacious creatures, ever on the alert for information. "And what is a lock, pray? Don't you know what a lock is, you silly creatures? Do lie down and go to sleep." "But say, there ain't any danger in a lock, is there?" respond the querists. "Danger!" exclaims a deaf old lady, poking up her head. "What's the matter? There hain't nothing burst, has there?" "No, no, no!" exclaim the provoked and despairing opposition party, who find that there is no such thing as going to sleep till they have made the old lady below and the young ladies above understand exactly the philosophy of a lock. After a while the conversation again subsides. Again all is still. You hear only the trampling of horses and the rippling of the rope in the water, and sleep again is stealing over you. You doze, you dream, and all of a sudden you are started by a cry. "Chambermaid, wake up the lady that wants to be set ashore." Up jumps chambermaid, and up jump the lady and two children, and forthwith form a committee of inquiry as to ways and means. "Where's my bonnet?" says the lady, half awake, and fumbling among the various articles of that name. "I thought I hung it up behind the door." "Can't you find it?" says poor chambermaid, yawning and rubbing her eyes. "Oh, yes, here it is," says the lady, and then the cloak, the shawl, the gloves, the shoes receive each a separate discussion. At last all seems ready, and they begin to move off, when, lo, Peter's cap is missing. "Now, where can it be?" soliloquizes the lady. "I put it right here by the table leg. Maybe it got into some of the berths." At this suggestion, the chambermaid takes the candle and goes round deliberately to every berth, poking the light directly in the face of every sleeper. "Here it is," she exclaims, pulling at something black under one pillow. "No, indeed, those are my shoes," says the vexed sleeper. "Maybe it's here," she resumes, darting upon something dark in another berth. "No, that's my bag," responds the occupant. The chambermaid then proceeds to turn over all the children on the floor to see if it is not under them, in the course of which process they are most agreeably waked up and enlivened, and when everybody is broad awake and most uncharitably wishing the cap and Peter too at the bottom of the canal, the good lady exclaims, "Well, if this isn't lucky! Here I had it safe in my basket all the time," and she departs amid the, what shall I say, execrations of the whole company, ladies though they be. Well, after this follows a hushing up and wiping up among the juvenile population, and a series of remarks commences from the various shelves, of a very edifying and instructive tendency. One says that the woman did not seem to know where anything was. Another says that she has waked them all up. A third adds that she has waked up all the children too, and the elderly ladies make moral reflections on the importance of putting your things where you can find them, being always ready. Which observations, being delivered in an exceedingly doleful and drowsy tone, form a sort of sub-bass to the lively chattering of the upper shelfites, who declare that they feel quite wide awake, that they don't think they shall go to sleep again tonight, and discourse over everything in creation until you heartily wish you were enough related to them to give them a scolding. At last, however, voice after voice drops off. You fall into a most refreshing slumber. It seems to you that you sleep about a quarter of an hour when the chambermaid pulls you by the sleeve. "Will you please to get up, ma'am? We want to make the beds." You start and stare. Sure enough, the night is gone. So much for sleeping on board canal boats. Let us not enumerate the manifold perplexities of the morning toilet in a place where every lady realizes most forcibly the condition of the old woman who lived under a broom. All she wanted was elbow room. Let us not tell how one glass is made to answer for 30 fair faces, one ewer and vase for 30 lavations, and tell it not in Gath, one towel for a company. Let us not intimate how ladies' shoes have in a night clandestinely slid into the gentleman's cabin, and gentlemen's boots elbowed or rather toed their way among ladies' gear, nor recite the exclamations after runaway property that are heard. "I can't find nothin' of Johnny's shoe. Here's a shoe in the water pitcher. Is this it?" "My side combs are gone," exclaims a nymph with dishevelled curls. "Massy, do look at my bonnet," exclaims an old lady, elevating an article crushed into as many angles as there are pieces in a minced pie. "I never did sleep so much together in my life," echoes a poor little French lady, whom despair has driven into talking English. But our shortening paper warns us not to prolong our catalogue of distresses beyond reasonable bounds, and therefore we will close with advising all our friends who intend to try this way of travelling for pleasure to take a good stock both of patience and clean towels with them, for we think that they will find abundant need for both. End of chapter 20. The Canal Boat.
Chapter 21 of the May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Chapter 21 Feeling. There is one way of studying human nature, which surveys mankind only as a set of instruments for the accomplishment of personal plans. There is another, which regards them simply as a gallery of pictures, to be admired or laughed at, as the caricature or the beau ideal predominates. The third way regards them as human beings, having hearts that can suffer and enjoy, that can be improved or be ruined, as those who are linked to us by mysterious reciprocal influences, by the common dangers of a present existence, and the uncertainties of a future one, as presenting, wherever we meet them, claims on our sympathy and assistance. Those who adopt the last method are interested in human beings, not so much by present attractions, as by their capabilities as intelligent, immortal beings, by a high belief of what every mind may attain in an immortal existence, by anxieties for its temptations and dangers, and often by the perception of errors and faults which threaten its ruin. The first two modes are adopted by the great mass of society. The last is the office of those few scattered stars in the sky of life, who look down on its dark selfishness to remind us that there is a world of light and love. To this class did he belong, whose rising and settling on earth were for the healing of the nations, and to this class has belonged many a pure and devoted spirit, like him shining to cheer, like him fading away into the heavens. To this class many a one wishes to belong, who has an eye to distinguish the divinity of virtue without the resolution to attain it, who, while they sweep along the selfish current of society, still regret that society is not different, that they themselves are not different. If this train of thought has no very particular application to what follows, it was nevertheless suggested by it, and of its relevancy others must judge. Look into this schoolroom. It is a warm, sleepy afternoon in July. There is scarcely air enough to stir the leaves of the tall buttonwood trees before the door, or to lift the loose leaves of the copybook in the window. The sun has been diligently shining in those curtainless west windows ever since 3 o'clock, upon those blotted and mangled desks, and those decrepit and tottering benches, and that great armchair, the high place of authority. You can faintly hear, about the door, the craw-craw of some neighboring chickens, which have stepped around to consider the dinner baskets and pick up the crumbs of the noon's repast. For a marvel, the busy school is still, because in truth it is too warm to stir. You will find nothing to disturb your meditation on character, for you cannot hear the beat of those little hearts, nor the bustle of all those busy thoughts. Now look around. Who of these is the most interesting? Is it that tall, slender, hazel-eyed boy, with a glance like a falcon, whose elbows rest on his book as he gazes out on the great buttonwood tree, and is calculating how he shall fix his squirrel trap when school is out? Or is it that curly-headed little rogue, who is shaking with repressed laughter at seeing a chicken roll over in a dinner basket? Or is it that arch boy with black eyelashes and a deep, mischievous dimple in his cheeks, who is slyly fixing a fish-hook to the skirts of the master's coat, yet looking as abstracted as Archimedes whenever the good man turns his head that way? No, these are intelligent, bright, beautiful. But it is not these. Perhaps, then, it is that sleepy little girl with golden curls and a mouth like a half-blown rosebud. See, the small brass thimble has fallen to the floor. Her patchwork drops from her lap. Her blue eyes close like two sleepy violets. Her little head is nodding, and she sinks on her sister's shoulder. Surely it is she. No, it is not. But look in that corner. Do you see that boy with such a gloomy countenance, so vacant, yet so ill-natured? He is doing nothing, and he very seldom does anything. He is surly and gloomy in his looks and actions. He never showed any more aptitude for saying or doing a pretty thing than his straight white hair does for curling. He is regularly blamed and punished every day, and the more he is blamed and punished, the worse he grows. None of the boys and girls in school will play with him, or if they do, they will be sorry for it. And every day the master assures him that he does not know what to do with him, and that he makes him more trouble than any boy in school. With similar judicious information that has a striking tendency to promote improvement. That is the boy to whom I apply the title of the most interesting one. He is interesting because he is not pleasing, because he has bad habits, because he does wrong, because under present influences he is always likely to do wrong. He is interesting because he has become what he is now by means of the very temperament which often makes the noblest virtue. It is feeling, acuteness of feeling, which has given that countenance its expression, that character its moroseness. He has no father, and that long-suffering friend, his mother, is gone too. Yet he has relations, and kind ones too, and in the compassionate language of worldly charity, it may be said of him, he would have nothing of which to complain, if he would only behave himself. His little sister is always bright, always pleasant and cheerful, and his friends say, why should not he be so too? He is in exactly the same circumstances. No, he is not. In one circumstance they differ. He has a mind to feel and remember everything that can pain. She can feel and remember but little. If you blame him, he is exasperated, gloomy, and cannot forget. If you blame her, she can say she has done wrong in a moment, and all is forgotten. Her mind can no more be wounded than the little brook where she loves to play. The bright waters close again, and smile and prattle as merry as before. Which is the most desirable temperament? It would be hard to say. The power of feeling is necessary for all that is noble in man, and yet it involves the greatest risks. They who catch at happiness on the bright surface of things secure a portion, such as it is, with more certainty. Those who dive for it in the waters of deeper feeling, if they succeed, will bring up pearls and diamonds, but if they sink, they are lost forever. But now comes Saturday, and school is just out. Can any one of my readers remember the rapturous prospect of a long, bright Saturday afternoon? Where are you going? Will you come and see me? We are going a-fishing. Let us go a-strawberrying, may be heard rising from the happy group. But no one comes near the ill-humored James, and the little party going to visit his sister. Wish James was out of the way. He sees every motion, hears every whisper, knows, suspects, feels it all, and turns to go home more sullen and ill-tempered than common. The world looks dark. Nobody loves him, and he is told that it is all his own fault, and that makes the matter still worse. When the little party arrive, he is suspicious and irritable, and, of course, soon excommunicated. Then as he stands in disconsolate anger, looking over the garden fence at the gay group making dandelion chains and playing baby house under the trees, he wonders why he is not like the other children. He wishes he were different, and yet he does not know what to do. He looks around, and everything is blooming and bright. His little bed of flowers is even brighter and sweeter than ever before, and a new rose is just opening on his rose bush. There goes Pussy, too, racing and scampering, with little Ellen after her, in among the alleys and flowers. And the birds are singing in the trees, and the soft winds brush the blossoms of the sweet pea against his cheek. And yet, though all nature looks on him so kindly, he is wretched. Let us now change the scene. Why is that crowded assembly so attentive, so silent? Who is speaking? It is our old friend, the little disconsolate schoolboy. But his eyes are flashing with intellect, his face fervent with emotions, his voice breathes like music, and every mind is enchained. Again, it is a splendid sunset, and yonder enthusiast meets it face to face, as a friend. He is silent, rapt, happy. He feels the poetry which God has written. He is touched by it, as God meant that feeling spirit should be touched. Again, he is watching by the bed of sickness, and it is blessed to have such a watcher, anticipating every want, relieving, not in a cold, uninterested way, but with the quick perceptions, the tenderness, the gentleness of an angel. Follow him into the circle of friendship, and why is he so loved and trusted? Why can you so easily tell to him what you can say to no one else besides? Why is it that all around him feel that he can understand, appreciate, be touched by all that touches them? And when heaven uncloses its doors of light, when all its knowledge, its purity, its bliss, rises on the eye and passes into the soul, who then will be looked on as the one who might be envied? He who can, or he who cannot feel? End of chapter 21. Feeling.
Chapter 22 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 22. The Seamstress. Few save the poor feel for the poor. The rich know not how hard it is to be of needful food and needful rest debarred. Their paths are paths of plenteousness. They sleep on silken down. They never think how wearily the weary head lies down. They never by the window sit and see the gay pass by, yet take their weary work again, and with a mournful eye. L.E.L. However fine and elevated, in a sentimental point of view, may have been the poetry of this gifted writer, we think we have never seen anything from this source that ought to give a better opinion of her than the little ballad from which the above verses are taken. They show that the accomplished authoress possessed not merely a knowledge of the dreamy ideal wants of human beings, but the more pressing and homely ones, which the fastidious and poetical are often the last to appreciate. The sufferings of poverty are not confined to those of the common, squalid, every day inured to hardships, and ready with open hand to receive charity, let it come to them as it will. There is another class on whom it presses with still heavier power, the generous, the decent, the self-respecting, who have struggled with their lot in silence, bearing all things, hoping all things, and willing to endure all things, rather than breathe a word of complaint, or to acknowledge, even to themselves, that their own efforts will not be sufficient for their own necessities. Pause with me a while at the door of yonder room, whose small window overlooks a little court below. It is inhabited by a widow and her daughter, dependent entirely on the labours of the needle, and those other slight and precarious resources, which are all that remain to woman when left to struggle her way through the world alone. It contains all their small earthly store, and there is scarce an article of its little stock of furniture that has not been thought of and toiled for, and its price calculated over and over again before everything could be made right for its purchase. Every article is arranged with the utmost neatness and care, nor is the most costly furniture of a fashionable parlour more sedulously guarded from a scratch or a rub than is that brightly varnished bureau and that neat cherry tea-table and bedstead. The floor, too, boasted once a carpet, but old Time has been busy with it, picking a hole here and making a thin place there, and though the old fellow has been followed up by the most indefatigable zeal in darning, the marks of his mischievous fingers are too plain to be mistaken. It is true, a kindly neighbour has given a bit of faded baize, which has been neatly clipped and bound and spread down over an entirely unmanageable hole in front of the fireplace, and other places have been repaired with pieces of different colours, and yet, after all, it is evident that the poor carpet is not long for this world. But the best face is put upon everything. The little cupboard in the corner that contains a few china cups and one or two antiquated silver spoons, relics of better days, is arranged with jealous neatness, and the white muslin window curtain, albeit the muslin be old, has been carefully whitened and starched and smoothly ironed and put up with exact precision, and on the bureau, covered by a snowy cloth, are arranged a few books and other memorials of former times, and a faded miniature, which, though it have little about it to interest a stranger, is more precious to the poor widow than everything besides. Mrs. Ames is seated in a rocking-chair, supported by a pillow, and busy cutting out work, while her daughter, a slender, sickly-looking girl, is sitting by the window, intent on some fine stitching. Mrs. Ames in former days was the wife of a respectable merchant and the mother of an affectionate family, but evil fortune had followed her with a steadiness that seemed like the stern decree of some adverse fate rather than the ordinary dealings of a merciful Providence. First came a heavy run of losses in business, then long and expensive sickness in the family, and the death of children. Then there was the selling of the large house and elegant furniture, to retire to a humbler style of living, and finally the sale of all the property, with the view of quitting the shores of a native land and commencing life again in a new one. But scarcely had the exiled family found themselves in the port of a foreign land, when the father was suddenly smitten down by the hand of death, and his lonely grave made in a land of strangers. The widow, broken-hearted and discouraged, had still a wearisome journey before her ere she could reach any whom she could consider as her friends. With her 2 daughters entirely unattended, and with her finances impoverished by detention and sickness, she performed the tedious journey. Arrived at the place of her destination, she found herself not only without immediate resources, but considerably in debt to one who had advanced money for her travelling expenses. With silent endurance she met the necessities of her situation. Her daughters, delicately reared, and hitherto carefully educated, were placed out to service, and Mrs. Ames sought for employment as a nurse. The younger child fell sick, and the hard earnings of the mother were all exhausted in the care of her, and though she recovered in part, she was declared by her physician to be the victim of a disease which would never leave her till it terminated her life. As soon, however, as her daughter was so far restored as not to need her immediate care, Mrs. Ames resumed her laborious employment. Scarcely had she been able in this way to discharge the debts for her journey and to furnish the small room we have described, when the hand of disease was laid heavily on herself. Too resolute and persevering to give way to the first attacks of pain and weakness, she still continued her fatiguing employment till her system was entirely prostrated. Thus all possibility of pursuing her business was cut off, and nothing remained but what could be accomplished by her own and her daughter's dexterity at the needle. It is at this time we ask you to look in upon the mother and daughter. Mrs. Ames is sitting up, the first time for a week, and even to-day she is scarcely fit to do so. But she remembers that the month is coming round, and her rent will soon be due, and in her feebleness she will stretch every nerve to meet her engagements with punctilious exactness. Wearied at length with cutting out and measuring and drawing threads, she leans back in her chair, and her eye rests on the pale face of her daughter, who has been sitting for 2 hours intent on her stitching. "Ellen, my child, your head aches. Don't work so steadily." "Oh, no, it don't ache much," she said, too conscious of looking very much tired. Poor girl! Had she remained in the situation in which she was born, she would now have been skipping about and enjoying life as other young girls of 15 do. But now there is no choice of employments for her, no youthful companions, no visiting, no pleasant walks in the fresh air. Evening and morning, it is all the same. Headache or side-ache, it is all one. She must hold on the same unvarying task, a wearisome thing for a girl of 15. But see, the door opens, and Mrs. Ames's face brightens as her other daughter enters. Mary has become a domestic in a neighbouring family, where her faithfulness and kindness of heart have caused her to be regarded more as a daughter and a sister than as a servant. "Here, mother, is your rent money," she exclaimed, "so do put up your work and rest a while. I can get enough to pay it next time before the month comes around again." "Dear child, I do wish you would ever think to get anything for yourself," said Mrs. Ames. "I cannot consent to use up all your earnings, as I have done lately, and all Ellen's too. You must have a new dress this spring, and that bonnet of yours is not decent any longer." "Oh, no, mother. I have made over my blue calico, and you would be surprised to see how well it looks, and my best frock, when it is washed and darned, will answer some time longer. And then Mrs. Grant has given me a ribbon, and when my bonnet is whitened and trimmed, it will look very well. And so," she added, "I brought you some wine this afternoon. You know the doctor says you need wine." "Dear child, I want to see you take some comfort of your money yourself." "Well, I do take comfort of it, mother. It is more comfort to be able to help you than to wear all the finest dresses in the world." 2 months from this dialogue found our little family still more straitened and perplexed. Mrs. Ames had been confined all the time with sickness, and the greater part of Ellen's time and strength was occupied with attending to her. Very little sewing could the poor girl now do in the broken intervals that remained to her, and the wages of Mary were not only used as fast as earned, but she anticipated 2 months in advance. Mrs. Ames had been better for a day or two, and had been sitting up, exerting all her strength to finish a set of shirts which had been sent in to make. "The money for them will just pay our rent," sighed she, "and if we can do a little more this week—" "Dear mother, you are so tired," said Ellen. "Do lie down and not worry any more till I come back." Ellen went out and passed on till she came to the door of an elegant house whose damask and muslin window curtains indicated a fashionable residence. Mrs. Elmore was sitting in her splendidly furnished parlour, and around her lay various fancy articles which 2 young girls were busily unrolling. "What a lovely pink scarf!" said one, throwing it over her shoulders and skipping before a mirror, while the other exclaimed, "Do look at these pocket handkerchiefs, mother! What elegant lace!" "Well, girls," said Mrs. Elmore, These handkerchiefs are a shameful piece of extravagance. I wonder you will insist on having such things." "La, mamma, everybody has such now. Laura Seymour has half a dozen that cost more than these, and her father is no richer than ours." "Well," said Mrs. Elmore, "rich or not rich, it seems to make very little odds. We do not seem to have half as much money to spare as we did when we lived in the little house in Spring Street. What with new furnishing the house, and getting everything you boys and girls say you must have, we are poorer, if anything, than we were then." "Ma'am, here is Mrs. Ames's girl come with some sewing," said the servant. "Show her in," said Mrs. Elmore. Ellen entered timidly and handed her bundle of work to Mrs. Elmore, who forthwith proceeded a minute scrutiny of the articles, for she prided herself on being very particular as to her sewing. But though the work had been executed by feeble hands and aching eyes, even Mrs. Elmore could detect no fault in it. "Well, it is very prettily done," said she. "What does your mother charge?" Ellen handed a neatly folded bill which she had drawn for her mother. "I must say, I think your mother's prices are very high," said Mrs. Elmore, examining her nearly empty purse. "Everything is getting so dear that one hardly knows how to live." Ellen looked at the fancy articles and glanced around the room with an air of innocent astonishment. "Ah," said Mrs. Elmore, "I dare say it seems to you as if persons in our situation had no need of economy. But for my part, I feel the need of it more and more every day." As she spoke she handed Ellen the $3, which, though it was not a quarter the price of one of the handkerchiefs, was all that she and her sick mother could claim in the world. "There," said she, "tell your mother I like her work very much, but I do not think I can afford to employ her if I can find any one to work cheaper." Now, Mrs. Elmore was not a hard-hearted woman, and if Ellen had come as a beggar to solicit help for her sick mother, Mrs. Elmore would have fitted out a basket of provisions, and sent a bottle of wine, and a bundle of old clothes, and all the etc. of such occasions. But the sight of a bill always aroused all the instinctive sharpness of her business-like education. She never had the dawning of an idea that it was her duty to pay anybody any more than she could possibly help. Nay, she had an indistinct notion that it was her duty, as an economist, to make everybody take as little as possible. When she and her daughters lived in Spring Street, to which she had alluded, they used to spend the greater part of their time at home, and the family sewing was commonly done among themselves. But since they had moved into a large house, and set up a carriage, and addressed themselves to being genteel, the girls found that they had altogether too much to do to attend to their own sewing, much less to perform any for their father and brothers. And their mother found her hands abundantly full in overlooking her large house, in taking care of expensive furniture, and in superintending her increased train of servants. The sewing, therefore, was put out, and Mrs. Elmore felt it a duty to get it done the cheapest way she could. Nevertheless, Mrs. Elmore was too notable a lady, and her sons and daughters were altogether too fastidious as to the make and quality of their clothing, to admit the idea of its being done in any but the most complete and perfect manner. Mrs. Elmore never accused herself of want of charity for the poor. But she had never considered that the best class of the poor are those who never ask charity. She did not consider that, by paying liberally those who were honestly and independently struggling for themselves, she was really doing a greater charity than by giving indiscriminately to a dozen applicants. "Don't you think, mother, she says we charge too high for this work?" said Ellen, when she returned. "I am sure she did not know how much work we put in those shirts. She says she cannot give us any more work. She must look out for somebody that will do it cheaper. I do not see how it is that people who live in such houses and have so many beautiful things can feel that they cannot afford to pay for what costs us so much." "Well, child, they are more apt to feel so than people who live plainer." "Well, I am sure," said Ellen, "we cannot afford to spend so much time as we have over these shirts for less money." "Never mind, my dear," said the mother soothingly. "Here is a bundle of work that another lady has sent in, and if we get it done, we shall have enough for our rent, and something over to buy bread with." It is needless to carry our readers over all the process of cutting and fitting and gathering and stitching necessary in making up 6 fine shirts. Suffice it to say that on Saturday evening all but one were finished, and Ellen proceeded to carry them home, promising to bring the remaining one on Tuesday morning. The lady examined the work, and gave Ellen the money, but on Tuesday, when the child came with the remaining work, she found her in great ill humour. Upon re-examining the shirts, she had discovered that in some important respects they differed from directions she meant to have given and supposed she had given, and accordingly she vented her displeasure on Ellen. "Why didn't you make these shirts as I told you?" said she, sharply. "We did," said Ellen, mildly. "Mother measured by the pattern every part, and cut them herself." "Your mother must be a fool, then, to make such a piece of work. I wish you would just take them back and alter them over." And the lady proceeded with the directions, of which neither Ellen nor her mother till then had had any intimation. Unused to such language, the frightened Ellen took up her work and slowly walked homeward. "Oh dear, how my head does ache!" thought she to herself. "And poor mother, she said this morning she was afraid another of her sick turns was coming on. And we have all this work to pull out and do over. See here, mother," said she, with a disconsolate air as she entered the room, "Mrs. Rudd says take out all the bosoms and rip off all the collars and fix them quite another way. She says they are not like the pattern she sent, but she must have forgotten, for here it is. Look, mother, it is exactly as we made them." "Well, my child, carry back the pattern, and show her that it is so." "Indeed, mother, she spoke so cross to me, and looked at me so, that I do not feel as if I could go back." "I will go for you, then," said the kind Maria Stevens, who had been sitting with Mrs. Ames while Ellen was out. "I will take the pattern and shirts, and tell her the exact truth about it. I am not afraid of her." Maria Stevens was a tailoress who rented a room on the same floor with Mrs. Ames, a cheerful, resolute, go-forward little body, and ready always to give a helping hand to a neighbour in trouble. So she took the pattern and shirts and set out on her mission. But poor Mrs. Ames, though she professed to take a right view of the matter, and was very earnest in showing Ellen why she ought not to distress herself about it, still felt a shivering sense of the hardness and unkindness of the world coming over her. The bitter tears would spring to her eyes, in spite of every effort to suppress them, as she sat mournfully gazing on the little faded miniature before mentioned. When he was alive, I never knew what poverty or trouble was the thought that often passed through her mind, and how many a poor forlorn one has thought the same. Poor Mrs. Ames was confined to her bed for most of that week. The The doctor gave absolute directions that she should do nothing and keep entirely quiet, a direction very sensible indeed in the chamber of ease and competence, but hard to be observed in poverty and want. What pains the kind and dutiful Ellen took that week to make her mother feel easy! How often she replied to her anxious questions that she was quite well, or that her head did not ache much, and by various other evasive expedients the child tried to persuade herself that she was speaking the truth, and during the times her mother slept, in the day or evening, she accomplished 1 or 2 pieces of plain work, with the price of which she expected to surprise her mother. It was towards evening when Ellen took her finished work to the elegant dwelling of Mrs. Page. "I shall get $1 for this," said she, "enough to pay for mother's wine and medicine." "This work is done very neatly," said Mrs. Page, "and here is some more I should like to have finished in the same way." Ellen looked up wistfully, hoping Mrs. Page was going to pay her for the last work. But Mrs. Page was only searching a drawer for a pattern, which she put into Ellen's hands, and after explaining how she wanted her work done, dismissed her without saying a word about the expected $1. Poor Ellen tried 2 or 3 times, as she was going out, to turn round and ask for it, but before she could decide what to say, she found herself in the street. Mrs. Page was an amiable, kind-hearted woman, but one who was so used to large sums of money that she did not realize how great an affair a single $1 might seem to other persons. For this reason, when Ellen had worked incessantly at the new work put into her hands, that she might get the money for all together, she again disappointed her in the payment. "I'll send the money round tomorrow," said she, when Ellen at last found courage to ask for it. But tomorrow came, and Ellen was forgotten, and it was not till after 1 or 2 applications more that the small sum was paid. But these sketches are already long enough, and let us hasten to close them. Mrs. Ames found liberal friends who could appreciate and honor her integrity of principle and loveliness of character, and by their assistance she was raised to see more prosperous days, and she and the delicate Ellen and warm-hearted Mary were enabled to have a home and fireside of their own and to enjoy something like the return of their former prosperity. We have given these sketches, drawn from real life, because we think there is in general too little consideration on the part of those who give employment to those in situations like the widow here described. The giving of employment is a very important branch of charity, inasmuch as it assists that class of the poor who are the most deserving. It should be looked on in this light, and the arrangements of a family be so made that a suitable compensation can be given, and prompt and cheerful payment be made, without the dread of transgressing the rules of economy. It is better to teach our daughters to do without expensive ornaments or fashionable elegances, better even to deny ourselves the pleasure of large donations or direct subscriptions to public charities, rather than to curtail the small stipend of her whose candle goeth not out by night, and who labours with her needle for herself and the helpless dear ones dependent on her exertions. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 23. Old Father Morris, a sketch from nature. Of all the marvels that astonished my childhood, there is none I remember to this day with so much interest as the old man whose name forms my caption. When I knew him, he was an aged clergyman, settled over an obscure village in New England. He had enjoyed the advantages of a liberal education, had a strong original power of thought, an omnipotent imagination, and much general information, but so early and so deeply had the habits and associations of the plough, the farm, and country life wrought themselves into his mind that his after acquirements could only mingle with them, forming an unexampled amalgam like unto nothing but itself. He was an ingrain New Englander, and whatever might have been the source of his information, it came out in Yankee form with the strong provinciality of Yankee dialect. It is in vain to attempt to give a full picture of such a genuine unique, but some slight and imperfect dashes may help the imagination to a faint idea of what none can fully conceive but those who have seen and heard old Father Morris. Suppose yourself one of half a dozen children, and you hear the cry, "Father Morris is coming." You run to the window or door, and you see a tall, bulky old man, with a pair of saddlebags on one arm, hitching his old horse with a fumbling carefulness, and then deliberately stumping towards the house. You notice his tranquil, florid, full-moon face, enlightened by a pair of great round blue eyes that roll with dreamy inattentiveness on all the objects around, and as he takes off his hat, you see the white curling wig that sets off his round head. He comes towards you, and as you stand staring, with all the children around, he deliberately puts his great hand on your head, and with deep, rumbling voice inquires, "How d'ye do, my darter? Is your daddy at home?" My darter usually makes off as fast as possible in an unconquerable giggle. Father Morris goes into the house, and we watch him at every turn as, with the most liberal simplicity, he makes himself at home, takes off his wig, wipes down his great face with a checked pocket-handkerchief, helps himself hither and thither to whatever he wants, and asks for such things as he cannot lay his hands on, with all the comfortable easiness of childhood. I remember to this day how we used to peep through the crack of the door, or hold it half ajar and peer in, to watch his motions, and how mightily diverted we were with his deep, slow manner of speaking, his heavy, cumbrous walk, but above all with the wonderful faculty of hemming which he possessed. His deep, thundering, protracted "ahem" was like nothing else that ever I heard, and when once, as he was in the midst of one of these performances, the parlour door suddenly happened to swing open, I heard one of my roguish brothers calling, in a suppressed tone, "Charles, Charles, Father Morris has hemmed the door open," and then followed the signs of a long and desperate titter, in which I sincerely sympathized. But the morrow is Sunday. The old man rises in the pulpit. He is not now in his own humble little parish, preaching simply to the hoers of corn and planters of potatoes, but there sits Governor D, and there is Judge R, and Councillor P, and Judge G. In short, he is before a refined and literary audience. But Father Morris rises. He thinks nothing of this. He cares nothing. He knows nothing, as he himself would say, but Jesus Christ and him crucified. He takes a passage of Scripture to explain, perhaps it is the walk to Emmaus, and the conversation of Jesus with his disciples. Immediately the whole start out before you, living and picturesque. The road to Emmaus is a New England turnpike. You can see its milestones, its mullein stalks, its toll gates. Next, the disciples rise, and you have before you all their anguish and hesitation and dismay talked out to you in the language of your own fireside. You smile, you are amused, yet you are touched, and the illusion grows every moment. You see the approaching stranger, and the mysterious conversation grows more and more interesting. Emmaus rises in the distance, in the likeness of a New England village, with a white meeting-house and spire. You follow the travellers. You enter the house with them, nor do you wake from your trance until, with streaming eyes, the preacher tells you that they saw it was the Lord Jesus, and what a pity it was they could not have known it before. It was after a sermon on this very chapter of Scripture history that Governor Griswold, in passing out of the house, laid hold on the sleeve of his first acquaintance. "Pray tell me," said he, "who is this minister?" "Why, it is old Father Morris." "Well, he is an oddity, and a genius too, I declare," he continued. "I have been wondering all the morning how I could have read the Bible to so little purpose as not to see all these particulars he has presented." I once heard him narrate in this picturesque way the story of Lazarus. The great bustling city of Jerusalem first rises to view, and you are told with great simplicity how the Lord Jesus used to get tired of the noise, and how he was tired of preaching again and again to people who would not mind a word he said, and how, when it came evening, he used to go out and see his friends in Bethany. Then he told about the house of Martha and Mary, "a little white house among the trees," he said. "You could just see it from Jerusalem." And there the Lord Jesus and his disciples used to go and sit in the evenings with Martha and Mary and Lazarus. Then the narrator went on to tell how Lazarus died, describing with tears and a choking voice the distress they were in, and how they sent a message to the Lord Jesus, and he did not come, and how they wondered and wondered, and thus on he went, winding up the interest by the graphic minutiae of an eyewitness, till he woke you from the dream by his triumphant joy at the resurrection scene. On another occasion, as he was sitting at a tea-table, unusually supplied with cakes and sweetmeats, he found an opportunity to make a practical allusion to the same family story. He said that Mary was quiet and humble, sitting at her Saviour's feet to hear his words, but Martha thought more of what was to be got for tea. Martha could not find time to listen to Christ. No, she was cumbered with much serving around the house, frying fritters and making gingerbread. Among his own simple people, his style of Scripture painting was listened to with breathless interest, but it was particularly in those rustic circles, called conference meetings, that his whole warm soul unfolded, and the Bible in his hands became a gallery of New England paintings. He particularly loved the evangelists, following the footsteps of Jesus Christ, dwelling upon his words, repeating over and over again the stories of what he did, with all the fond veneration of an old and favoured servant. Sometimes, too, he would give the narration an exceedingly practical turn, as one example will illustrate. He had noticed a falling off in his little circle that met for social prayer, and took occasion, the first time he collected a tolerable audience, to tell concerning the conference meeting that the disciples attended after the resurrection. But Thomas was not with them. "Thomas not with them," said the old man in a sorrowful voice. "Why, what could keep Thomas away? Perhaps," said he, glancing at some of his backward auditors, "Thomas had got cold-hearted, and was afraid they would ask him to make the first prayer. Or perhaps," said he, looking at some of the farmers, "Thomas was afraid the roads were bad. Or perhaps," he added after a pause, "Thomas had got proud and thought he could not come in his old clothes." Thus he went on, significantly summing up the common excuses of his people, and then, with great simplicity and emotion, he added, "But only think what Thomas lost, for in the middle of the meeting the Lord Jesus came and stood among them. How sorry Thomas must have been!" This representation served to fill the vacant seats for some time to come. At another time Father Morris gave the details of the anointing of David to be king. He told them how Samuel went to Bethlehem, to Jesse's house, and went in with a "How d'ye do, Jesse?" and how, when Jesse asked him to take a chair, he said he could not stay a minute, that the Lord had sent him to anoint one of his sons for a king, and how, when Jesse called in the tallest and handsomest, Samuel said he would not do, and how all the rest passed the same test, and at last how Samuel says, "Why have not you any more sons, Jesse?" And Jesse says, "Why, yes, there is little David down in the lot," and how, as soon as ever Samuel saw David, he slashed the oil right onto him, and how Jesse said, "He never was so beat in all his life." Father Morris sometimes used his illustrative talent to very good purpose in the way of rebuke. He had on his farm a fine orchard of peaches, from which some of the 10- and 12-year-old gentlemen helped themselves more liberally than even the old man's kindness thought expedient. Accordingly, he took occasion to introduce into his sermon one Sunday in his little parish an account of a journey he took, and how he was very warm and very dry, and how he saw a fine orchard of peaches that made his mouth water to look at them. "So," says he, "I came up to the fence and looked all around, for I would not have touched one of them without leave for all the world. At last I spied a man, and says I, 'Mister, won't you give me some of your peaches?' So the man came and gave me nigh about a hatful, and while I stood there eating, I said, 'Mister, how do you manage to keep your peaches?' 'Keep them,' said he, and he stared at me. 'What do you mean?' 'Yes, sir,' said I. 'Don't the boys steal them?' 'Boys steal them?' said he. 'No, indeed.' 'Why, sir,' said I have a whole lot full of peaches, and I cannot get half of them.' Here the old man's voice grew tremulous. 'Because the boys in my parish steal them so.' 'Why, sir,' said he, 'don't their parents teach them not to steal?' And I grew all over in a cold sweat, and I told him I was afeard they didn't. 'Why, how you talk,' says the man. 'Do tell me where you live.' Then," said Father Morris, the tears running over, "I was obliged to tell him I lived in the town of G." After this, Father Morris kept his peaches. our old friend was not less original in the logical than in the illustrative portions of his discourses. His logic was of that familiar, colloquial kind which shakes hands with common sense, like an old friend. Sometimes, too, his great mind and great heart would be poured out on the vast themes of religion in language which, though homely, produced all the effects of the sublime. He once preached a discourse on the text, "The high and holy one that inhabiteth eternity." And from the beginning to the end it was a train of lofty and solemn thought. With his usual simple earnestness and his great rolling voice, he told about the great God, the great Jehovah, and how the people in this world were flustering and worrying and afraid they should not get time to do this and that and t'other. But, he added with full-hearted satisfaction, the Lord is never in a hurry. He has it all to do, but he has time enough, for he inhabiteth eternity. And the grand idea of infinite leisure and almighty resources was carried through the sermon with equal strength and simplicity. Although the old man never seemed to be sensible of anything tending to the ludicrous in his own mode of expressing himself, yet he had considerable relish for humour, and some shrewdness of repartee. One time, as he was walking through a neighbouring parish, famous for its profanity, he was stopped by a whole flock of the youthful reprobates of the place. Father Morris, the devil's dead." "Is he?" said the old man, benignly laying his hand on the head of the nearest urchin. "You poor fatherless children!" But the sayings and doings of this good old man, as reported in the legends of the neighbourhood, are more than can be gathered or reported. He lived far beyond the common age of man, and continued, when age had impaired his powers, to tell over and over again the same Bible stories that he had told so often before. I recollect hearing of the joy that almost broke the old man's heart, when, after many years' diligent watching and nurture of the good seed in his parish, it began to spring into vegetation, sudden and beautiful as that which answers the patient watching of the husbandman. Many a hard, worldly-hearted man, many a sleepy, inattentive hearer, many a listless, idle young person began to give ear to words that had long fallen unheeded. A neighbouring minister, who had been sent for to see and rejoice in these results, describes the scene when, on entering the little church, he found an anxious, crowded auditory assembled around their venerable teacher, waiting for direction and instruction. The old man was sitting in his pulpit, almost choking with fullness of emotion as he gazed around. "Father," said the youthful minister, "I suppose you are ready to say with old Simeon, 'Now, Lord, lettest thou thy servant depart in peace, for my eyes have seen thy salvation.'" "Sartin, sartin," said the old man, while the tears streamed down his cheeks and his whole frame shook with emotion. It was not many years after that this simple and loving servant of Christ was gathered in peace unto him whom he loved. His name is fast passing from remembrance, and in a few years his memory, like his humble grave, will be entirely grown over and forgotten among men, though it will be had in everlasting remembrance by him who forgetteth not his servants, and in whose sight the death of his saints is precious. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings, Chapter 24. The Two Altars, or Two Pictures in One. 1. The Altar of Liberty, or 1776. The well sweep of the old house on the hill was relieved, dark and clear, against the reddening sky, as the early winter sun was going down in the west. It was a brisk, clear, metallic evening. The long drifts of snow blushed crimson-red on their tops, and lay in shades of purple and lilac in the hollows. And the old wintry wind brushed shrewdly along the plain, tingling people's noses, blowing open their cloaks, puffing in the back of their necks, and showing other unmistakable indications that he was getting up steam for a real roistering night. "Hurrah, how it blows!" said little Dick Ward from the top of the mossy woodpile. Now Dick had been sent to said woodpile, in company with his little sister Grace, to pick up chips, which, everybody knows, was in the olden time considered a wholesome and gracious employment, and a peculiar duty of the rising generation. But said Dick, being a boy, had mounted the woodpile, and erected there a flagstaff, on which he was busily tying a little red pocket-handkerchief, occasionally exhorting Grace to be sure and pick up fast. "Oh, yes, I will," said Grace, "but you see the chips have got ice on 'em, and makes my hands so cold." "Oh, don't stop to suck your thumbs. Who cares for ice? Pick away, I say, while I set up the flag of liberty." So Grace picked away as fast as she could, nothing doubting but that her cold thumbs were in some mysterious sense an offering on the shrine of liberty, while soon the red handkerchief, duly secured, fluttered and snapped in the brisk evening wind. "Now you must hurrah, Gracie, and throw up your bonnet," said Dick as he descended from the pile. "But won't it lodge down in some place in the woodpile?" suggested Grace thoughtfully. "Oh, never fear, give it to me, and just holler now, Gracie, 'Hurrah for liberty!' and we'll throw up your bonnet and my cap, and we'll play, you know, that we are a whole army, and I'm General Washington." So Grace gave up her little red hood, and Dick swung his cap, and up they both went into the air, and the children shouted, and the flag snapped and fluttered, and altogether they had a merry time of it. But then the wind, good-for-nothing, roguish fellow, made an ungenerous plunge at poor Grace's little hood, and snipped it up in a twinkling, and whisked it off, fluttering and bobbing up and down quite across a wide, waste, snowy field, and finally lodged it on the top of a tall, strutting rail that was leaning very independently, quite another way from all the other rails of the fence. "Now see, do you?" said Grace. "There goes my bonnet. What will Aunt Hitty say?" And Grace began to cry. "Don't you cry, Gracie. You offered it up to liberty, you know. It's glorious to give up everything for liberty." "Oh, but Aunt Hitty won't think so." "Well, don't cry, Gracie, you foolish girl. Do you think I can't get it? Now only play that great rail is a fort, and your bonnet is a prisoner in it, and see how quick I'll take the fort and get it." And Dick shouldered a stick and started off. "What upon earth keeps those children so long? I should think they were making chips," said Aunt Mehitable. "The fire's just a-going out under the tea-kettle." By this time Grace had lugged her heavy basket to the door, and was stamping the snow off her little feet, which were so numb that she needed to stamp to be quite sure they were yet there. Aunt Mehitable's shrewd face was the first that greeted her as the door opened. "Gracie, what on earth? Wipe your nose, child. Your hands are frozen. Where alive is Dick? And what's kept you out all this time? And where's your bonnet?" Poor Grace, stunned by this cataract of questions, neither wiped her nose nor gave any answer, but sidled up into the warm corner where Grandmamma was knitting, and began quietly rubbing and blowing her fingers, while the tears silently rolled down her cheeks as the fire made the former ache intolerably. "Poor little dear," said Grandmamma, taking her hands in hers. "Hitty shan't scold you. Grandma knows you've been a good girl. The wind blew poor Gracie's bonnet away." And Grandmamma wiped both eyes and nose, and gave her, moreover, a stalk of dried fennel out of her pocket, whereat Grace took heart once more. "Mother always makes fools of Roxy's children," said Mehitable, puffing jealously under the tea-kettle. "There's a little maple sugar in that saucer up there, Mother, if you will keep giving it to her," she said, still vigorously puffing. "And now, Gracie," said she, when after a while the fire seemed in tolerable order, "will you answer my question? Where is Dick?" "Gone over in the lot to get my bonnet." "How came your bonnet off?" said Aunt Mehitable. "I tied it on firm enough." "Dick wanted me to take it off for him to throw up for liberty," said Grace. "Throw up for a fiddlestick! Just one of Dick's cut-ups, and you was silly enough to mind him?" "Why, he put up a flagstaff on the woodpile, and a flag to liberty, you know, that Papa's fighting for," said Grace more confidently, as she saw her quiet, blue-eyed mother, who had silently walked into the room during the conversation. Grace's mother smiled and said encouragingly, "And what then?" "Why, he wanted me to throw up my bonnet, and he his cap, and shout for liberty, and then the wind took it and carried it off, and he said I ought not to be sorry if I did lose it. It was an offering to liberty." "And so I did," said Dick, who was standing as straight as a poplar behind the group. "And I heard it in one of Father's letters to Mother that we ought to offer up everything on the altar of liberty, and so I made an altar of the woodpile." "Good boy," said his mother. "Always remember everything your father writes. He has offered up everything on the altar of liberty, true enough, and I hope you, son, will live to do the same." "Only if I have hoods and caps to make," said Aunt Hitty, "I hope he won't offer them up every week, that's all." "Oh, well, Aunt Hitty, I've got the hood. Let me alone for that. It blew clear over into the Daddy Ward pasture lot, and there stuck on the top of the great rail, and I played that the rail was a fort, and besieged it, and took it." "Oh, yes, you're always up to taking forts, and anything else that nobody wants done. I'll warrant, now, if you left Gracie to pick up every blessed one of them chips." "Picking up chips is girls' work," said Dick, "and taking forts and defending the country is men's work." "And pray, Mr. Pomp, how long have you been a man?" said Aunt Hitty. "If I ain't a man, I soon shall be. My head is most up to my mother's shoulder, and I can fire off a gun, too. I tried the other day, when I was up to the store. Mother, I wish you'd let me clean and load the old gun, so that if the British should come—" "Well, if you're so big and grand, just lift me out that table, sir," said Aunt Hitty, "for it's past supper time." Dick sprang and had the table out in a trice, with an abundant clatter, and put up the leaves with quite an air. His mother, with the silent and gliding motion characteristic of her, quietly took out the tablecloth and spread it, and began to set the cups and saucers in order, and to put on the plates and knives, while Aunt Hitty bustled about the tea. "I'll be glad when this war's over, for one reason," said she. "I'm pretty much tired of drinking sage tea, for one, I know." "Well, Aunt Hitty, how you scolded that peddler last week that brought along the real tea." "To be sure I did. Suppose I'd be taking any of his old tea, bought of the British. Fling every teacup in his face first." "Well, Mother," said Dick, "I never exactly understood what it was about the tea, and why the Boston folks threw it overboard." "Because there was an unlawful tax laid upon it that the government had no right to lay. It wasn't much in itself, but it was a part of a whole system of oppressive meanness, designed to take away our rights, and make us slaves of a foreign power." "Slaves," said Dick, straightening himself proudly. "Father, a slave." But they would not be slaves. They saw clearly where it would all end, and they would not begin to submit to it in ever so little, said the mother. "I wouldn't if I was they," said Dick. "Besides," said his mother, drawing him towards her, "it wasn't for themselves alone they did it. This is a great country, and it will be greater and greater, and it's very important that it should be free and have equal laws, because it will by and by be so great. This country, if it is a free one, will be a light of the world, a city set on a hill that cannot be hid, and all the oppressed and distressed from other countries shall come here to enjoy equal rights and freedom. This, dear boy, is why your father and uncles have gone to fight, and why they do stay and fight, though God knows what they suffer." And the large blue eyes of the mother were full of tears, yet a strong, bright beam of pride and exultation shone through those tears. "Well, well, Roxy, you can always talk, everybody knows," said Aunt Hitty, who had been not the least attentive listener of this little patriotic harangue. "But, you see, the tea is getting cold, and yonder I see the sleigh is at the door, and John's come, so let's set up our chairs for supper." The chairs were soon set up, when John, the eldest son, a lad of about 15, entered with a letter. There was one general exclamation, and stretching out of hands towards it. John threw it into his mother's lap, the tea-table was forgotten, and the tea-kettle sang unnoticed by the fire as all hands crowded about mother's chair to hear the news. It was from Captain Ward, then in the American army at Valley Forge. Mrs. Ward ran it over hastily, and then read it aloud. A few words we may extract. "There is still," it said, "much suffering. I have given away every pair of socks you sent me, reserving to myself only one, for I will not be one whit better off than the poorest soldier that fights for his country. Poor fellows! It makes my heart ache sometimes to go round among them, and see them with their worn clothes and torn shoes, and often bleeding feet, yet cheerful and hopeful, and every one willing to do his very best. Often the spirit of discouragement comes over them, particularly at night, when, weary, cold, and hungry, they turn into their comfortless huts on the snowy ground. Then sometimes there is a thought of home and warm fires, and some speak of giving up. But next morning out comes Washington's general orders, little short note, but it's wonderful the good it does, and then they all resolve to hold on, come what may. There are commissioners going all through the country to pick up supplies. If they come to you, I need not tell you what to do. I know all that will be in your hearts." "There, children, see what your father suffers," said the mother, "and what it costs these poor soldiers to gain our liberty. Ephraim Scranton told me that the commissioners had come as far as the 3-Mile Tavern, and that he rather expected they'd be along here tonight," said John, as he was helping round the baked beans to the silent company at the tea-table. "Tonight? Do tell now," said Aunt Hitty. "Then it's time we were awake and stirring. Let's see what can be got." "I'll send my new overcoat for one," said John. "That old one isn't cut up yet, is it, Aunt Hitty?" "No," said Aunt Hitty. "I was laying out to cut it over next Wednesday, when Desiree Smith could be here to do the tailoring." "There's the south room," said Aunt Hitty, musing. "That bed has 2 old Aunt Ward blankets on it, and the great blue quilt, and 2 comforters. Then mother's and my room, 2 pair, 4 comforters, 2 quilts, the best chamber has got." "Oh, Aunt Hitty, send all that's in the best chamber. If any company comes, we can make it up off from our beds," said John. "I can send a blanket or 2 off from my bed, I know. Can't but just turn over in it, so many clothes on now." "Aunt Hitty, take a blanket off from our bed," said Grace and Dick at once. "Well, well, we'll see," said Aunt Hitty, bustling up. Up rose Grandmamma with great earnestness now, and going into the next room, and opening a large cedar wood chest, returned, bearing in her arms 2 large snow-white blankets, which she deposited flat on the table, just as Aunt Hitty was whisking off the tablecloth. "Myrtle, mother, what are you going to do?" said Aunt Hitty. "There," she said, "I spun those, every thread of 'em, when my name was Mary Evans. Those were my wedding blankets, made of real nice wool, and worked with roses in all the corners. I've got them to give." And Grandmamma stroked and smoothed the blankets and patted them down with great pride and tenderness. It was evident she was giving something that lay very near her heart, but she never faltered. "La, mother, there's no need of that," said Aunt Hitty. "Use them on your own bed, and send the blankets off from that. They are just as good for the soldiers." "No, I shan't," said the old lady, waxing warm. "'Tisn't a bit too good for 'em. I'll send the very best I've got, before they shall suffer. Send 'em the best." And the old lady gestured oratorically. They were interrupted by a rap at the door, and 2 men entered and announced themselves as commissioned by Congress to search out supplies for the army. Now the plot thickens. Aunt Hitty flew in every direction, through entry passage, meal room, milk room, down cellar, up chamber, her cap border on end with patriotic zeal, and followed by John, Dick, and Grace, who eagerly bore to the kitchen the supplies that she turned out, while Mrs. Ward busied herself in quietly sorting and arranging, in the best possible traveling order, the various contributions that were precipitately launched on the kitchen floor. Aunt Hitty soon appeared in the kitchen with an armful of stockings, which, kneeling on the floor, she began counting and laying out. "There," she said, laying down a large bundle on some blankets. "That leaves just 2 pair apiece, all round." "La," said John, "what's the use of saving 2 pair for me? I can do with 1 pair as well as father." "Sure enough," said his mother. "Besides, I can knit you another pair in a day." "And I can do with 1 pair," said Dick. "Yours will be too small, young master, I guess," said one of the commissioners. "No," said Dick, "I've got a pretty good foot of my own, and Aunt Hitty will always knit my stockings an inch too long, 'cause she says I grow so. See here, these will do," and the boy shook his triumphantly. "And mine too," said Grace, nothing doubting, having been busy all this time in pulling off her little stockings. "Here," she said to the man who was packing the things into a wide-mouthed sack, "here's mine," and her large blue eyes looked earnestly through her tears. Aunt Hitty flew to her. "Good land, the child's crazy. Don't think the men could wear your stockings. Take 'em away." Grace looked around with an air of utter desolation and began to cry. "I wanted to give them something," said she. "I'd rather go barefoot on the snow all day than not send them anything." "Give me the stockings, my child," said the old soldier tenderly. "There, I'll take 'em and show 'em to the soldiers, and tell them what the little girl said that sent them, and it will do them as much good as if they could wear them. They've got little girls at home, too." Grace fell on her mother's bosom, completely happy, and Aunt Hitty only muttered, "Everybody does spile that child, and no wonder neither." Soon the old sleigh drove off from the Brown house, tightly packed and heavily loaded, and Grace and Dick were creeping up to their little beds. "There's been something put on the altar of liberty tonight, hasn't there, Dick?" "Yes, indeed," said Dick, and looking up to his mother, he said, "But, mother, what did you give?" "I," said the mother musingly. "Yes, you, mother. What have you given to your country?" "All that I have, dears," she said, laying her hands gently on their heads, "my husband and my children." 2. The Altar of Blank, or 1850. The setting sun of chill December lighted up the solitary front window of a small tenement on Street in Boston, which we now have occasion to visit. As we push gently aside the open door, we gain sight of a small room, clean as busy hands can make it, where a neat, cheerful young mulatto woman is busy at an ironing table. A basket full of glossy-bosomed shirts and faultless collars and wristbands is beside her, into which she is placing the last few items with evident pride and satisfaction. a bright, black-eyed boy, just come in from school, with his satchel of books over his shoulder, stands, cap in hand, relating to his mother how he has been at the head of his class, and showing his school tickets, which his mother, with untiring admiration, deposits in the little real china teapot, which, as being their most reliable article of gentility, is made the deposit of all the money and most especial values of the family. "Now, Henry," says the mother, "look out and see if father is coming along the street." And she begins filling the little black tea kettle, which is soon set singing on the stove. From the inner room now daughter Mary, a well-grown girl of 13, brings the baby, just roused from a nap, and very impatient to renew his acquaintance with his mamma. "Bless his bright eyes, mother will take him," ejaculates the busy little woman, whose hands are by this time in a very floury condition, in the incipient stages of wetting up biscuit. "In a minute." And she quickly frees herself from the flour and paste, and, deputing Mary to roll out her biscuit, proceeds to the consolation and succor of young master. "Now, Henry," says the mother, "you'll have time, before supper, to take that basket of clothes up to Mr. Sheldon's, put in that nice bill that you made out last night. I shall give you a cent for every bill you write out for me. What a comfort it is now for one's children to be getting learning so." Henry shouldered the basket and passed out the door just as a neatly dressed colored man walked up with his pail and whitewash brushes. "Oh, you've come, father, have you? Mary, are the biscuits in? You may as well set the table now. Well, George, what's the news?" "Nothing, only a pretty smart day's work. I've brought home $5 and shall have as much as I can do these 2 weeks." And the man, having washed his hands, proceeded to count out his change on the ironing table. "Well, it takes you to bring in the money," said the delighted wife. "Nobody but you could turn off that much in a day." "Well, they do say, those that's had me once, that they never want any other hand to take hold in their rooms. I suppose it's a kinder practice I've got, and kinder natural." "Tell you what," said the little woman, taking down the family strong-box, to wit, the china teapot aforenamed, and pouring the contents on the table. "We're getting mighty rich now. We can afford to get Henry his new Sunday cap, and Mary her mousseline delaine dress. Take care, baby, you rogue," she hastily interposed as young master made a dive at a dollar bill for his share in the proceeds. "He wants something too, I suppose," said the father. "Let him get his hand in while he's young." The baby gazed with round, astonished eyes, while mother, with some difficulty, rescued the bill from his grasp. But before any one could at all anticipate his purpose, he dashed in among the small change with such zeal as to send it flying all over the table. "Hurrah! Bob's a smasher," said the father, delighted. "He'll make it fly, he thinks." And taking the baby on his knee, he laughed merrily as Mary and her mother pursued the rolling coin all over the room. "He knows now, as well as can be, that he's been doing mischief," said the delighted mother as the baby kicked and crowed uproariously. "He's such a forward child now, to be only 6 months old. Oh, you've no idea, father, how mischievous he grows." And therewith the little woman began to roll and tumble the little mischief-maker about, uttering divers frightful threats, which appeared to contribute in no small degree to the general hilarity. "Come, come, Mary," said the mother at last, with a sudden burst of recollection. "You mustn't be always on your knees fooling with this child. Look in the oven at them biscuits." "They're done exactly, mother, just the brown." And with the word the mother dumped baby onto his father's knees, where he sat contentedly munching a very ancient crust of bread, occasionally improving the flavor thereof by rubbing it on his father's coat-sleeve. "What have you got in that blue dish there?" said George, when the whole little circle were seated around the table. "Well, now, what do you suppose?" said the little woman, delighted. "A quart of nice oysters, just for a treat, you know. I wouldn't tell you till this minute," she said, raising the cover. "Well," said George, "we both work hard for our money, and we don't owe anybody a cent, and why shouldn't we have our treats now and then, as well as rich folks?" And gaily passed the supper hour. The tea kettle sung, The baby crowed, and all chattered and laughed abundantly. "I'll tell you, wife," said George, wiping his mouth, "these times are quite another thing from what it used to be down in Georgia. I remember then old master used to hire me out by the year, and one time, I remember, I came and paid him in $200, every cent I'd taken. He just looked it over, counted it, and put it in his pocketbook, and said, 'You are a good boy, George,' and he gave me $half. "I want to know, now," said his wife. "Yes, he did, and that was every cent I ever got of it, and I tell you, I was mighty bad off for clothes them times." "Well, well, the Lord be praised, they're over, and you are in a free country now," said the wife, as she rose thoughtfully from the table and brought her husband the great Bible. The little circle were ranged around the stove for evening prayers. "Henry, my boy, you must read. You are a better reader than your father. Thank God that let you learn early." The boy, with a cheerful readiness, read "The Lord is my shepherd," and the mother gently stilled the noisy baby to listen to the holy words. Then all kneeled, while the father, with simple earnestness, poured out his soul to God. They had but just risen, the words of Christian hope and trust scarce died on their lips, when, lo, the door was burst open, and 2 men entered, and one of them, advancing, laid his hand on the father's shoulder. "This is the fellow," said he. "You are arrested in the name of the United States," said the other. "Gentlemen, what is this?" said the poor man, trembling. "Are you not the property of Mr. B. of Georgia?" said the officer. "Gentlemen, I've been a free, hard-working man these 10 years. "Yes, but you are arrested on suit of Mr. B. as his slave." Shall we describe the leave-taking, the sorrowing wife, the dismayed children, the tears, the anguish, that simple, honest, kindly home in a moment so desolated? Ah, ye who defend this because it is law, think for 1 hour, what if this that happens to your poor brother should happen to you? It was a crowded courtroom, and the man stood there to be tried. For life? No, but for the life of life, for liberty. Lawyers hurried to and fro, buzzing, consulting, bringing authorities, all anxious, zealous, engaged. For what? To save a fellow man from bondage? No, anxious and zealous lest he might escape. Full of zeal to deliver him over to slavery. The poor man's anxious eyes follow vainly the busy course of affairs, from which he dimly learns that he is to be sacrificed on the altar of the Union, that his heartbreak and anguish and the tears of his wife and the desolation of his children are, in the eyes of these well-informed men, only the bleat of a sacrifice, bound to the horns of the glorious American altar. Again, it is a bright day. The business walks brisk in this market. Senators and statesmen, the learned and patriotic, are out this day to give their countenance to an edifying and impressive and truly American spectacle, the sale of a man. All the preliminaries of the scene are there. Dusky-browed mothers, looking with sad eyes, while speculators are turning round their children, looking at their teeth and feeling of their arms, a poor old trembling woman, helpless, half-blind, whose last child is to be sold, holds on to her bright boy with trembling hands. Husbands and wives, sisters and friends, all soon to be scattered like the chaff of the threshing floor, look sadly on each other with poor nature's last tears, and among them walk briskly, glib, oily politicians and thriving men of law, letters, and religion, exceedingly sprightly and in good spirits. For why? It isn't they that are going to be sold. It's only somebody else. And so they are very comfortable, and look on the whole thing as quite a matter-of-course affair, and as it is to be conducted today, a decidedly valuable and judicious exhibition. And now, after so many hearts and souls have been knocked and thumped this way and that way by the auctioneer's hammer, comes the instructive part of the whole. And the husband and father, whom we saw in his simple home, reading and praying with his children, and rejoicing in the joy of his poor ignorant heart that he lived in a free country, is now set up to be admonished of his mistake. Now there is great excitement and pressing to see, and exultation and approbation, for it is important and interesting to see a man put down that he has tried to be a free man. "That's he, is it? Couldn't come it, could he?" says one. "No, and he never will come it, that's more," says another triumphantly. "I don't generally take much interest in scenes of this nature," says a grave representative, "but I came here today for the sake of the principle." "Gentlemen," says the auctioneer, "we've got a specimen here that some of your northern abolitionists would give any price for, but they shan't have him. No, we've looked out for that. The man that buys him must give bonds never to sell him to go north again." "Go it!" shout the crowd. "Good, good, hurrah! An impressive idea," says the senator, "a noble maintaining of principle." And the man is bid off, and the hammer falls with a last crash on his heart, his hopes, his manhood, and he lies a bleeding wreck on the altar of liberty. Such was the altar in 1776. Such is the altar in 1850. End of chapter 24. The Two Altars. Chapter 25 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 25, A Scholar's Adventures in the Country. "If we could only live in the country," said my wife, "how much easier it would be to live." "And how much cheaper," said I. "To have a little place of our own and raise our own things," said my wife. "Dear me, I am heartsick when I think of the old place at home and father's great garden. What peaches and melons we used to have! What green peas and corn! Now one has to buy every cent's worth of these things, and how they taste! Such wilted, miserable corn! Such peas! Then if we lived in the country we should have our own cow, and milk and cream in abundance, our own hens and chickens. We could have custard and ice cream every day." "To say nothing of the trees and flowers and all that," said I. The result of this little domestic duet was that my wife and I began to ride about the city of to look up some pretty, interesting cottage where our visions of rural bliss might be realized. Country residences near the city we found to bear rather a high price, so that it was no easy matter to find a situation suitable to the length of our purse, till at last a judicious friend suggested a happy expedient. "Borrow a few hundred," he said, "and give your note. You can save enough very soon to make the difference. When you raise everything you eat, you know it will make your salary go a wonderful deal further." "Certainly it will," said I, "and what can be more beautiful than to buy places by a simple process of giving one's note? 'Tis so neat and handy and convenient." "Why," pursued my friend, "there is Mr. B., my next-door neighbor. 'Tis enough to make one sick of life in the city to spend a week out on his farm. Such princely living as one gets. And he assures me that it costs him very little, scarce anything perceptible, in fact." "Indeed," said I, "few people can say that." "Why," said my friend, "he has a couple of peach trees for every month, from June till frost, that furnish as many peaches as he and his wife and 10 children can dispose of. And then he has grapes, apricots, etc., and last year his wife sold $50 worth from her strawberry patch, and had an abundance for the table besides. Out of the milk of only one cow they had butter enough to sell 3 or 4 pounds a week, besides abundance of milk and cream, and Madam has the butter for her pocket money. This is the way country people manage." Glorious, thought I, and my wife and I could scarce sleep all night for the brilliancy of our anticipations. To be sure, our delight was somewhat damped the next day by the coldness with which my good old uncle, Jeremiah Standfast, who happened along at precisely this crisis, listened to our visions. "You'll find it pleasant, children, in the summer-time," said the hard-fisted old man, twirling his blue-checked pocket-handkerchief, "but I'm sorry you've gone in debt for the land." "Oh, but we shall soon save that. It's so much cheaper living in the country," said both of us. "Well, as to that, I don't think it is to city-bred folks." Here I broke in with a flood of accounts of Mr. B.'s peach trees and Mrs. B.'s strawberries, butter, apricots, etc., etc., to which the old gentleman listened with such a long, leathery, unmoved quietude of visage as quite provoked me, and gave me the worst possible opinion of his judgment. I was disappointed, too, for he was reckoned one of the best practical farmers in the county. I had counted on an enthusiastic sympathy with all my agricultural designs. "I tell you what, children," he said, "a body can live in the country, as you say, amazin' cheap, but then a body must know how," and my uncle spread his pocket-handkerchief thoughtfully out upon his knees and shook his head gravely. I thought him a terribly slow, stupid old body, and wondered how I had always entertained so high an opinion of his sense. "He is evidently getting old," said I to my wife. "His judgment is not what it used to be." At all events, our place was bought, and we moved out, well pleased, the first morning in April, not at all remembering the ill savor of that day for matters of wisdom. Our place was a pretty cottage, about 2 miles from the city, with grounds that had been tastefully laid out. There was no lack of winding paths, arbors, flower borders, and rose bushes, with which my wife was especially pleased. There was a little green lot strolling off down to a brook, with a thick grove of trees at the end, where our cow was to be pastured. The first week or two went on happily enough in getting our little new pet of a house into trimness and good order, for as it had been long for sale, of course there was any amount of little repairs that had been left to amuse the leisure hours of the purchaser. Here a doorstep had given away and needed replacing, there a shutter hung loose and wanted a hinge, abundance of glass needed setting, and as to painting and papering, there was no end to that. Then my wife wanted a door cut here to make our bedroom more convenient, and a china closet knocked up there, where no china closet before had been. We even ventured on throwing out a bay window from our sitting-room, because we had luckily lighted on a workman who was so cheap that it was an actual saving of money to employ him. And to be sure, our darling little cottage did lift up its head wonderfully for all this garnishing and furbishing. I got up early every morning and nailed up the rose bushes, and my wife got up and watered geraniums, and both flattered ourselves and each other on our early hours and thrifty habits. But soon, like Adam and Eve in paradise, we found our little domain to ask more hands than ours to get it into shape. So says I to my wife, "I will bring out a gardener when I come next time, and he shall lay the garden out and get it into order, and after that I can easily keep it by the work of my leisure hours." Our gardener was a very sublime sort of man, an Englishman, and, of course, used to laying out noblemen's places. And we became as grasshoppers in our own eyes when he talked of Lord This and That's estate, and began to question us about our carriage drive and conservatory, and we could with difficulty bring the gentleman down to any understanding of the humble limits of our expectations. Merely to dress out the walks, and lay out a kitchen garden, and plant potatoes, turnips, beets, and carrots was quite a descent for him. In fact, so strong were his aesthetic preferences that he persuaded my wife to let him dig all the turf off from a green square opposite the bay window, and to lay it out into divers little triangles, resembling small pieces of pie, together with circles, mounds, and various other geometrical ornaments, the planning and planting of which soon engrossed my wife's whole soul. The planting of the potatoes, beets, carrots, etc., was entrusted to a raw Irishman, for, as to me, to confess the truth, I began to fear that digging did not agree with me. It is true that I was exceedingly vigorous at first, and actually planted with my own hands 2 or 3 long rows of potatoes, after which I got a turn of rheumatism in my shoulder, which lasted me a week. Stooping down to plant beets and radishes gave me a vertigo, so that I was obliged to content myself with a general superintendence of the garden. That is to say, I charged my Englishman to see that my Irishman did his duty properly, and then got on to my horse and rode to the city. But about one part of the matter, I must say, I was not remiss, and that is in the purchase of seed and garden utensils. Not a day passed that I did not come home with my pockets stuffed with choice seeds, roots, etc., and the variety in my garden utensils was unequaled. There was not a pruning hook of any pattern, not a hoe, rake, or spade, great or small, that I did not have specimens of, and flower seeds and bulbs were also forthcoming in liberal proportions. In fact, I had opened an account at a thriving seed store, for when a man is driving business on a large scale, it is not always convenient to hand out the change for every little matter, and buying things on account is as neat and agreeable a mode of acquisition as paying bills with one's notes. "You know, we must have a cow," said my wife the morning of our second week. Our friend the gardener, who had now worked with us at a rate of $2 a day for 2 weeks, was at hand in a moment in our emergency. We wanted to buy a cow, and he had one to sell. A wonderful cow of a real English breed. He would not sell her for any money except to oblige particular friends, but as we had patronized him, we should have her for $40. How much we were obliged to him! The $40 were speedily forthcoming, and so also was the cow. "What makes her shake her head that way?" said my wife apprehensively, as she observed the interesting beast making sundry demonstrations with her horns. "I hope she's gentle." The gardener fluently demonstrated that the animal was a pattern of all the softer graces, and that his head shaking was merely a little nervous affection, consequent on the embarrassment of a new position. We had faith to believe almost anything at this time, and therefore came from the barnyard to the house as much satisfied with our purchase as Job with his 3,000 camels and 500 yoke of oxen. Her quondam master milked her for us the first evening out of a delicate regard to her feelings as a stranger, and we fancied that we discerned $40 worth of excellence in the very quality of the milk. But alas, the next morning our Irish girl came in with a most rueful face. "And is it milking that baste you'd have me be after?" she said. "Sure, and she won't let me come near her." "Nonsense, Biddy," said I. "You've frightened her, perhaps. The cow is perfectly gentle." And with the pail on my arm I sallied forth. The moment Madame saw me entering the cow-yard, she greeted me with a very expressive flourish of her horns. "This won't do," said I, and I stopped. The lady evidently was serious in her intentions of resisting any personal approaches. I cut a cudgel, and putting on a bold face, marched toward her, while Biddy followed with her milking stool. Apparently the beast saw the necessity of temporizing, for she assumed a demure expression, and Biddy sat down to milk. I stood sentry, and if the lady shook her head, I shook my stick, and thus the milking operation proceeded with tolerable serenity and success. "There," said I, with dignity, when the frothing pail was full to the brim, "that will do, Biddy," and I dropped my stick. Dump came Madame's heel on the side of the pail, and it flew like a rocket into the air, while the milky flood showered plentifully over me and a new broadcloth riding-coat that I had assumed for the first time that morning. "Whew!" said I, as soon as I could get my breath from this extraordinary shower-bath. "What's all this?" My wife came running towards the cow-yard, and as I stood with the milk streaming from my hair, filling my eyes, and dropping from the tip of my nose, and she and Biddy performed a recitative lamentation over me in alternate strophes, like the chorus in a Greek tragedy. Such was our first morning's experience, but as we had announced our bargain with some considerable flourish of trumpets among our neighbors and friends, we concluded to hush the matter up as much as possible. "These very superior cows are apt to be cross," said I, "and we must bear with it as we do with the eccentricities of genius. Besides, when she gets accustomed to us, it will be better." Madame was therefore installed into her pretty pasture lot, and my wife contemplated with pleasure the picturesque effect of her appearance, reclining on the green slope of the pasture lot, or standing ankle-deep in the gurgling brook, or reclining under the deep shadows of the trees. She was, in fact, a handsome cow, which may account in part for some of her sins, and this consideration inspired me with some degree of indulgence towards her foibles. But when I found that Biddy could never succeed in getting near her in the pasture, and that any kind of success in the milking operations required my vigorous personal exertions morning and evening, the matter wore a more serious aspect, and I began to feel quite pensive and apprehensive. It is very well to talk of the pleasures of the milkmaid going out in the balmy freshness of the purple dawn, but imagine a poor fellow pulled out of bed on a drizzly, rainy morning, and equipping himself for a scamper through a wet pasture lot, rope in hand, at the heels of such a termagant as mine. In fact, Madame established a regular series of exercises which had all to be gone through before she would suffer herself to be captured, as first she would station herself plump in the middle of a marsh which lay at the lower part of the lot, and look very innocent and absent-minded, as if reflecting on some sentimental subject. "Sukey, Sukey, Sukey," I ejaculate, cautiously tottering along the edge of the marsh and holding out an ear of corn. The lady looks gracious and comes forward, almost within reach of my hand. I make a plunge to throw the rope over her horns, and away she goes, kicking up mud and water into my face in her flight, while I, losing my balance, tumble forward into the marsh. I pick myself up, and, full of wrath, behold her placidly chewing her cud on the other side, with the meekest air imaginable, as who should say, "I hope you are not hurt, sir." I dash through swamp and bog furiously, resolving to carry all by my coup de main. Then follows a miscellaneous season of dodging, scampering, and bo-peeping among the trees of the grove, interspersed with sundry occasional races across the bog aforesaid. I always wondered how I caught her every day, and when I had tied her head to one post and her heels to another, I wiped the sweat from my brow and thought I was paying dear for the eccentricities of genius. A genius she certainly was, for besides her surprising agility, she had other talents equally extraordinary. There was no fence that she could not take down, nowhere that she could not go. She took the pickets off the garden fence at her pleasure, using her horns as handily as I could use a claw hammer. Whatever she had a mind to, whether it were a bite in the cabbage garden, or a run in the corn patch, or a foraging expedition into the flower borders, she made herself equally welcome and at home. Such a scampering and driving, such cries of "Sukey here" and "Sukey there," as constantly greeted our ears, kept our little establishment in a constant commotion. At last, when she one morning made a plunge at the skirts of my new broadcloth frock-coat and carried off one flap on her horns, my patience gave out, and I determined to sell her. As, however, I had made a good story of my misfortunes among my friends and neighbors, and amused them with sundry whimsical accounts of my various adventures in the cow-catching line, I found, when I came to speak of selling, that there was a general coolness on the subject, and nobody seemed disposed to be the recipient of my responsibilities. In short, I was glad at last to get $15 for her, and comforted myself with thinking that I had at least gained $25 worth of experience in the transaction, to say nothing of the fine exercise. I comforted my soul, however, the day after, by purchasing and bringing home to my wife a fine swarm of bees. "Your bee now," says I, "is a real classic insect, and breathes of Virgil and the Augustan age. And then she is a domestic, tranquil, placid creature. How beautiful the murmuring of a hive near our honeysuckle of a calm summer evening. Then they are tranquilly and peacefully amassing for us their stores of sweetness, while they lure us with their murmurs. What a beautiful image of disinterested benevolence!" My wife declared that I was quite a poet, and the beehive was duly installed near the flower plots, that the delicate creatures might have the full benefits of the honeysuckle and mignonette. My spirits began to rise. I bought 3 different treatises on the rearing of bees, and also 1 or 2 new patterns of hives, and proposed to rear my bees on the most approved model. I charged all the establishment to let me know when there was any indication of an emigrating spirit, that I might be ready to receive the new swarm into my patent mansion. Accordingly, one afternoon, when I was deep in an article that I was preparing for the North American Review, intelligence was brought me that a swarm had risen. I was on the alert at once, and discovered on going out that the provoking creatures had chosen the top of a tree about 35 feet high to settle on. Now, my books had carefully instructed me just how to approach the swarm and cover them with the new hive. But I had never contemplated the possibility of the swarm being, like Hammond's gallows, 40 cubits high. I looked despairingly upon the smooth bark tree, which rose like a column, full 25 feet, without a branch or a twig. "What is to be done?" said I, appealing to 2 or 3 neighbors. At last, at the recommendation of one of them, a ladder was raised against the tree, and, equipped with a shirt outside of my clothes, a green veil over my head, and a pair of leather gloves on my hands, I went up with a saw at my girdle to saw off the branch on which they had settled, and lower it by a rope to a neighbor similarly equipped who stood below with the hive. As a result of this maneuver, the fastidious little insects were at length fairly installed at housekeeping in my new patent hive, and rejoicing in my success, I again sat down to my article. That evening my wife and I took tea in our honeysuckle arbor with our little ones and a friend or two, to whom I showed my treasures, and expatiated at large on the comforts and conveniences of the new patent hive. But alas for the hopes of man, the little ungrateful wretches! What must they do but take advantage of my oversleeping myself the next morning to clear out for new quarters without so much as leaving me a PPC? Such was the fact. At 8 o'clock I found the new patent hive as good as ever, but the bees I have never seen from that day to this. "The rascally little conservatives," said I believe they have never had a new idea from the days of Virgil down, and are entirely unprepared to appreciate improvements. Meanwhile, the seeds began to germinate in our garden, when we found to our chagrin that between John Bull and Patty there had occurred sundry confusions in the several departments. Radishes had been planted broadcast, carrots and beets arranged in hills, and here and there a whole paper of seed appeared to have been planted bodily. My good old uncle, who, somewhat to my confusion, made me a call at this time, was greatly distressed and scandalized by the appearance of our garden. But by a deal of fussing, transplanting, and replanting, it was got into some shape and order. My uncle was rather troublesome, as careful old people are apt to be, annoying us by perpetual inquiries of what we gave for this and that, and running up provoking calculations on the final cost of matters, and we began to wish that his visits might be as short as would be convenient. But when, on taking leave, he promised to send us a fine young cow of his own raising, our hearts rather smote us for our impatience. "'Tain't any of your new breeds, nephew," said the old man, "yet I can say that she's a gentle, likely young critter, and better worth $40 than many a one that's cried up for Ayrshire or Durham, and you shall be quite welcome to her." We thanked him as in duty bound, and thought that if he was full of old-fashioned notions, he was no less full of kindness and goodwill. And now, with a new cow, with our garden beginning to thrive under the gentle showers of May, with our flower borders blooming, my wife and I began to think ourselves in paradise. But, alas, the same sun and rain that warmed our fruit and flowers brought up from the earth, like sulky gnomes, a vast array of purple-leaved weeds that almost in the night seemed to cover the whole surface of the garden beds. Our gardeners both being gone, the weeding was expected to be done by me, one of the anticipated relaxations of my leisure hours. "Well," said I, in reply to a gentle intimation from my wife, "when my article is finished, I'll take a day and weed all up clean." Thus days slipped by, till at length the article was dispatched, and I proceeded to my garden. Amazement! Who could have possibly foreseen that anything earthly could grow so fast in a few days? There were no bounds, no alleys, no beds, no distinction of beet and carrot, nothing but a flourishing congregation of weeds, nodding and bobbing in the morning breeze, as if to say, "We hope you are well, sir. We've got the ground, you see." I began to explore and to hoe and to weed. Ah! Did anybody ever try to clean a neglected carrot or beet bed or bend his back in the hot sun over rows of weedy onions? He is the man to feel for my despair. How I weeded and sweat and sighed, till when high noon came on, as the result of all my toils, only 3 beds were cleaned. And how disconsolate looked the good seed, thus unexpectedly delivered from its sheltering tares and laid open to a broiling July sun. Every juvenile beet and carrot lay flat down, wilted and drooping, as if, like me, they had been weeding instead of being weeded. "This weeding is quite a serious matter," said I to my wife. "The fact is, I must have help about it." "Just what I was thinking myself," said my wife. "My flower borders are all in confusion, and my petunia mounds so completely overgrown that nobody would dream what they were meant for." In short, it was agreed between us that we could not afford the expense of a full-grown man to keep our place, yet we must reinforce ourselves by the addition of a boy, and a brisk youngster from the vicinity was pitched upon as a happy addition. This youth was a fellow of decidedly quick parts, and in one forenoon made such a clearing in our garden that I was delighted. Bed after bed appeared to view, all cleared and dressed out with such celerity that I was quite ashamed of my own slowness, until, upon examination, I discovered that he had with great impartiality pulled up both weeds and vegetables. This hopeful beginning was followed up by a succession of proceedings which should be recorded for the instruction of all who seek for help from the race of boys. Such a loser of all tools, great and small, such an invariable lever open of all gates, and letter down of bars, such a personification of all manner of anarchy and ill luck, have never before been seen on the estate. His time, while I was gone to the city, was agreeably diversified with roosting on the fence, swinging on the gates, making poplar whistles for the children, hunting eggs, and eating whatever fruit happened to be in season, in which latter accomplishment he was certainly quite distinguished. After about 3 weeks of this kind of joint gardening, we concluded to dismiss Master Tom from the firm and employ a man. "Things must be taken care of," said I, "and I cannot do it. 'Tis out of the question." And so the man was secured. But I am making a long story, and may chance to outrun the sympathies of my readers. Time would fail me to tell of the distresses manifold that fell upon me, of cows dried up by poor milkers, of hens that wouldn't set at all, and hens that, despite all law and reason, would set on 1 egg. Of hens that, having hatched families, straightway led them into all manner of high grass and weeds, by which means numerous young chicks caught premature colds and perished, and how, when I, with manifold toil, had driven one of these inconsiderate gadders into a coop to teach her domestic habits, the rats came down upon her and slew every chick in one night. How my pigs were always practicing gymnastic exercises over the fence of the sty, and marauding in the garden. I wonder that Fourier never conceived the idea of having his garden land plowed by pigs, for certainly they manifest quite a decided elective attraction for turning up the earth. When autumn came, I went soberly to market in the neighboring city, and bought my potatoes and turnips like any other man, for between all the various systems of gardening pursued, I was obliged to confess that my first horticultural effort was a decided failure. But though all my rural visions had proved elusive, there were some very substantial realities. My bill at the seed store, for seeds, roots, and tools, for example, had run up to an amount that was perfectly unaccountable. Then there were various smaller items, such as horse-shoeing, carriage-mending, for he who lives in the country and does business in the city must keep his vehicle and appurtenances. I had always prided myself on being an exact man and settling every account, great and small, with the going out of the old year. But this season I found myself sorely put to it. In fact, had not I received a timely lift from my good old uncle, I should have made a complete breakdown. The old gentleman's troublesome habit of ciphering and calculating, it seems, had led him beforehand to foresee that I was not exactly in the money-making line, nor likely to possess much surplus revenue to meet the note which I had given for my place, and therefore he quietly paid it himself, as I discovered when, after much anxiety and some sleepless nights, I went to the holder to ask for an extension of credit. He was right after all, said I to my wife. To live cheap in the country, a body must know how. End of chapter 25. A Scholar's Adventures in the Country.
Chapter 26 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 26. Woman, behold thy son. The golden rays of a summer afternoon were streaming through the windows of a quiet apartment, where everything was the picture of orderly repose. Gently and noiselessly they glide, gilding the glossy old chairs, polished by years of care, fluttering with flickering gleam on the bookcases, by the fire, and the antique china vases on the mantel, and even coquetting with sparkles of fanciful gaiety over the face of the perpendicular, sombre old clock, which, though at times, apparently, coaxed almost to the verge of a smile, still continued its inevitable tick, as for a century before. On the hearth-rug lay outstretched a great, lazy-looking Maltese cat, evidently enjoying the golden beam that fell upon his sober sides, and sleepily opening and shutting his great green eyes, as if lost in luxurious contemplation. But the most characteristic figure in the whole picture was that of an aged woman, who sat quietly rocking to and fro in a great chair by the side of a large round table covered with books. There was a quiet beauty in that placid face, that silvery hair brushed neatly under the snowy border of the cap. Every line in that furrowed face told some tale of sorrow long assuaged, and passions hushed to rest, as on the calm ocean shore the golden furrowed sand shows traces of storms and fluctuations long past. On the round green-covered table beside her lay the quiet companion of her age, the large Bible, whose pages, like the gates of the celestial city, were not shut at all by day, a few old standard books, and the pleasant rippling knitting, whose dreamy, irresponsible monotony is the best music of age. A fair, girlish form was seated by the table. The dress bonnet had fallen back on her shoulders, the soft cheeks were suffused and earnest, the long lashes and the veiled eyes were eloquent of subdued feeling as she read aloud from the letter in her hand. It was from our Harry, a name to both of them, comprising all that was dear and valued on earth, for he was the only son of his mother, and she a widow. Yet had he not been always an only one, flower after flower on the tree of her life had bloomed and died, and gradually, as waters cut off from many channels, the streams of love had centred deeper in this last and only one. And in truth, Harry Sargent was all that a mother might desire or be proud of. Generous, high-minded, witty and talented, and with a strong and noble physical development, he seemed born to command the love of women. The only trouble with him was,
in common parlance, that he was too clever a fellow. He was too social, too impressible, too versatile, too attractive, and too much in demand for his own good. He always drew company about him as honey draws flies, and was indispensable everywhere and to everybody, and it needs a steady head and firm nerves for such a one to escape ruin. Harry's course in college, though brilliant in scholarship, had been critical and perilous. He was a decided favourite with the faculty and students, yet it required a great deal of hard winking and adroit management on the part of his instructors to bring him through without infringement of college laws and proprieties. Not that he ever meant the least harm in his life, but that some extra generous impulse, some quixotic generosity, was always tumbling him neck and heels into somebody's scrapes, and making him part and parcel in every piece of mischief that was going on. With all this premised, there is no need to say that Harry was a special favourite with ladies. In truth, it was a confessed fact among his acquaintances that, whereas dozens of creditable, respectable, well-to-do young men might besiege female hearts with every proper formality, waiting at the gates and watching at the posts of the doors in vain, yet before him all gates and passages seemed to fly open of their own accord. Nevertheless, there was in his native village one quiet maiden who held alone in her hand the key that could unlock his heart in return, and carried silently in her own the spell that could fetter that brilliant, restless spirit. And she it was, of the thoughtful brow and downcast eyes, whom we saw in our picture, bending over the letter with his mother. That mother Harry loved to idolatry. She was to his mind an impersonation of all that was lovely in womanhood, hallowed and sainted by age, by wisdom, by sorrow, and his love for her was a beautiful union of protective tenderness with veneration, and to his Ellen it seemed the best and most sacred evidence of the nobleness of his nature, and of the worth of the heart which he had pledged to her. Nevertheless, there was a danger overhanging the heads of the three, a little cloud, no bigger than a man's hand, rising in the horizon of their hopes, yet destined to burst upon them, dark and dreadful, in a future day. In those scenes of college hilarity where Harry had been so indispensable, the bright poetic wine cup had freely circulated, and often amid the flush of conversation and the genial excitement of the hour he had drank freer and deeper than was best. He said, it is true, that he cared nothing for it, that it was nothing to him, that it never affected him, and all those things that young men always say when the cup of Circe is beginning its work with them. Friends were annoyed, became anxious, remonstrated, but he laughed at their fears and insisted on knowing himself best. At last, with a sudden start and shiver of his moral nature, he was awakened to a dreadful perception of his danger, and resolved on decided and determinate resistance. During this period he came to Cincinnati to establish himself in business, and as at this time the temperance reformation was in full tide of success there, he found everything to strengthen his resolution. Temperance meetings and speeches were all the mode. Young men of the first standing were its patrons and supporters. Wine was quite in the vocative, and seemed really in danger of being voted out of society. In such a turn of affairs, to sign a temperance pledge and keep it became an easy thing. Temptation was scarce presented or felt. He was offered the glass in no social circle. met its attraction nowhere, and flattered himself that he had escaped so great a danger easily and completely. His usual fortune of social popularity followed him, and his visiting circle became full, as large and importunate as a young man with anything else to do need desire. He was diligent in his application to business, began to be mentioned with approbation by the magnates as a rising young man, and had prospects daily nearing of competence and home and all that man desires, visions, alas, never to be realized. For after a while the tide that had risen so high began imperceptibly to decline. Men that had made eloquent speeches on temperance had now other things to look to. Fastidious persons thought that matters had, perhaps, been carried too far, and ladies declared that it was old and threadbare, and getting to be cant and stuff, and the ever-ready wine-cup was gliding back into many a circle, as if, on sober second thoughts, the community was convinced that it was a friend unjustly belied. There is no point in the history of reform, either in communities or individuals, so dangerous as that where danger seems entirely past. As long as a man thinks his health failing, he watches, he diets, and will undergo the most heroic self-denial. But let him once set himself down as cured, and how readily does he fall back to one soft, indulgent habit after another, all tending to ruin everything that he has before done. So in communities. Let intemperance rage, and young men go to ruin by dozens, and the very evil inspires the remedy. But when the trumpet has been sounded, and the battle set in array, and the victory only said and sung in speeches, and newspaper paragraphs, and temperance odes and processions, then comes the return wave. People cry, "Enough!" The community, vastly satisfied, lies down to sleep in its laurels, and then comes the hour of danger. But let not the man who has once been swept down the stream of intemperate excitement, almost to the verge of ruin, dream of any point of security for him. He is like one who has awakened in the rapids of Niagara, and with straining oar and wild prayers to heaven, forced his boat upward into smoother water, where the draught of the current seems to cease, and the banks smile, and all looks beautiful, and weary from rowing, lays by his oar to rest and dream. He knows not that under that smooth water still glides a current, that while he dreams is imperceptibly but surely hurrying him back whence there is no return. Harry was just in this perilous point. He viewed danger as long past, his self-confidence was fully restored, and in his security he began to neglect those lighter outer works of caution which he must still guard who does not mean, at last, to surrender the citadel. "Now, girls and boys," said Mrs. G. to her sons and daughters, who were sitting round a centre table covered with notes of invitation and all the preliminary etc. of a party. "What shall we have on Friday night? Tea, coffee, lemonade, wine? Of course not." "And why not wine, mamma?" said the young ladies. "The people are beginning to have it. They had wine at Mrs. A's and Mrs. B's." "Well, your papa thinks it won't do. The boys are members of the Temperance Society, and I don't think, girls, it will do myself. There are many good sort of people, by the by, who always view moral questions in this style of phraseology, not what is right, but what will do."
The girls made an appropriate reply to this view of the subject by showing that Mrs. A. and Mrs. B. had done the thing, and nobody seemed to make any talk. The boys, who thus far in the conversation had been thoughtfully rapping their boots with their canes, now interposed, and said that they would rather not have wine if it wouldn't look shabby. "But it will look shabby," said Miss Fanny. "Lemons, you know, are scarce to be got for any price, and as for lemonade made of syrup, it's positively vulgar and detestable. It tastes just like cream of tartar and spirits of turpentine." "For my part," said Emma, "I never did see the harm of wine, even when people were making the most fuss about it. To be sure, rum and brandy and all that are bad, but wine—" "And so convenient to get," said Fanny, "and no decent young man ever gets drunk at parties, so it can't do any harm. Besides, one must have something, and as I said, it will look shabby not to have it." Now there is no imputation that young men are so much afraid of, especially from the lips of ladies, as that of shabbiness, and as it happened in this case, as most others that the young ladies were the most efficient talkers, the question was finally carried on their side. Mrs. G. was a mild and a motherly woman, just the one fitted to inspire young men with confidence and that home feeling which all men desire to find somewhere. Her house was a free and easy ground, social for most of the young people of her acquaintance, and Harry was a favourite and domesticated visitor. During the height of the temperance reform, fathers and brothers had given it their open and decided support, and Mrs. G., always easily enlisted for any good movement, sympathized warmly in their endeavours. The great fault was that too often incident to the gentleness of woman, a want of self-reliant principle. Her virtue was too much the result of mere sympathy, too little of her own conviction. Hence, when those she loved grew cold towards a good cause, they found no sustaining power in her, and those who were relying on her judgment and opinions insensibly controlled them. Notwithstanding, she was a woman that always acquired a great influence over young men, and Harry had loved and revered her with something of the same sentiment that he cherished towards his own mother. It was the most brilliant party of the season. Everything was got up in faultless taste, and Mrs. G. was in the very spirit of it. The girls were looking beautifully, the rooms were splendid, there was enough and not too much of light and warmth, and all were doing their best to please and be cheerful. Harry was more brilliant than usual, and in fact outdid himself. Wit and mind were the spirit of the hour. "Just taste this Tokay," said one of the sisters to him. "It has just been sent us from Europe, and is said to be a genuine article." "You know I'm not in that line," said Harry, laughing and colouring. "Why not?" said another young lady, taking a glass. "Oh, the temperance pledge, you know. I am one of the pillars of the order, a very apostle. It will never do from me." "Pshaw! Those temperance pledges are like the proverb, 'something musty,'" said a gay girl. "Well, but you said you had a headache the beginning of the evening, and you really look pale. You certainly need it as a medicine," said Fanny. "I'll leave it to mamma," and she turned to Mrs. G., who stood gaily entertaining a group of young people. "Nothing more likely," replied she, gaily. "I think, Harry, you have looked pale lately. A glass of wine might do you good." Had Mrs. G. known all of Harry's past history and temptations, and had she not been in just the inconsiderate state that very good ladies sometimes get into at a party, She would sooner have sacrificed her right hand than to have thrown this observation into the scales. But she did, and they turned the balance for him. "You shall be my doctor," he said, as laughing and colouring he drank the glass. And where was the harm? One glass of wine kills nobody, and yet if a man falls, and knows that in that glass he sacrifices principle and conscience, every drop may be poison to the soul and body. Harry felt at that very time that a great internal barrier had given way. Nor was that glass the only one that evening. Another and another and another followed. His spirits rose with the wild and feverish gaiety incident to his excitable temperament, and what had begun in the society of ladies was completed late at night in the gentlemen's saloon. Nobody ever knew or thought or recognized that that one party had forever undone this young man. And yet so it was. From that night his struggle of moral resistance was fatally impaired. Not that he yielded at once, and without desperate efforts and struggles, but gradually each struggle grew weaker, each reform shorter, each resolution more inefficient. Yet at the close of the evening all those friends, mother, brother, and sister, flattered themselves that everything had gone on so well that the next week Mrs. H. thought that it would do to give wine at the party, because Mrs. G. had done it last week, and no harm had come of it. In about a year after, the G.'s began to notice and lament the habits of their young friend, and all unconsciously to wonder how such a fine young man should be so led astray. Harry was of a decided and desperate nature. His affections and his moral sense waged a fierce war with the terrible tyrant, the madness that had possessed him, and when at last all hope died out, he determined to avoid the anguish and shame of a drunkard's life by a suicide's death. Then came to the trembling, heart-stricken mother and beloved one a wild, incoherent letter of farewell, and he disappeared from among the living. In the same quiet parlour, where the sunshine still streams through flickering leaves, it now rested on the polished sides and glittering plate of a coffin. There at last lay the weary at rest. The soft, shining grey hair was still gleaming as before, but deeper furrows on the wan cheek, and a weary, heavy languor over the pale, peaceful face, told that those grey hairs had been brought down in sorrow to the grave. Sadder still was the story on the cloudless cheek and lips of the young creature bending in quiet despair over her. Poor Ellen! Her life's thread, woven with these two beloved ones, was broken. And may all this happen? Nay, does it not happen? Just such things happen to young men among us every day. And do they not lead in 1,000 ways to sorrows just like these? And is there not a responsibility on all who ought to be the guardians of the safety and purity of the other sex to avoid setting before them the temptation to which so often and so fatally manhood has yielded? What is a paltry consideration of fashion compared to the safety of sons, brothers, and husbands? The greatest fault of womanhood is slavery to custom, and yet who but woman makes custom? Are not all the usages and fashions of polite society more her work than that of man? And let every mother and sister think of the mothers and sisters of those who come within the range of their influence, and say to themselves, when in thoughtlessness they discuss questions affecting their interests, "Behold thy brother, behold thy son." End of chapter 26.
Chapter 27 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings. Chapter 27 The Coral Ring. There is no time of life in which young girls are so thoroughly selfish as from 15 to 20, said Edward Ashton deliberately, as he laid down a book he had been reading and leaned over the center table. "You insulting fellow," replied a tall, brilliant-looking creature who was lounging on an ottoman hard by, over one of Dickens's last works. "Truth, coz, for all that," said the gentleman, with the air of one who means to provoke a discussion. "Now, Edward, this is just one of your wholesale declarations, for nothing only to get me into a dispute with you, you know," replied the lady. "On your conscience now, if you have one. Is it not so?" "My conscience feels quite easy, cousin, in subscribing to that sentiment as my confession of faith," replied the gentleman, with provoking sang-froid. "Pshaw, it's one of your fusty old bachelor notions. See what comes now of your living to your time of life without a wife. Disrespect for the sex and all that. Really, cousin, your symptoms are getting alarming." "Nay, now, Cousin Florence," said Edward, "you are a girl of moderately good sense, with all your nonsense. Now don't you, I know you do, think just so too?" "Think just so too? Do you hear the creature?" replied Florence. "No, sir, you can speak for yourself in this matter, but I beg leave to enter my protest when you speak for me too." "Well now, where is there, coz, among all our circle, a young girl that has any sort of purpose or object in life, to speak of, except to make herself as interesting and agreeable as possible, to be admired, and to pass her time in as amusing a way as she can? Where will you find one between 15 and 20 that has any serious regard for the improvement and best welfare of those with whom she is connected at all, or that modifies her conduct in the least with reference to it? Now, cousin, in very serious earnest, you have about as much real character, as much earnestness and depth of feeling, and as much good sense, when one can get at it, as any young lady of them all. And yet, on your conscience, can you say that you live with any sort of reference to anybody's good, or to anything but your own amusement and gratification?" "What a shocking adjuration," replied the lady, "prefaced too by a 3-story compliment. Well, being so adjured, I must think to the best of my ability. And now, seriously and soberly, I don't see as I am selfish. I do all that I have any occasion to do for anybody. You know that we have servants to do everything that is necessary about the house, so that there is no occasion for my making any display of housewifery excellence. And I wait on Mamma if she has a headache, and hand Papa his slippers and newspaper, and find Uncle John's spectacles for him 20 times a day. No small matter that. And then— But after all, what is the object and purpose of your life?" "Why, I haven't any. I don't see how I can have any, that is, as I am made. Now you know I have none of the fussing, baby-tending, herb-tea-making recommendations of Aunt Sally, and divers others of the class commonly called useful. Indeed, to tell the truth, I think useful persons are commonly rather fussy and stupid. They are just like the boneset and horehound and catnip, very necessary to be raised in the garden, but not in the least ornamental." "And you charming young ladies who philosophize in kid slippers and French dresses are the tulips and roses, very charming and delightful and sweet, but fit for nothing on earth but parlor ornaments." "Well, parlor ornaments are good in their way," said the young lady, coloring and looking a little vexed. So you give up the point, then, said the gentleman, that you girls are good for just to amuse yourselves, amuse others, look pretty, and be agreeable. Well, and if we behave well to our parents, and are amiable in the family, I don't know. And yet, said Florence, sighing, I have often had a sort of vague idea of something higher that we might become. Yet, really, what more than this is expected of us? What else can we do? I used to read in old-fashioned novels about ladies visiting the sick and the poor, replied Edward. You remember Cœlebs in Search of a Wife? Yes, truly. That is to say, I remember the story part of it, and the love scenes. But as for all those everlasting conversations of Dr. Barlow, Mr. Stanley, and nobody knows who else, I skipped those, of course. But really, this visiting and tending the poor and all that seems very well in a story where the lady goes into a picturesque cottage, half overgrown with honeysuckle, and finds an emaciated but still beautiful woman propped up by pillows. But come to the downright matter of fact of poking about in all these vile, dirty alleys, and entering little dark rooms amid troops of grinning children, and smelling codfish and onions, and nobody knows what, dear me, my benevolence always evaporates before I get through. I'd rather pay anybody $5 a day to do it for me than do it myself. The fact is that I have neither fancy nor nerves for this kind of thing. Well, granting then that you can do nothing for your fellow creatures, unless you are to do it in the most genteel, comfortable, and picturesque manner possible, is there not a great field for a woman like you, Florence, in your influence over your associates, with your talents for conversation, your tact and self-possession, and ladylike gift of saying anything you choose? Are you not responsible, in some wise, for the influence you exert over those by whom you are surrounded? I never thought of that, replied Florence. Now you remember the remarks that Mr. Fortesque made the other evening on the religious services at church? Yes, I do, and I thought then he was too bad. And I do not suppose there was one of you ladies in the room that did not think so too. But yet the matter was all passed over with smiles, and with not a single insinuation that he had said anything unpleasing or disagreeable. Well, what could we do? One does not want to be rude, you know. Do? Could you not, Florence? You who have always taken the lead in society, and who have been noted for always being able to say and do what you please? Could you not have shown him that those remarks were unpleasing to you, as decidedly as you certainly would have done if they had related to the character of your father or brother? To my mind, a woman of true moral feeling should consider herself as much insulted when her religion is treated with contempt, as if the contempt were shown to herself. Do you not know the power which is given to you women to awe and restrain us in your presence, and to guard the sacredness of things which you treat as holy? Believe me, Florence, that Fortesque, infidel as he is, would reverence a woman with whom he dared not trifle on sacred subjects. Florence rose from her seat with a heightened color, her dark eyes brightening through tears. I am sure what you say is just, cousin, and yet I have never thought of it before. I am determined to begin, after this, to live with some better purpose than I have done. And let me tell you, Florence, in starting a new course, as in learning to walk, taking the first step is everything. Now, I have a first step to propose to you. Well, cousin, I suppose that among your train of adorers you number Colonel Elliot? Florence smiled. And perhaps you do not know what is certainly true, that among the most discerning and cool part of his friends, Elliot is considered as a lost man? Good heavens, Edward, what do you mean? Simply this, that with all his brilliant talents, his amiable and generous feelings, and his success in society, Eliot has not self-control enough to prevent his becoming confirmed in intemperate habits. "I never dreamed of this," replied Florence. "I knew that he was spirited and free, fond of society and excitable, but never suspected anything beyond." "Eliot has tact enough never to appear in ladies' society when he is not in a fit state for it," replied Edward. "But yet it is so." "But is he really so bad?" "He stands just on the verge, Florence, just where a word fitly spoken might turn him. He is a noble creature, full of all sorts of fine impulses and feelings, the only son of a mother who dotes on him, the idolized brother of sisters who love him as you love your brother, Florence. And he stands where a word, a look, so they be of the right kind, might save him." "And why then do you not speak to him?" said Florence. "Because I am not the best person, Florence. There is another who can do it better, one whom he admires, who stands in a position which would forbid his feeling angry. A person, cousin, whom I have heard in gayer moments say that she knew how to say anything she pleased without offending anybody." "Oh, Edward," said Florence, coloring, "do not bring up my foolish speeches against me, and do not speak as if I ought to interfere in this matter, for indeed I cannot do it. I never could in the world, and I am certain I could not." "And so," said Edward, "you, whom I heard say so many things which no one else could say, or dared to say, you who have gone on with your laughing assurance in your own powers of pleasing, shrink from trying that power when a noble and generous heart might be saved by it. You have been willing to venture a great deal for the sake of amusing yourself and winning admiration, but you dare not say a word for any high or noble purpose. Do you not see how you confirm what I said of the selfishness of you women?" "But you must remember, Edward, this is a matter of great delicacy." "That word delicacy is a charming coverall in all these cases, Florence. Now here is a fine, noble-spirited young man, away from his mother and sisters, away from any family friend who might care for him, tempted, betrayed almost to ruin, and a few words from you, said as a woman knows how to say them, might be his salvation. But you will coldly look on and see him go to destruction, because you have too much delicacy to make the effort, like the man that would not help his neighbor out of the water because he had never had the honor of an introduction." "But, Edward, consider how peculiarly fastidious Eliot is, how jealous of any attempt to restrain and guide him. And just for that reason it is that men of his acquaintance cannot do anything with him. But what are you women made with so much tact and power of charming for, if it is not to do these very things that we cannot do? It is a delicate matter, true, and has not heaven given to you a fine touch and a fine eye for just such delicate matters? Have you not seen 1,000 times that what might be resented as an impertinent interference on the part of a man comes to us as a flattering expression of interest from the lips of a woman?" "Well, but, cousin, what would you have me do? How would you have me do it?" said Florence, earnestly. "You know that fashion which makes so many wrong turns and so many absurd ones has at last made one good one, and it is now a fashionable thing to sign the temperance pledge. Eliot himself would be glad to do it, but he foolishly committed himself against it in the outset, and now feels bound to stand to his opinion. He has too been rather rudely assailed by some of the apostles of the new state of things, who did not understand the peculiar points of his character. In short, I am afraid that he will feel bound to go to destruction for the sake of supporting his own opinion. Now, if I should undertake with him, he might shoot me, but I hardly think there is anything of the sort to be apprehended in your case. Just try your enchantments. You have bewitched wise men into doing foolish things before now. Try now if you can't bewitch a foolish man into doing a wise thing." Florence smiled archly, but instantly grew more thoughtful. "Well, cousin," she said, "I will try. Though you are liberal in your ascriptions of power, yet I can put the matter to the test of experiment." Florence Elmore was, at the time we speak of, in her 20th year, born of one of the wealthiest families, highly educated and accomplished. Idolized by her parents and brothers, she had entered the world as one born to command. With much native nobleness and magnanimity of character, with warm and impulsive feelings, and a capability of everything high or great, she had hitherto lived solely for her own amusement, and looked on the whole brilliant circle by which she was surrounded with all its various actors as something got up for her special diversion. The idea of influencing anyone, for better or worse, by anything she ever said or did had never occurred to her. The crowd of admirers of the other sex, who, as a matter of course, were always about her, she regarded as so many sources of diversion. But the idea of feeling any sympathy with them as human beings, or of making use of her power over them for their improvement, was one that had never entered her head. Edward Ashton was an old bachelor cousin of Florence's, who, having earned the title of oddity in general society, availed himself of it to exercise a turn for telling the truth to the various young ladies of his acquaintance, especially to his fair cousin Florence. We remark, by the by, that these privileged truth-tellers are quite a necessary of life to young ladies in the full tide of society, and we really think it would be worth while for every dozen of them to unite to keep a person of this kind on a salary for the benefit of the whole. However, that is nothing to our present purpose. We must return to our fair heroine, whom we left at the close of the last conversation standing in deep reverie by the window. "It's more than half true," she said to herself, "more than half. Here I am, 20 years old, and never have thought of anything, never done anything, except to amuse and gratify myself. No purpose, no object, nothing high, nothing dignified, nothing worth living for. Only a parlor ornament. Hi-ho! Well, I really do believe I could do something with this Elliot. And yet, how dare I try?" Now, my good readers, if you are anticipating a love story, we must hasten to put in our disclaimer. You are quite mistaken in that case. Our fair, brilliant heroine was, at this time of speaking, as heart-whole as the diamond on her bosom, which reflected the light in too many sparkling rays ever to absorb it. She had, to be sure, half in earnest, half in jest, maintained a bantering, platonic sort of friendship with George Eliot. She had danced, ridden, sung, and sketched with him, but so had she with 20 other young men, and as to coming to anything tender with such a quick, brilliant, restless creature, Eliot would as soon have undertaken to sentimentalize over a glass of soda water. No, there was decidedly no love in this case. "What a curious ring that is," said Eliot to her, a day or two after, as they were reading together. "It's a knight's ring," said she, playfully, as she drew it off and pointed to a coral cross set in the gold. "A ring of the Red Cross Knights. Come now, I've a great mind to bind you to my service with it." "Do, lady fair," said Eliot, stretching out his hand for the ring. "No, then," said she, if you take this pledge that you must obey whatever commands I lay upon you in its name." "I swear," said Elliot in the mock heroic, and placed the ring on his finger. An evening or two after, Elliot attended Florence to a party at Mrs. B.'s. Everything was gay and brilliant, and there was no lack either of wit or wine. Elliot was standing in a little alcove, spread with refreshments, with a glass of wine in his hand. "I forbid it. The cup is poisoned," said a voice in his ear. He turned quickly, and Florence was at his side. Everyone was busy with laughing and talking around, and nobody saw the sudden start and flush that these words produced as Elliot looked earnestly in the lady's face. She smiled and pointed playfully to the ring, but after all, there was in her face an expression of agitation and interest which she could not repress, and Elliot felt, however playful the manner, that she was in earnest. And as she glided away in the crowd, he stood with his arms folded and his eyes fixed on the spot where she disappeared. Is it possible that I am suspected, that there are things said of me as if I were in danger? Were the first thoughts that flashed through his mind. How strange that a man may appear doomed, given up and lost, to the eye of every looker on, before he begins to suspect himself. This was the first time that any defined apprehension of loss of character had occurred to Elliot, and he was startled, as if from a dream. "What the deuce is the matter with you, Elliot? You look as solemn as a hearse," said a young man near by. "Has Miss Elmore cut you?" said another. "Come, man, have a glass," said a third. "Let him alone, he's bewitched," said a fourth. "I saw the spell laid on him. None of us can say but our turn may come next." An hour later that evening, Florence was talking with her usual spirit to a group who were collected around her, when suddenly looking up she saw Elliot standing in an abstracted manner at one of the windows that looked out into the balcony. "He is offended, I dare say," she thought. "But what do I care? For once in my life I have tried to do a right thing, a good thing. I have risked giving offense for less than this many a time." Still, Florence could not but feel tremulous when a few moments after Elliot approached her and offered his arm for a promenade. They walked up and down the room, she talking volubly, and he answering yes and no, till at length, as if by accident, he drew her into the balcony which overhung the garden. The moon was shining brightly, and everything without, in its placid quietness, contrasted strangely with the busy, hurrying scene within. "Miss Elmore," said Elliot abruptly, "may I ask you sincerely, had you any design in a remark you made to me in the early part of the evening?" Florence paused, and though habitually the most practised and self-possessed of women, the color actually receded from her cheek as she answered, "Yes, Mr. Elliot, I must confess that I had." "And is it possible, then, that you have heard anything?" "I have heard, Mr. Elliot, that which makes me tremble for you, and for those whose life I know is bound up in you. And tell me, were it well or friendly in me to know that such things were said, that such danger existed, and not to warn you of it?" Elliot stood for a few moments in silence. "Have I offended? Have I taken too great a liberty?" said Florence gently. Hitherto, Elliot had only seen in Florence the self-possessed, assured, light-hearted woman of fashion, but there was a reality and depth of feeling in the few words she had spoken to him in this interview that opened to him entirely a new view in her character. "No, Miss Elmore," replied he, earnestly, after some pause. I may be pained. Offended I cannot be. To tell the truth, I have been thoughtless, excited, dazzled. My spirits, naturally buoyant, have carried me often too far, and lately I have painfully suspected my own powers of resistance. I have really felt that I needed help, but have been too proud to confess, even to myself, that I needed it. You, Miss Elmore, have done what perhaps no one else could have done. I am overwhelmed with gratitude, and I shall bless you for it to the latest day of my life. I am ready to pledge myself to anything you may ask on this subject. Then, said Florence, do not shrink from doing what is safe and necessary and right for you to do, because you have once said you would not do it. You understand me? Precisely, replied Elliot, and you shall be obeyed. It was not more than a week before the news was circulated that even George Eliot had signed the Pledge of Temperance. There was much wondering at this sudden turn among those who had known his utter repugnance to any measure of the kind, and the extent to which he had yielded to temptation, but few knew how fine and delicate had been the touch to which his pride had yielded. End of chapter 27.
Chapter 28 of The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings, Chapter 28, Art and Nature. Now, girls, said Mrs. Alice Gray to her daughters, here is a letter from George Summers, and he is to be down here next week, so I give you fair warning. Warning, said Fanny Gray, looking up from her embroidery. What do you mean by that, Mamma? Now that's just you, Fanny, said the elder sister, laughing. You dear little simplicity, you can never understand anything unless it is stated as definitely as the multiplication table. But we need no warning in the case of Cousin George, I'm sure, said Fanny. Cousin George, to be sure. Do you hear the little innocent? Said Isabella, the second sister. I suppose, Fanny, you never heard that he had been visiting all the courts of Europe, seeing all the fine women, stone, picture, and real, that are to be found. Such an amateur and connoisseur. Besides having received a fortune of $1 million or so, said Emma. I dare say now, Fanny, you thought he was coming home to make dandelion chains and play with button balls, as he used to do when he was a little boy. Fanny will never take the world as it is, said Mrs. Gray. I do believe she will be a child as long as she lives. Mrs. Gray said this as if she were sighing over some radical defect in the mind of her daughter, and the delicate cheek of Fanny showed a tint somewhat deeper as she spoke, and she went on with her embroidery in silence. Mrs. Gray had been left, by the death of her husband, sole guardian of the 3 girls whose names have appeared on the page. She was an active, busy, ambitious woman, one of the sort for whom nothing is ever finished enough or perfect enough without a few touches and dashes and emendations, and as such people always make a mighty affair of education, Mrs. Gray had made it a life's enterprise to order, adjust, and settle the character of her daughters, and when we use the word character, as Mrs. Gray understood it, we mean it to include both face, figure, dress, accomplishments, as well as those more unessential items, mind and heart. Mrs. Gray had determined that her daughters should be something altogether out of the common way, and accordingly she had conducted the training of the 2 eldest with such zeal and effect that every trace of an original character was thoroughly educated out of them. All their opinions, feelings, words, and actions, instead of gushing naturally from their hearts, were according to the most approved authority, diligently compared and revised. Emma, the eldest, was an imposing, showy girl of some considerable talent, and she had been assiduously trained to make a sensation as a woman of ability and intellect. Her mind had been filled with information on all sorts of subjects much faster than she had power to digest or employ it, and the standards which her ambitious mother had set for her being rather above the range of her abilities, there was a constant sensation of effort in her keeping up to it. In hearing her talk, you were constantly reminded, "I am a woman of intellect. I am entirely above the ordinary level of women." And on all subjects she was so anxiously and laboriously, well and circumstantially informed, that it was enough to make one's head ache to hear her talk. Isabella, the second daughter, was par excellence a beauty, a tall, sparkling, Cleopatra-looking girl, whose rich color, dazzling eyes, and superb figure might have bid defiance to art to furnish an extra charm. Nevertheless, each Grace had been as indefatigably drilled and maneuvered as the members of an artillery company. Eyes, lips, eyelashes, all had their lesson, and every motion of her sculptured limbs, every intonation of her silvery voice had been studied, considered, and corrected, till even her fastidious mother could discern nothing that was wanting. Then were added all the graces of belles lettres, all the approved rules of being delighted with music, painting, and poetry. And last of all came the tour of the continent, travelling being generally considered a sort of pumice stone for rubbing down the varnish and giving the very last touch to character. During the time that all this was going on, Miss Fanny, whom we now declare our heroine, had been growing up in the quietude of her mother's country seat, and growing, as girls are apt to, much faster than her mother imagined. She was a fair, slender girl, with a purity and simplicity of appearance, which, if it be not in itself beauty, had all the best effect of beauty, in interesting and engaging the heart. She looked not so much beautiful as lovable. Her character was in precise correspondence with her appearance. Its first and chief element was feeling, and to this add fancy, fervor, taste, enthusiasm almost to the point of genius, and just common sense enough to keep them all in order, and you will have a very good idea of the mind of Fanny Gray. Delightfully passed the days with Fanny during the absence of her mother, while, without thought of rule or compass, she sang her own songs, painted flowers, and sketched landscapes from nature, visited sociably all over the village, where she was a great favorite, ran about through the fields, over fences, or in the woods with her little cottage bonnet, and, above all, built her own little castles in the air without anybody to help pull them down, which we think about the happiest circumstance in her situation. But affairs wore a very different aspect when Mrs. Gray, with her daughters, returned from Europe, as full of foreign tastes and notions as people of an artificial character generally do return. Poor Fanny was deluged with a torrent of new ideas. She heard of styles of appearance, and styles of beauty, styles of manner, and styles of conversation, this, that, and the other air, a general effect and a particular effect, and of 450 ways of producing an impression. In short, it seemed to her that people ought to be of wonderful consequence to have so many things to think and to say about the how and why of every word and action. Mrs. Gray, who had no manner of doubt of her own ability to make over a character, undertook the point with Fanny as systematically as one would undertake to make over an old dress. Poor Fanny, who had an unconquerable aversion to trying on dresses or settling points in millinery, went through with the most exemplary meekness an entire transformation as to all externals. But when Mrs. Gray set herself at work upon her mind and tastes and opinions, the matter became somewhat more serious, for the buoyant feeling and fanciful elements of her character were as incapable of being arranged according to rule as the sparkling water-drops are of being strung into necklaces and earrings, or the gay clouds of being made into artificial flowers. Some warm, natural desire or taste of her own was forever interfering with her mother's regime. Some obstinate little Fannyism would always put up its head in defiance of received custom, and as her mother and sisters pathetically remarked, do what you would with her, she would always come out herself, after all. After trying laboriously to conform to the pattern which was daily set before her, she came at last to the conclusion that some natural inferiority must forever prevent her from aspiring to accomplish anything in that way. "If I can't be what my mother wishes, I'll at least be myself," said she one day to her sisters, "for if I try to alter, I shall neither be myself nor anybody else." And on the whole her mother and sisters came to the same conclusion. And in truth, they found it a very convenient thing to have one in the family who was not studying effect or aspiring to be anything in particular. It was very agreeable to Mrs. Gray to have a daughter to sit with her when she had the sick headache, while the other girls were entertaining company in the drawing-room below. It was very convenient to her sisters to have someone whose dress took so little time that she had always a head and a pair of hands at their disposal in case of any toilet emergency. Then she was always loving and affectionate, entirely willing to be out-talked and outshone on every occasion, and that was another advantage. As to Isabella and Emma, the sensation that they made in society was enough to have gratified a dozen ordinary belles. All that they said and did and wore was instant and unquestionable precedent, and young gentlemen, all starch and perfume, twirled their laced pocket-handkerchiefs and declared on their honor that they knew not which was the most overcoming, the genius and wit of Miss Emma or the bright eyes of Miss Isabella, though it was an agreed point that between them both not a heart in the gay world remained in its owner's possession, a thing which might have a serious sound to one who did not know the character of these articles, often the most trifling item in the inventory of worldly possessions. And all this while, all that was said of our heroine was something in this way: "I believe there is another sister, is there not?" Yes, there is a quiet little blue-eyed lady who never has a word to say for herself, quite amiable, I'm told. Now, it was not a fact that Miss Fanny never had a word to say for herself. If people had seen her on a visit at any one of the houses along the little green street of her native village, they might have learned that her tongue could go fast enough. But in lighted drawing-rooms, and among buzzing voices, and surrounded by people who were always saying things because such things were proper to be said, Fanny was always dizzy and puzzled and unready, and for fear that she would say something she should not, she concluded to say nothing at all. Nevertheless, she made good use of her eyes, and found a very quiet amusement in looking on to see how other people conducted matters. Well, Mr. George Somers is actually arrived at Mrs. Gray's country seat, and there he sits with Miss Isabella in the deep recess of that window where the white roses are peeping in so modestly. To be sure, thought Fanny to herself as she quickly surveyed him, looming up through the shade of a pair of magnificent whiskers, and heard him passing the shuttlecock of compliment back and forth with the most assured and practised air in the world. To be sure, I was a child in imagining that I should see cousin George Somers. I'm sure this magnificent young gentleman, full of all utterance and knowledge, is not the cousin that I used to feel so easy with. No, indeed. And Fanny gave a half-sigh, and then went out into the garden to water her geraniums. For some days Mr. Somers seemed to feel put upon his reputation to sustain the character of gallant, savant, connoisseur, etc., which everyone who makes the tour of the continent is expected to bring home as a matter of course, for there is seldom a young gentleman who knows he has qualifications in this line who can resist the temptation of showing what he can do. Accordingly, he discussed tragedies and reviews and ancient and modern customs with Miss Emma, and with Miss Isabella retouched her drawings and exhibited his own, sported the most choice and recherché style of compliment at every turn, and, in short, flattered himself, perhaps justly, that he was playing the irresistible in a manner quite equal to that of his fair cousins. Now, all this while Miss Fanny was mistaken in one point. for Mr. George Somers, though an exceedingly fine gentleman, had, after all, quite a substratum of reality about him, of real heart, real feeling, and real opinion of his own. And the consequence was that when tired of the effort of conversing, he really longed to find someone to talk to, and in this mood he one evening strolled into the library, leaving the gay party in the drawing-room to themselves. Miss Fanny was there, quite intent on a book of selections from the old English poets. "Really, Miss Fanny," said Mr. Somers, "you are very sparing of the favor of your company to us this evening." "Oh, I presume my company is not much missed," said Fanny with a smile. "You must have a poor opinion of our taste, then," said Mr. Somers. "Come, come, Mr. Somers," replied Fanny, "you forget the person you are talking to. It is not at all necessary for you to compliment me. Nobody ever does, so you may feel relieved of that trouble." "Nobody ever does, Miss Fanny? Pray, how is that?" "Because I'm not the sort of person to say such things to." "And pray what sort of person ought one to be in order to have such things said?" replied Mr. Somers. "Why, like Sister Isabella or like Emma. You understand, I am a sort of little nobody. If anyone wastes fine words on me, I never know what to make of them." "And pray what must one say to you?" said Mr. Somers, quite amused. "Why, what they really think and really feel. And I am always puzzled by anything else." Accordingly, about a half an hour afterwards, you might have seen the much admired Mr. Somers once more transformed into the cousin George, and he and Fanny engaged in a very interesting tete-a-tete about old times and things. Now you may skip across a fortnight from this evening, and then look in at the same old library, just as the setting sun is looking in at its western window, and you will see Fanny sitting back a little in the shadow, with one straggling ray of light illuminating her pure childish face, and she is looking up at Mr. George Somers, as if in some sudden perplexity, and, dear me, if we are not mistaken, our young gentleman is blushing. "Why, Cousin George," says the lady, "what do you mean?" "I thought I spoke plainly enough, Fanny," replied Cousin George, in a tone that might have made the matter plain enough, to be sure. Fanny laughed outright, and the gentleman looked terribly serious. "Indeed, now, don't be angry," said she, as he turned away with a vexed and mortified air. "Indeed, now, I can't help laughing. It seems to me so odd. What will they all think of you?" "It's of no consequence to me what they think," said Mr. Somers. "I think, Fanny, if you had the heart I gave you credit for, you might have seen my feelings before now." "Now, do sit down, my dear cousin," said Fanny, earnestly, drawing him into a chair, "and tell me, how could I, poor little Miss Fanny Nobody, how could I have thought any such thing with such sisters as I have? I did think that you liked me, that you knew more of my real feelings than mamma and sisters, but that you ever could. Why, I am astonished that you did not fall in love with Isabella." "That would have met your feelings then?" said George earnestly, and looking as if he would have looked through her, eyes, soul, and all. "No, no, indeed," she said, turning away her head. "But," added she quickly, "you'll lose all your credit for good taste. Now tell me seriously, what do you like me for?" "Well, then, Fanny, I can give you the best reason. I like you for being a real, sincere, natural girl, for being simple in your tastes, and simple in your appearance, and simple in your manners, and for having heart enough left, as I hope, to love plain George Somers with all his faults, and not Mr. Somers's reputation or Mr. Somers's establishment." "Well, this is all very reasonable to me, of course," said Fanny, "but it will be so much Greek to poor mamma." "I dare say your mother could never understand how seeing the very acme of cultivation in all countries should have really made my eyes ache and long for something as simple as green grass or pure water to rest them on. I came down here to find it among my cousins, and I found in your sisters only just such women as I have seen and admired all over Europe, till I was tired of admiring. Your mother has achieved what she aimed at, perfectly. I know of no circle that could produce higher specimens. But it is all art, triumphant art after all, and I have so strong a current of natural feeling running through my heart that I could never be happy except with a fresh, simple, impulsive character. "Like me, you're going to say," said Fanny, laughing. "Well, I'll admit that you are right. It would be a pity that you should not have one vote, at least." End of chapter 28. Art and Nature.
Chapter 29 of the May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings. Chapter 29. Children. A little child shall lead them. One cold market morning, I looked into a milliner's shop, and there I saw a hale, hearty, well-browned young fellow from the country, with his long cart whip and lion-shag coat, holding up some little matter, and turning it about on his great fist. And what do you suppose it was? A baby's bonnet! A little soft blue satin hood, with the swan's down border, white as the new fallen snow, with a frill of rich blonde around the edge. By his side stood a very pretty woman, holding, with no small pride, the baby, for evidently it was the baby. Any one could read that fact in every glance, as they looked at each other, and then at the large unconscious eyes and fat dimpled cheeks of the little one. It was evident that neither of them had ever seen a baby like that before. "But really, Mary," said the young man, "isn't $3 very high?" Mary very prudently said nothing, but taking the little bonnet tied it on the little head, and held up the baby. The man looked, and without another word down went the $3, all the avails of last week's butter, and as they walked out of the shop, it is hard to say which looked the most delighted with the bargain. "Ah," thought I, "a little child shall lead them." Another day, as I was passing a carriage factory along one of our principal back streets, I saw a young mechanic at work on a wheel. The rough body of a carriage stood beside him, and there, wrapped up snugly all hooded and cloaked, sat a little dark-eyed girl, about a year old, playing with a great shaggy dog. As I stopped, the man looked up from his work and turned admiringly towards his little companion, as much as to say, "See what I have got here?" Yes, thought I, and if the little lady ever gets a glance from admiring swains as sincere as that, she will be lucky. Ah, these children, little witches, pretty even in all their faults and absurdities. See, for example, yonder little fellow in a naughty fit. He has shaken his long curls over his deep blue eyes. The fair brow is bent in a frown. The rose-leaf lip is pursed up in infinite defiance, and the white shoulder thrust angrily forward. Can any but a child look so pretty, even in its naughtiness? Then comes the instant change, flashing smiles and tears, as the good comes back all in a rush, and you are overwhelmed with protestations, promises, and kisses. They are irresistible, too, these little ones. They pull away the scholar's pen, tumble about his paper, make somersets over his books, and what can he do? They tear up newspapers, litter the carpets, break, pull, and upset, and then jabber unheard of English in self-defense. And what can you do for yourself? "If I had a child," says the precise man, "you should see." He does have a child, and his child tears up his papers, tumbles over his things, and pulls his nose, like all other children. And what has the precise man to say for himself? Nothing. He is like everybody else. A little child shall lead him. The hardened heart of the worldly man is unlocked by the guileless tones and simple caresses of his son, but he repays it in time, by imparting to his boy all the crooked tricks and callous maxims which have undone himself. Go to the jail, to the penitentiary, and find there the wretch most sullen, brutal, and hardened. Then look at your infant son, such as he is to you. Such to some mother was this man. That hard hand was soft and delicate, that rough voice was tender and lisping. Fond eyes followed him as he played, and he was rocked and cradled as something holy. There was a time when his heart, soft and unworn, might have opened to his questionings of God and Jesus, and been sealed with the seal of heaven. But harsh hands seized it. Fierce goblin lineaments were impressed upon it, and all is over with him forever. So if the tender, weeping child is made the callous, heartless man of the all-believing child, the sneering skeptic of the beautiful and modest, the shameless and abandoned, and this is what the world does for the little one. There was a time when the Divine One stood on earth, and little children sought to draw near to him. But harsh human beings stood between him and them, forbidding their approach. Ah, has it not always been so? Do not even we, with our hard and unsubdued feelings, our worldly and unspiritual habits and maxims, stand like a dark screen between our little child and its Saviour, and keep even from the choice bud of our hearts the sweet radiance which might unfold it for paradise? Suffer little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, is still the voice of the Son of God. But the cold world still closes around and forbids. When of old disciples would question their Lord of the higher mysteries of his kingdom, he took a little child and set him in the midst, as a sign of him who should be greatest in heaven. That gentle teacher remains still to us. By every hearth and fireside Jesus still sets the little child in the midst of us. Wouldst thou know, O parent, what is that faith which unlocks heaven? Go not to wrangling polemics or creeds and forms of theology, but draw to thy bosom thy little one, and read in that clear, trusting eye the lesson of eternal life. Be only to thy God as thy child is to thee, and all is done. Blessed shall thou be, indeed, when a little child shall lead thee. End of chapter 29. Children.
Chapter 30 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 30. How to Make Friends with Mammon. It was 4:00 in the afternoon of a dull winter day that Mr. H. sat in his counting room. The sun had nearly gone down, and, in fact, it was already twilight beneath the shadows of the tall, dusky stores, and the close, crooked streets of that quarter of Boston. Hardly light enough struggled through the dusky panes of the counting-house for him to read the entries in a much-thumbed memorandum book, which he held in his hand. A small, thin boy, with a pale face and anxious expression, significant of delicacy of constitution and a too early acquaintance with want and sorrow, was standing by him, earnestly watching his motions. "Ah, yes, my boy," said Mr. H., as he at last shut up the memorandum book. "Yes, I've got the place now. I'm apt to be forgetful about these things. Come now, let's go. How is it? Haven't you brought the basket?" "No, sir," said the boy timidly. "The grocer said he'd let mother have a quarter for it, and she thought she'd sell it." "That's bad," said Mr. H., as he went on, tying his throat with a long comforter of some yards in extent, and as he continued this operation he abstractedly repeated, "That's bad, that's bad," till the poor little boy looked quite dismayed, and began to think that somehow his mother had been dreadfully out of the way. She didn't want to send for help, so long as she had anything she could sell, said the little boy in a deprecating tone. "Oh, yes, quite right," said Mr. H., taking from a pigeon-hole in the desk a large pocket-book and beginning to turn it over, and, as before, abstractedly repeating, "Quite right, quite right," till the little boy became reassured and began to think, although he didn't know why, that his mother had done something quite meritorious. "Well," said Mr. H., after he had taken several bills from the pocket-book and transferred them to a wallet, which he put into his pocket, "now we're ready, my boy." But first he stopped to lock up his desk, and then he said, abstractedly to himself, "I wonder if I hadn't better take a few tracts." Now, it is to be confessed that this Mr. H., whom we have introduced to our reader, was, in his own way, quite an oddity. He had a number of singular little penchants and peculiarities quite his own, such as a passion for poking about among dark alleys at all sorts of seasonable and unseasonable hours, fishing out troops of dirty, neglected children, and fussing about generally in the community till he could get them into schools or otherwise provided for. He always had in his pocket-book a note of some dozen poor widows who wanted tea, sugar, candles, or other things such as poor widows always will be wanting. And then he had a most extraordinary talent for finding out all the sick strangers that lay in out-of-the-way upper rooms in hotels, who, everybody knows, have no business to get sick in such places, unless they have money enough to pay their expenses, which they never do. Besides this, all Mr. H.'s kinsmen and cousins, to the 3rd, 4th, and 40th remove, were always writing him letters, which, among other pleasing items, generally contained the intelligence that a few $100 were just then exceedingly necessary to save them from utter ruin, and they knew of nobody else to whom to look for it. And then Mr. H. was up to his throat in subscriptions to every charitable society that ever was made or imagined, had a hand in building all the churches within 100 miles, occasionally gave $4,000 or $5,000 to a college, offered to be one of 6 to raise $10,000 for some benevolent purpose, and when 4 of the 6 backed out, quietly paid the balance himself and said no more about it. Another of his innocent fancies was to keep always about him any quantity of tracts and good books, little and big, for children and grown-up people, which he generally diffused in a kind of gentle shower about him wherever he moved. So great was his monomania for benevolence that it could not at all confine itself to the streets of Boston, the circle of his relatives, or even the United States of America. Mr. H. was fully posted up in the affairs of India, Burma, China, and all those odd, out-of-the-way places which no sensible man ever thinks of with any interest, unless he can make some money there. And money, it is to be confessed, Mr. H. didn't make there, though he spent in abundance, for getting up printing presses in Ceylon for Chinese type, for boxes of clothing and what not to be sent to the Sandwich Islands, for school books for the Greeks, and all other nonsense of that sort. Mr. H. was without a parallel. No wonder his rich brother merchants sometimes thought him something of a bore, since, his heart being full of all these matters, he was rather apt to talk about them, and sometimes to endeavour to draw them into fellowship to an extent that was not to be thought of. So it came to pass often that though Mr. H. was a thriving business man with some 10,000 a year, he often wore a pretty threadbare coat, the seams whereof would be trimmed with lines of white, and he would sometimes need several pretty plain hints on the subject of a new hat before he would think he could afford one. Now, it is to be confessed, the world is not always grateful to those who thus devote themselves to its interests, and Mr. H. had as much occasion to know this as any other man. People got so used to his giving that his bounty became as common and as necessary as that of a higher benefactor, who maketh his sun to rise upon the evil and the good, and sendeth rain upon the just and the unjust. And so it came to pass that people took them, as they do the sunshine and the rain, quite as matters of course, not thinking much about them when they came, but particularly apt to scold when they did not come. But Mr. H. never cared for that. He did not give for gratitude, he did not give for thanks, nor to have his name published in the papers as one of 6 who had given 50,000 to do so and so. But he gave because it was in him to give, and we all know that it is an old rule in medicine as well as morals that what is in a man must be brought out. Then, again, he had heard it reported that there had been one of distinguished authority who had expressed the opinion that it was more blessed to give than to receive, and he very much believed it because the one who said it must have known, since, for man's sake, he once gave away all. And so, when some thriftless, distant relation, whose debts he had paid a dozen times over, gave him an overhauling on the subject of liberality, and seemed inclined to take him by the throat for further charity, he calmed himself down by a chapter or 2 from the New Testament and half a dozen hymns, and then sent him a good brotherly letter of admonition and counsel with a bank note to enforce it. And when some querulous old woman, who had a tenement of him rent-free for 3 or 4 years, sent him word that if he didn't send and mend the water pipes, she would move right out, he sent and mended them. People said that he was foolish, and that it didn't do any good to do for ungrateful people. But Mr. H. knew that it did him good. He loved to do it, and he thought also on some words that ran to this effect: "Do good and lend, hoping for nothing again." He literally hoped for nothing again in the way of reward, either in this world or in heaven, beyond the present pleasure of the deed, for he had abundant occasion to see how favours are forgotten in this world. And as for another, he had in his own soul a standard of benevolence so high, so pure, so ethereal, that but one of mortal birth ever reached it. He felt that, do what he might, he fell ever so far below the life of that spotless one, that his crown in heaven must come to him at last, not as a reward, but as a free, eternal gift. But all this while our friend and his little companion have been pattering along the wet streets in the rain and sleet of a bitter cold evening, till they stopped before a grocery. Here a large cross-handled basket was first bought, and then filled with sundry packages of tea, sugar, candles, soap, starch, and various other matters. A barrel of flour was ordered to be sent after him on a dray. Mr. H. next stopped at a dry goods store and bought a pair of blankets, with which he loaded down the boy, who was happy enough to be so loaded, and then, turning gradually from the more frequented streets, the two were soon lost to view in one of the dimmest alleys of the city. The cheerful fire was blazing in his parlour as, returned from his long, wet walk, he was sitting by it with his feet comfortably encased in slippers. The astral was burning brightly on the centre table, and a group of children were around it, studying their lessons. "Papa," said a little boy, "what does this verse mean? It's in my Sunday school lesson. 'Make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness, that when ye fail they may receive you into everlasting habitations.'" "You ought to have asked your teacher, my son." "But he said he didn't know exactly what it meant. He wanted me to look this week and see if I could find out." Mr. H.'s standing resource in all exegetical difficulties was Dr. Scott's family Bible. Therefore he now got up, and putting on his spectacles walked to the glass bookcase, and took down a volume of that worthy commentator, and, opening it, read aloud the whole exposition of the passage, together with the practical reflections upon it, and by the time he had done, he found his young auditor fast asleep in his chair. "Mother," said he, "this child plays too hard. He can't keep his eyes open evenings. It's time he was in bed." "I wasn't asleep, Pa," said Master Henry, starting up with that air of injured innocence with which gentlemen of his age generally treat an imputation of this kind. "Then can you tell me now what the passage means that I have been reading to you?" "There's so much of it," said Henry hopelessly. "I wish you'd just tell me in short order, Father." "Oh, read it for yourself," said Mr. H., as he pushed the book towards the boy, for it was to be confessed that he perceived at this moment that he had not himself received any particularly luminous impression, though of course he thought it was owing to his own want of comprehension. Mr. H. leaned back in his rocking chair, and on his own private account began to speculate a little as to what he really should think the verse might mean, supposing he were at all competent to decide upon it. "Make to yourselves friends of the mammon of unrighteousness," says he. "That's money, very clearly. How am I to make friends with it or of it? Receive me into everlasting habitations. That's a singular kind of expression. I wonder what it means. Dr. Scott makes some very good remarks about it. But somehow I'm not exactly clear." It must be remarked that this was not an uncommon result of Mr. H.'s critical investigations in this quarter. Well, thoughts will wander, and as he lay with his head on the back of his rocking chair and his eyes fixed on the flickering blaze of the coal, visions of his wet tramp in the city, and of the lonely garret he had been visiting, and of the poor woman with the pale, discouraged face, to whom he had carried warmth and comfort, all blended themselves together. He felt, too, a little indefinite creeping chill, and some uneasy sensations in his head, like a commencing cold, for he was not a strong man, and it is probable his long wet walk was likely to cause him some inconvenience in this way. At last he was fast asleep, nodding in his chair. He dreamed that he was very sick in bed, that the doctor came and went, and that he grew sicker and sicker. He was going to die. He saw his wife sitting weeping by his pillow, his children standing by, with pale and frightened faces. All things in his room began to swim and waver and fade, and voices that called his name, and sobs and lamentations that rose around him, seemed far off and distant in his ear. "Oh, eternity, eternity! I am going, he thought, and in that hour, strange to tell, not one of all his good deeds seemed good enough to lean on. All bore some taint or tinge, to his purified eye, of mortal selfishness, and seemed unholy before the all-pure. "I am going," he thought. "There is no time to stay, no time to alter, to balance accounts, and I know not what I am, but I know, O Jesus, what thou art. I have trusted in thee, and shall never be confounded." And with that last breath of prayer, earth was past. A soft and solemn breathing, as of music, awakened him, as an infant child, not yet fully awake, hears the holy warblings of his mother's hymn, and smiles half conscious. So the heaven-born became aware of sweet voices and loving faces around him, ere yet he fully woke to the new immortal life. "Ah, he has come at last! How long we have waited for him! Here he is among us! Now for ever welcome, welcome!" said the voices. Who shall speak the joy of that latest birth, the birth from death to life, the sweet, calm, inbreathing consciousness of purity and rest, the certainty that all sin, all weakness and error are at last gone forever, the deep immortal rapture of repose, felt to be but begun, never to end? So the eyes of the heaven-born opened on the new heaven and the new earth, and wondered at the crowd of loving faces that thronged about him, fair godlike forms of beauty, such as earth never knew, pressed round him with blessings, thanks, and welcome. The man spoke not, but he wondered in his heart who they were, and whence it came that they knew him, and as soon as the inquiry formed itself in his soul, it was read at once by his heavenly friends. "I," said one bright spirit, "was a poor boy whom you found in the streets. You sought me out, you sent me to school, you watched over me and led me to the house of God, and now here I am." "And we," said other voices, "are other neglected children whom you redeemed. We also thank you." "And I," said another, "was a lost, helpless girl, sold to sin and shame. Nobody thought I could be saved. Everybody passed me by, till you came. You built a home, a refuge for such poor wretches as I, and there I and many like me heard of Jesus, and here we are." "And I," said another, "was once a clerk in your store. I came to the city innocent, but I was betrayed by the tempter. I forgot my mother and my mother's God. I went to the gaming table and the theatre, and at last I robbed your drawer. You might have justly cast me off, but you bore with me, you watched over me, you saved me. I am here through you this day." "And I," said another, "was a poor slave girl, doomed to be sold on the auction block to a life of infamy and the ruin of soul and body. Had you not been willing to give so largely for my ransom, no one had thought to buy me. You stimulated others to give, and I was redeemed. I lived a Christian mother to bring my children up for Christ. They are all here with me to bless you this day, and their children on earth and their children's children are growing up to bless you." "And I," said another, "was an unbeliever. In the pride of my intellect, I thought I could demonstrate the absurdity of Christianity. I thought I could answer the argument from miracles and prophecy. But your patient, self-denying life was an argument I never could answer. When I saw you spending all your time and all your money in efforts for your fellow men, undiscouraged by ingratitude and careless of praise, then I thought, there is something divine in that man's life, and that thought brought me here. The man looked around on the gathering congregation, and he saw that there was no one whom he had drawn heavenward that had not also drawn thither myriads of others. In his lifetime he had been scattering seeds of good around from hour to hour, almost unconsciously, and now he saw every seed springing up into a widening forest of immortal beauty and glory. It seemed to him that there was to be no end of the numbers that flocked to claim him as their long-expected soul friend. His heart was full, and his face became as that of an angel as he looked up to one who seemed nearer than all, and said, "This is thy love for me, unworthy, O Jesus. Of thee and to thee and through thee are all things. Amen." Amen. As with chorus of many waters and mighty thunderings, the sound swept onward and died far off in chiming echoes among the distant stars. And the man awoke. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe, Chapter 31, A Scene in Jerusalem. It is now nearly noon, the busiest and most bustling hour of the day. Yet the streets of the Holy City seem deserted and silent as the grave. The artisan has left his bench, the merchant his merchandise. The throngs of returned wanderers which this great national festival has brought up from every land of the earth, and which have been for the last week carrying life and motion through every street, seem suddenly to have disappeared. Here and there solitary footfalls, like the last pattering raindrops after a shower, awaken the echoes of the streets. And here and there some lonely woman looks from the housetop with anxious and agitated face, as if she would discern something in the far distance. Alone, or almost alone, a few remaining priests move like white-winged solitary birds over the gorgeous pavements of the temple, and as they mechanically conduct the ministrations of the day, cast significant glances on each other, and pause here and there to converse in anxious whispers. And there is one voice which they have often heard beneath those arches, a voice which ever bore in it a mysterious and thrilling charm, which they know will be hushed today. Chief priest, scribe, and doctor have all gone out in the death procession after him. And these few remaining ones, far from the excitement of the crowd, are busied in calm and sacred duties, find voices of anxious questioning arising from the depths of their own souls. What if this indeed were the Christ? But pass we on out of the city, and what a surging tide of life and motion meets the eye, as if all nations under heaven had dashed their waves of population on this Judean shore. A noisy, wrathful, tempestuous mob, billow on billow, waver and rally round some central object which it conceals from view. Parthians, Medes, Elamites, dwellers in Mesopotamia and Egypt, strangers of Rome, Cretes and Arabians, Jew and proselyte, convoked from the ends of the earth, throng in agitated concourse one on another. One theme in every face, on every tongue, one name in every variety of accent and dialect, passing from lip to lip. Jesus of Nazareth. Look on that man, the center and cause of all this outburst. He stands there alone. The cross is ready, it lies beneath his feet. The rough hand of a brutal soldier has seized his robe to tear it from him. Another with stalwart arm is boring the holes, gazing upward the while with a face of stupid unconcern. There on the ground lie the hammer and the nails. The hour, the moment of doom is come. Look on this man, as upward with deep, sorrowing eyes he gazes towards heaven. Hears he the roar of the mob? Feels he the rough hand on his garment? Nay, he sees not, feels not. From all the rage and tumult of the hour he is rapt away. A sorrow deeper, more absorbing, more unearthly seems to possess him, as upward with long gaze he looks to that heaven never before closed to his prayer, to that God never before to him invisible. That mournful, heaven-searching glance, in its lonely anguish, says but one thing: Lo, I come to do thy will, O God. Through a life of sorrow, the realized love of his Father has shone like a precious and beautiful talisman in his bosom. But now, when desolation and anguish have come upon him as a whirlwind, this last star has gone out in the darkness, and Jesus, deserted by man and God, stands there alone. Alone? No, for undaunted by the cruel mob, fearless in the strength of mortal anguish, helpless yet undismayed, stands the one blessed among women, the royal daughter of a noble line, the priestess to whose care was entrusted this spotless sacrifice. She and her Son, last of a race of kings, stand there despised, rejected, and disavowed by their nation, to accomplish dread words of prophecy, which have swept down for far ages to this hour. Strange it is in this dark scene to see the likeness between mother and son deepening in every line of those faces, as they stand thus thrown out by the dark background of rage and hate, which like a storm cloud lowers around. The same rapt, absorbed, calm intensity of anguish in both mother and son, save only that while he gazes upward towards God, she with like fervor gazes on him. What to her is the deriding mob, the coarse taunt, the brutal abuse? Of it all she hears, she feels nothing. She sinks not, faints not, weeps not. Her whole being concentrates in the will to suffer by and with him to the last. Other hearts there are that beat for him, others that press in to the doomed circle, and own him amid the scorn of thousands. There may you see the clasped hands and upraised eyes of a Magdalene, the pale and steady resolve of John, the weeping company of women who bewailed and lamented him. But none dare press so near, or seem so identical with him in his sufferings, as this mother. And as we gaze on these two in human form, surrounded by other human forms, how strange the contrast! How is it possible that human features and human lineaments, essentially alike, can be wrought into such heaven-wide contrast? Man is he who stands there, lofty and spotless, in bleeding patience. Men also are those brutal soldiers, alike stupidly ready, at the word of command, to drive the nail through quivering flesh or insensate wood. Men are those scowling priests and infuriate Pharisees. Men also the shifting figures of careless rabble, who shout and curse without knowing why. No visible glory shines round that head. Yet how, spite of every defilement cast upon him by the vulgar rabble, seems that form to be glorified? What light is that in those eyes? What mournful beauty in that face! What solemn, mysterious sacredness investing the whole form, constraining from us the exclamation, "Surely this is the Son of God!" Man's voice is breathing vulgar taunt and jeer. "He saved others, himself he cannot save. He trusted in God, let him deliver him if he will have him." And man's also clear, sweet, unearthly, pierces that storm mob, saying, "Father, forgive them, they know not what they do." But we draw the veil in reverence. It is not ours to picture what the sun refused to shine upon, and the earth shook to behold. Little thought those weeping women, that stricken disciple, that heart-broken mother, how on some future day that cross, emblem to them of deepest infamy, should blaze in the eyes of all nations, symbol of triumph and hope, glittering on gorgeous fanes, embroidered on regal banners, associated with all that is revered and powerful on earth. The Roman ensign waved on that mournful day, symbol of highest earthly power, is a thing mouldered and forgotten. And over all the high palaces of old Rome herself stands that mystical cross, no longer speaking of earthly anguish and despair, but of heavenly glory, honor, and immortality. Theologians have endlessly disputed and philosophized on this great fact of atonement. The Bible tells only that this tragic event was the essential point without which our salvation could never have been secured. But where lay the necessity they do not say. What was that dread strait that either the Divine One must thus suffer, or man be lost? Who knoweth? To this question answer 1,000 voices, with each a different solution, urged with equal confidence, each solution to its framer as certain and sacred as the dread fact it explains, yet every one, perhaps, unsatisfactory to the deep questioning soul. The Bible, as it always does, gives on this point not definitions or distinct outlines, but images. Images which lose all their glory and beauty if seized by the harsh hands of metaphysical analysis, but inexpressibly affecting to the unlettered human heart, which softens in gazing on their mournful and mysterious beauty. Christ is called our sacrifice, our Passover, our atoning high priest, and he himself, while holding in his hands the emblem cup, says, "It is my blood, shed for many, for the remission of sins." Let us reason on it as we will. This story of the cross, presented without explanation in the simple metaphor of the Bible, has produced an effect on human nature wholly unaccountable. In every age and clime, with every variety of habit, thought, and feeling, from the cannibals of New Zealand and Madagascar to the most enlightened and scientific minds in Christendom, one feeling, essentially homogeneous in its character and results, has arisen in the view of the cross. There is something in it that strikes one of the great nerves of simple, unsophisticated humanity, and meets its wants as nothing else will. Ages ago Paul declared to philosophizing Greek and scornful Romans that he was not ashamed of this gospel, and alleged for his reason this very adaptedness to humanity. A priori, many would have said that Paul should have told of Christ living, Christ preaching, Christ working miracles, not omitting also the pathetic history of how he sealed all with his blood. But Paul declared that he determined to know nothing else but Christ crucified. He said it was a stumbling block to the Jew, an absurdity to the Greek, yet he was none the less positive in his course. True, there was many then, as now, who looked on with the most philosophical and cultivated indifference. The courtly Festus, as he settled his purple tunic, declared that he could make nothing of the matter, only a dispute about one Jesus who was dead, of whom Paul affirmed to be alive. And perchance some Athenian, as he reclined on his ivory couch at dinner, after the sermon on Mars Hill, may have disposed of the matter very summarily, and passed on to criticisms of Samian wine and marble vases. Yet, in spite of their disbelief, this story of Christ has outlived them, their age and nation, and it is to this hour as fresh in human hearts as if it were just published. This one Jesus, which was dead, and which Paul affirmed to be alive, is nominally at least the object of religious homage in all the more cultivated portions of the globe, and to hearts scattered through all regions of the earth, this same Jesus is now a sacred and living name, dearer than all household sounds, all ties of blood, all sweetest and nearest affections of humanity. I am ready not only to be bound, but also to die for the name of the Lord Jesus, are the words that have found an echo in the bosoms of thousands in every age since then, that would, if need were, find no less echo in thousands now. Considering Christ as a man, and his death as mere pathetic story, considering him as one of the great martyrs for truth, who sealed it with his blood, this result is wholly unaccountable. Other martyrs have died, bravely and tenderly in their last hours, bearing witness of the godlike that is in man. But whoso remembers them? Whoso loves them? To whom is any one of them a living presence, a life in all? Yet so thousands look on Jesus at this hour. Nay, it is because this story strikes home to every human bosom as an individual concern. A thrilling voice speaks from this scene of anguish to every human bosom. This is thy Saviour. Thy sin hath done this. It is the appropriative words, thine and mine, which make this history different from any other history. It was for me, is the thought which has pierced the apathy of the Greenlander, and kindled the stolid clay of the Hottentot, and no human bosom has ever been found so low, so lost, so guilty, so despairing, that this truth, once received, has not had power to redeem, regenerate, and disenthrall. Christ so presented becomes to every human being a friend nearer than the mother who bore him, and the more degraded, the more helpless and polluted is the nature, the stronger comes on the living reaction, if this belief is really and vividly enkindled with it. But take away this appropriative, individual element, and this legend of Jesus' death has no more power than any other. He is to us no more than Washington or Socrates or Howard. And where is there not a touchstone to try every theory of atonement? Whatever makes a man feel that he is only a spectator, an uninterested judge in this matter, is surely astray from the idea of the Bible. Whatever makes him feel that his sins have done this deed, that he is bound, soul and body, to this deliverer, though it may be in many points philosophically erroneous, cannot go far astray. If we could tell the number of stars, and call them forth by name, then perhaps might we solve all the mystic symbols by which the Bible has foreshadowed forth the far-lying necessities and reachings forth of this event among the principalities and powers, and in ages to come. But he who knows nothing of all this, who shall so present the atonement as to bind and affiance human souls indissolubly to their Redeemer, does all that could be done by the highest and most perfect knowledge. The great object is accomplished when the soul, rapt, inspired, feels the deep resolve. Remember thee, yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial, fond records, all saws of books, all forms, all pressures past, that youth and observation copied there. And thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. End of chapter 31.
Chapter 32 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 32. The Old Meeting House. Sketch from the Notebook of an Old Gentleman. Never shall I forget the dignity and sense of importance which swelled my mind when I was first pronounced old enough to go to meeting. That eventful Sunday I was up long before day, and even took my Sabbath suit to the window to ascertain by the first light that it actually was there, just as it looked the night before. With what complacency did I view myself completely dressed! How did I count over the rows of yellow gilt buttons on my coat! How my good mother, grandmother, and aunts fussed and twitched and pulled to make everything set up and set down just in the proper place! How my clean, starched white collar was turned over and smoothed again and again, and my golden curls twisted and arranged to make the most of me. And last of all, how I was cautioned not to be thinking of my clothes. In truth, I was in those days a very handsome youngster, and it really is no more than justice to let the fact be known, as there is nothing in my present appearance from which it could ever be inferred. Everybody in the house successively asked me if I should be a good boy, and sit still, and not talk, nor laugh, and my mother informed me in terrorem that there was a tithing man who carried off naughty children and shut them up in a dark place behind the pulpit, and that this tithing man, Mr. Zephaniah Scranton, sat just where he could see me. This fact impressed my mind with more solemnity than all the exhortations which had preceded it, a proof of the efficacy of facts above reason. Under shadow and power of this weighty truth, I demurely took hold of my mother's forefinger to walk to meeting. The traveller in New England, as he stands on some eminence, and looks down on its rich landscape of golden grain and waving cornfield, sees no feature more beautiful than its simple churches, whose white taper fingers point upward amid the greenness and bloom of the distant prospects, as if to remind one of the overshadowing providence whence all this luxuriant beauty flows, and year by year, as new ones are added to the number, or succeed in the place of old ones, there is discernible an evident improvement in their taste and architecture. Those modest Doric little buildings, with their white pillars, green blinds, and neat enclosures, are very different affairs from those great uncouth mountains of windows and doors that stood in the same place years before. To my childish eye, however, our old meeting-house was an awe-inspiring thing. To me it seemed fashioned very nearly on the model of Noah's Ark and Solomon's Temple, as set forth in the pictures in my Scripture Catechism, pictures which I did not doubt were authentic copies, and what more respectable and venerable architectural precedent could any one desire? Its double rows of windows, of which I knew the number by heart, its doors with great wooden quirls over them, its belfry projecting out at the east end, its steeple and bell,
all inspired as much sense of the sublime in me as Strasbourg Cathedral itself, and the inside was not a whit less imposing. How magnificent, to my eye, seemed the turnip-like canopy that hung over the minister's head, hooked by a long iron rod to the wall above, and how apprehensively did I consider the question, what would become of him if it should fall? How did I wonder at the panels on either side of the pulpit, in each of which was carved and painted a flaming red tulip, bolt upright, with its leaves projecting out at right angles, and then at the grapevine, bas relieved on the front, with its exactly triangular bunches of grapes, alternating at exact intervals with exactly triangular leaves. To me, it was an indisputable representation of how grapevines ought to look if they would only be straight and regular, instead of curling and scrambling and twisting themselves into all sorts of slovenly shapes. The area of the house was divided into large square pews, boxed up with stout boards, and surmounted with a kind of baluster work, which I suppose to be provided for the special accommodation of us youngsters, being the loopholes of retreat, through which we gazed on the remarkabilia of the scene. It was especially interesting to me to notice the coming into meeting of the congregation. The doors were so contrived that on entering you stepped down instead of up, a construction that has more than once led to unlucky results in the case of strangers. I remember once when an unlucky Frenchman, entirely unsuspicious of the danger that awaited him, made entrance by pitching devoutly upon his nose in the middle of the broad aisle, that it took 3 bunches of my grandmother's fennel to bring my risibles into anything like composure. Such exhibitions, fortunately for me, were very rare, but still I found great amusement in watching the distinctive and marked outlines of the various people that filled up the seats around me. A Yankee village presents a picture of the curiosities of every generation. There, from year to year, they live on, preserved by hard labor and regular habits, exhibiting every peculiarity of manner and appearance, as distinctly marked as when they first came from the mint of nature. And as every body goes punctually to meeting, the meeting-house becomes a sort of museum of antiquities, a general muster-ground for past and present. I remember still with what wondering admiration I used to look around on the people that surrounded our pew. On one side there was an old Captain McLean and Major McDill, a couple whom the mischievous wits of the village designated as Captain McLean and Captain McFat, and in truth they were a perfect antithesis, a living exemplification of flesh and spirit. Captain McLean was a mournful, lengthy, considerate-looking old gentleman with a long face, digressing into a long, thin, horny nose, which, when he applied his pocket-handkerchief, gave forth a melancholy minor-keyed sound, such as a ghost might make, using a pocket-handkerchief in the long gallery of some old castle. Close at his side was the doughty, puffing Captain McDill, whose full-orbed, jolly visage was illuminated by a most valiant red nose, shaped something like an overgrown doughnut, and looking as if it had been thrown at his face, and happened to hit in the middle. Then there was old Israel Peters, with a wooden leg, which tramped into meeting with undeviating regularity 10 minutes before meeting time, and there was Jedediah Stebbins, a thin, wistful, moonshiny-looking old gentleman, whose mouth appeared as if it had been gathered up with a needle and thread, and whose eyes seemed as if they had been bound with red tape. And there was old Benaiah Stevens, who used regularly to get up and stand when the minister was about half through his sermon, exhibiting his tall figure, long, single-breasted coat, with buttons nearly as large as a tea-plate, his large black horn spectacles stretched down on the extreme end of a very long nose, and vigorously chewing, meanwhile, on the bunch of caraway which he always carried in one hand. Then there was Aunt Sally Stimpson and old Widow Smith, and a whole bevy of little dried old ladies with small, straight black bonnets, tight sleeves to the elbow, long silk gloves, and great fans, big enough for a windmill, and on a hot day it was a great amusement to me to watch the bobbing of the little black bonnets, which showed that sleep had got the better of their owner's attention, and the sputter and rustling of the fans, when a more profound nod than common would suddenly wake them and set them to fanning and listening with redoubled devotion. There was Deacon Dundas, a great wagon load of an old gentleman, whose ample pockets looked to me as if they might have held half the congregation, who used to establish himself just on one side of me, and seemed to feel such entire confidence in the soundness and capacity of his pastor that he could sleep very comfortably from one end of the sermon to the other. Occasionally, to be sure, one of your officious blue flies, who, as everybody knows, are amazingly particular about such matters, would buzz into his mouth, or flirt into his ears a passing admonition as to the impropriety of sleeping in meeting, when the good old gentleman would start, open his eyes very wide, and look about with a resolute air, as much to say, "I wasn't asleep, I can tell you," and then, setting himself in an edifying posture of attention, you might perceive his head gradually settling back, his mouth slowly opening wider and wider, till the good man would go off again soundly asleep, as if nothing had happened. It was a good orthodox custom of old times to take every part of the domestic establishment to meeting, even down to the faithful dog, who, as he had supervised the labours of the week, also came with due particularity to supervise the worship of Sunday. I think I can see now the fitting out on a Sunday morning, the one wagon, or two, as the case might be, tackled up with an old grey or an old bay, with a buffalo skin over the seat by way of cushion, and all the family in their Sunday best, packed in for meeting, while Master Bowes, watch or towser, stood prepared to be an outguard, and went meekly trotting up hill and down dale in the rear. Arrived at meeting, the canine part of the establishment generally conducted themselves with great decorum, lying down and going to sleep as decently as anybody present, except when some of the business-loving blue-bottles aforesaid would make a sortie upon them, when you might hear the snap of their jaws as they vainly sought to lay hold of the offender. Now and then, between some of the sixthlies, seventhlies, and eighthlies, you might hear some old patriarch giving himself a rousing shake, and pit-patting soberly up the aisles, as if to see that everything was going on properly, after which he would lie down and compose himself to sleep again, and certainly this was as improving a way of spending Sunday as a good Christian dog could desire. But the glory of our meeting-house was its singer's seat, that empyrean of those who rejoiced in the divine mysterious art of fa-sol-la-ing, who, by a distinguishing grace and privilege, could raise and fall the cabalistical 8 notes, and move serene through the enchanted region of flats, sharps, thirds, fifths, and octaves. There they sat in the gallery that lined 3 sides of the house, treble, counter, tenor, and bass, each with its appropriate leaders and supporters. There was generally seated the bloom of our young people, sparkling, modest, and blushing girls on one side, with their ribbons and finery, making the place where they sat as blooming and lively as a flower garden, and fiery, forward, confident young men on the other. In spite of its being a meeting-house, we could not swear that glances were never given and returned, and that there was not often as much of an approach to flirtation as the distance and the sobriety of the place would admit. Certain it was that there was no place where our village coquettes attracted half so many eyes, or led astray half so many hearts. But I have been talking of singers all this time, and neglected to mention the Magnus Apollo of the whole concern, the redoubtable chorister, who occupied the seat of honour in the midst of the middle gallery, and exactly opposite to the minister. Certain it is that the good man, if he were alive, would never believe it, for no person ever more magnified his office, or had a more thorough belief in his own greatness and supremacy, than Zedekiah Morse. Methinks I can see him now, as he appeared to my eyes on that first Sunday, when he shot up from behind the gallery as if he had been sent up by a spring. He was a little man, whose fiery red hair, brushed straight up on the top of his head, had an appearance as vigorous and lively as real flame, and this, added to the ardour and determination of all his motions, had obtained for him the surname of the Burning Bush. He seemed possessed with the very soul of song, and from the moment he began to sing, looked alive all over, till it seemed to me that his whole body would follow his hair upwards, fairly rapt away by the power of harmony. With what an air did he sound the important fa sol la in the ears of the waiting gallery, who stood with open mouths ready to seize their pitch, preparatory to their general set to. How did his ascending and descending arm astonish the zephyrs when once he laid himself out to the important work of beating time! How did his little head whisk from side to side, as now he beat and roared towards the ladies on his right, and now towards the gentlemen on his left! It used to seem to my astonished vision as if his form grew taller, his arm longer, his hair redder, and his little green eyes brighter with every stave, and particularly when he perceived any falling off of time or discrepancy in pitch, with what redoubled vigour would he thump the gallery and roar at the delinquent quarter, till every mother, son, and daughter of them skipped and scrambled into the right place again. Oh, it was a fine thing to see the vigour and discipline with which he managed the business, so that if, on a hot, drowsy Sunday, any part of the choir hung back or sung sleepily on the first part of a verse, they were obliged to bestir themselves in good earnest, and sing 3 times as fast in order to get through with the others. Caius Morse was no advocate for your dozy, drawling singing, that one may do at leisure between sleeping and waking, I assure you. Indeed, he got entirely out of the graces of Deacon Dundas and 1 or 2 other portly, leisurely old gentlemen below, who had been used to throw back their heads, shut up their eyes, and take the comfort of the psalm by prolonging indefinitely all the notes. The first Sunday after Caius took the music in hand, the old deacon really rubbed his eyes and looked about him, for the psalm was sung off before he was ready to get his mouth opened, and he really looked upon it as a most irreverent piece of business. But the glory of Caius' art consisted in the execution of those good old billowy compositions called fuguing tunes, where the 4 parts that compose the choir take up the song and go racing around one after another, each singing a different set of words, till at length, by some inexplicable magic, they all come together again and sail smoothly out into a rolling sea of song. I remember the wonder with which I used to look from side to side when treble, tenor, counter, and bass were thus roaring and foaming, and it verily seemed to me as if the psalm was going to pieces among the breakers, and the delighted astonishment with which I found that each particular verse did emerge whole and uninjured from the storm. But alas for the wonders of that old meeting-house, how they are passed away! Even the venerable building itself has been pulled down, and its fragments scattered. Yet still I retain enough of my childish feelings to wonder whether any little boy was gratified by the possession of those painted tulips and grapevines, which my childish eye used to covet, and about the obtaining of which, in case the house should ever be pulled down, I devised so many schemes during the long sermons and services of summer days. I have visited the spot where it stood, but the modern, fair-looking building that stands in its room bears no trace of it, and of the various familiar faces that used to be seen inside, not one remains. Verily, I must be growing old, and as old people are apt to spin long stories, I check myself and lay down my pen.
End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the May Flower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. Chapter 33 The New Year's Gift of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April 6090, California, United States of America. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings. Chapter 33 The New Year's Gift. The sparkling ice and snow covered hill and valley. Tree and bush were glittering with diamonds. The broad, coarse rails of the fence shone like bars of solid silver, while little fringes of icicles glittered between each bar. In the yard of yonder dwelling the scarlet berries of the mountain ash shine through a transparent casing of crystal, and the sable spruces and white pines, powdered and glittering with the frost, have assumed an icy brilliancy. The eaves of the house, the door-knocker, the pickets of the fence, the honeysuckles and syringas, once the boast of summer, are all alike polished, varnished, and resplendent with their winter trappings, now gleaming in the last rays of the early sunset. Within that large, old-fashioned dwelling might you see an ample parlor, all whose adjustments and arrangements speak of security, warmth, and home enjoyment, of money spent not for show but for comfort. Thick crimson curtains descended in heavy folds over the embrasures of the windows, and the ample hearth and wide fireplace speak of the customs of the good old times, ere that gloomy, unpoetic, unsocial gnome, the air-tight, had monopolized the place of the blazing fireside. No dark air-tight, however, filled our ancient chimney, but there was a genuine old-fashioned fire of the most approved architecture, with a gallant back-log and forestick, supporting and keeping in order a crackling pile of dry wood, that was whirring and blazing warm welcome for all whom it might concern, occasionally bursting forth into most portentous and earnest snaps, which rung through the room with a genuine hospitable emphasis, as if the fire was enjoying himself and having a good time, and wanted all hands to draw up and make themselves at home with him. So looked that parlor to me, when, tired with a long day's ride, I found my way into it, just at evening, and was greeted with a hearty welcome from my old friend Colonel Winthrop. In addition to all that I have already described, let the reader add, if he pleases, the vision of a wide and ample tea-table, covered with a snowy cloth, on which the servants are depositing the evening meal. I had not seen Winthrop for years, but we were old college friends, and I had gladly accepted an invitation to renew our ancient intimacy by passing the New Year's season in his family. I found him still the same hale, kindly, cheery fellow as in days of old, though time had taken the same liberty with his handsome head that Jack Frost had with the cedars and spruces out of doors, in giving to it a graceful and becoming sprinkle of silver. "Here you are, my dear fellow," said he, shaking me by both hands, "just in season for the ham and chickens. Coffee all smoking. My dear," he added, to a motherly-looking woman who now entered, "here's John. I beg pardon, Mr. Stewart." As he spoke, two bold, handsome boys broke into the room, accompanied by a huge Newfoundland dog, all as full of hilarity and abundant animation as an afternoon of glorious skating could have generated. "Ha, Tom and Ned, you rogues! You don't want any supper tonight, I suppose," said the father gaily. "Come up here and be introduced to my old friend. Here they come," said he, as one by one the opening doors admitted the various children to the summons of the evening meal. "Here," presenting a tall young girl, "is our eldest, beginning to think herself a young lady, on the strength of being 15 years old, and wearing her hair tucked up. And here is Eliza," said he, giving a pull to a blooming, roguish girl of 10, with large, saucy black eyes. "And here is Willie, a bashful, blushing little fellow in a check apron. And now, where's the little queen? Where's her majesty? Where's Allie?" A golden head of curls was, at this instant, thrust timidly in at the door, and I caught a passing glimpse of a pair of great blue eyes. But the head, curls, eyes, and all, instantly vanished, though a little fat dimpled hand was seen holding on to the door and swinging it back and forth. "Allie, dear, come in," said the mother in a tone of encouragement. "Come in, Allie, come in," was repeated in various tones by each child, but Brother Tom pushed open the door, and taking the little recusant in his arms, brought her fairly in, and deposited her on her father's knee. She took firm hold of his coat, and then turned and gazed shyly upon me, her large splendid blue eyes gleaming through her golden curls. It was evident that this was the pet lamb of the fold, and she was just at that age when babyhood is verging into childhood, an age often indefinitely prolonged in a large family, where the universal admiration that waits on every look and motion and word of "the baby," and the multiplied monopolies and privileges of the baby estate seem, by universal consent, to extend as long and as far as possible. And why not thus delay the little bark of the child among the flowery shores of its first Eden? Defer them as we may, the hard, the real, the cold commonplace of life comes all too soon. "This is our New Year's gift," said Winthrop, fondly caressing the curly head. "Allie, tell the gentleman how old you are." "I shall be 4 next New Year's," said the little one, while all the circle looked applause. "Allie, tell the gentleman what you are," said brother Ned. Allie looked coquettishly at me, as if she did not know whether she should favor me to that extent, and the young princess was further solicited. "Tell him what Allie is," said the oldest sister, with a patronizing air. "Papa's New Year's present," said my little lady at last. "And mamma's too," said the mother gently, amid the applauses of the admiring circle. Winthrop looked apologetically at me and said, "We all spoil her, that's a fact. And every one of us down to Rover there, who lets her tie tippets round his neck, and put bonnets on his head, and hug and kiss him, to a degree that would disconcert any other dog in the world. If ever beauty and poetic grace was an apology for spoiling, it was in this case. Every turn of the bright head, every change of the dimpled face and round and chubby limbs was a picture, and within the little form was shrined a heart full of love, and running over with compassion and goodwill for every breathing thing, with feelings so sensitive that it was Papa's delight to make her laugh and cry with stories, and to watch in the blue, earnest mirror of her eye every change and turn of his narration, as he took her through long fairy tales and old-fashioned giant and ghost legends, purely for his own amusement, and much reprimanded all the way by mamma, for filling the child's head with nonsense. It was now, however, time to turn from the beauty to the substantial realities of the supper table. I observed that Ally's high chair was stationed close by her father's side, and ever and anon, while gaily talking, he would slip into her rosy little mouth some choice bit from his plate. These notices and attentions, seeming so instinctive and habitual, that they did not for a moment interrupt the thread of the conversation. Once or twice I caught a glimpse of Rover's great rough nose turned anxiously up to the little chair, whereat the small white hand forthwith slid something into his mouth, though by what dexterity it ever came out from the great black jaws undevoured was a mystery. When the supply of meat on the small lady's plate was exhausted, I observed the little hand slyly slipping into her father's provision grounds, and with infinite address abstracting small morsels where there was much mystery winking between the father and the other children, and considerable tittering among the younger ones, though all in marvelous silence, as it was deemed best policy not to appear to notice Ally's tricks, lest they should become too obstreperous. In the course of the next day, I found myself, to all intents and purposes, as much part and parcel of the family as if I had been born and bred among them. I found that I had come in a critical time when secrets were plenty as blackberries. It being New Year's week, all the little hoarded resources of the children, both of money and of ingenuity, were in brisk requisition, getting up New Year's presents for each other, and for father and mother. The boys had their little tin savings banks, where all the stray pennies of the year had been carefully hoarded. All that had been got by blacking papa's boots, or by piling wood or weeding the garden, mingled with some fortunate additions which had come as windfalls from some liberal guest or friend. All now were poured out daily, on tables, on chairs, on stools, and counted over with wonderful earnestness. My friend, though in easy circumstances, was somewhat old-fashioned in his notions. He never allowed his children spending money, except such as they fairly earned by some exertions of their own. Let them do something, he would say, to make it fairly theirs, and their generosity will then have some significance. It is very easy for children to be generous on their parents' money. Great were the comparing of resources and estimates of property at this time. Tom and Ned, who were big enough to saw wood and hoe in the garden, had accumulated the vast sum of $3 each, and walked about with their hands in their pockets and talked largely of purchases, like gentlemen of substance. They thought of getting mamma a new muff, and papa a writing desk, besides trinkets innumerable for sisters and a big doll for Ally. But after they had made one expedition to a neighboring town to inquire prices, I observed that their expectations were greatly moderated. As to little Willie, him of the checkered apron, his whole earthly substance amounted to 37 cents. Yet there was not a member of the whole family circle, including the servants, that he could find it in his heart to leave out his remembrance. I ingratiated myself with him immediately, and 20 times a day did I count over his money to him, and did sums innumerable to show how much would be left over if he got this, that, or the other article, which he was longing to buy for father or mother. I proved to him most invaluable, by helping him to think of certain small 6-penny and 4-penny articles that would be pretty to give to his sisters, making out with marbles for Tom and Ned, and a very valiant-looking sugar horse for Ally. Miss Emma had the usual resource of young ladies, flosses, worsted, and knitting, and crochet needles, and busy fingers, and she was giving private lessons daily to Eliza, to enable her to get up some napkin rings and bookmarks for the all-important occasion. A gentle air of bustle and mystery pervaded the whole circle. I was entrusted with so many secrets that I could scarcely make an observation, or take a turn about the room, without being implored to remember, not to tell, not to let papa know this or mamma that. I was not to let papa know how the boys were going to buy him a new inkstand, with a pen rack upon it, which was entirely to outshine all previous inkstands, nor tell mamma about the crochet bag that Emma was knitting for her. On all sides were mysterious whisperings, and showing of things wrapped in brown paper, glimpses of which, through some inadvertence, were always appearing to the public eye. There were close councils held behind doors and in corners, and suddenly broken off when some particular member of the family appeared. There were flutters of vanishing bookmarks, which were always whisked away when a door opened. and incessant ejaculations of admiration and astonishment from one privileged looker or another on things which might not be mentioned to or be held by others. Papa and mamma behaved with the utmost circumspection and discretion, and though surrounded on all sides by such pitfalls and labyrinths of mystery, moved about with an air of the most unconscious simplicity possible. But little Ally, from her privileged character, became a very spoil sport in the proceedings. Her small fingers were always pulling open parcels prematurely, or lifting pocket-handkerchiefs ingenuously thrown down over mysterious articles, and thus disconcerting the very profoundest surprises that were ever planned. And were it not that she was still within the bounds of the kingly state of babyhood, and therefore could be held to do no wrong, she would certainly have fallen into general disgrace. But then it was Ally, and that was apology for all things. And the exploit was related in half whispers, as so funny, so cunning, that Miss Curlypate was in no wise disconcerted at the headshakes and naughty alleys that visited her offences. "What dis?" said she one morning, as she was rummaging over some packages indiscreetly left on the sofa. "Oh, Emma, see Ally!" exclaimed Eliza, darting forward, but too late, for the flaxen curls and blue eyes of a wax doll had already appeared. "Now she'll know all about it," said Eliza despairingly. Ally looked in astonishment as Dolly's visage promptly disappeared from her view, and then turned to pursue her business in another quarter of the room, where, spying something glittering under the sofa, she forthwith pulled out and held up to public view a crochet bag sparkling with innumerable steel fringes. "Oh, what be dis?" she exclaimed again. Miss Emma sprang to the rescue, while all the other children, with a burst of exclamations, turned their eyes on mamma. Mamma very prudently did not turn her head, and appeared to be lost in reflection, though she must have been quite deaf not to have heard the loud whispers. "It's mamma's bag! Only think!" "Don't you think, Tom?" Ally pulled out mamma's bag and held it right up before her. "Don't you think she'll find out?" Master Tom valued himself greatly on the original and profound ways he had of adapting his presents to the tastes of the receiver without exciting suspicion. For example, he would come up into his mother's room, all booted and coated for a ride to town, jiggling his purse gleefully, and begin, "Mother, mother, which do you like best, pink or blue?" "That might depend on circumstances, my son." "Well, but mother, for a neck ribbon, for example, suppose somebody was going to buy you a neck ribbon. Why, blue would be the most suitable for me, I think." "Well, but mother, which should you think was the best, a neck ribbon or a book?" "What book? It would depend something on that." "Why, as good a book as a fellow could get for 37 cents, says Tom." "Well, on the whole, I think I should prefer the ribbon." "There, Ned," says Tom, coming down the stairs, "I found out just what mother wants, without telling her a word about it." But the crowning mystery of all the great family arcana, the thing that was going to astonish papa and mamma past all recovery, was certain projected bookmarks that little Ally was going to be made to work for them. This bold scheme was projected by Miss Emma, and she had armed herself with the whole paper of sugar plums, to be used as adjuvants to moral influence, in case the discouragements of the undertaking should prove too much for Ally's patience. As to Ally, she felt all the dignity of the enterprise. Her whole little soul was absorbed in it. Seated on Emma's knee, with the needle between her little fat fingers, and holding the board very tight, as if she was afraid it would run away from her, she very gravely and carefully stuck the needle in every place but the right, pricked her pretty little fingers, ate sugar plums, stopping now to pat Rover and now to stroke Pussy, letting fall her thimble, and bustling down to pick it up, occasionally taking an episodical race around the room with Rover, during which time Sister Emma added a stitch or two to the work. I would not wish to have been required, in oath, to give in my undisguised opinion as to the number of stitches the little one really put into her present, but she had a most genuine and firm conviction that she worked every stitch of it herself, and when, on returning from a scamper with Pussy, she found 1 or 2 letters finished, she never doubted that the whole was of her own execution, and, of course, thought that working bookmarks was one of the most delightful occupations in the world. It was all that her little heart could do to keep from papa and mamma the wonderful secret. Every evening she would bustle about her father with an air of such great mystery, and seek to pique his curiosity by most skilful hints, such as, "I know something," but I san't tell you." "Not tell me? Oh, Allie, why not?" "Oh, it's about a New Year's Allie, Allie," resounds from several voices, "don't you tell." "No, I san't." "But you're going to have a New Year's present, and so is Mamma, and you can't guess what it is." "Can I?" "No, and I san't tell you." "Now, Allie," said Papa, pretending to look aggrieved. "Well, it's going to be somefin worked." "Allie, be careful," said Emma. "Yes, I'll be very careful. It's somefin real pretty. Somefin to put in a book. You'll find out about it by and by." "I think I'm in a fair way, too," said Father. The conversation now digressed to other subjects, and the nurse came in to take Allie to bed, who, as she kissed her father in fullness of her heart, added a fresh burst of information. "Papa," she said in an earnest whisper, "that fin is about so long," measuring on her fat little arm. "A fin, Allie? Why, you are not going to give me a fish, are you?" "I mean that thing," said Allie, speaking the word with great effort, and getting quite red in the face. "Oh, that thing. I beg pardon, my lady. That puts another face on the communication," said the father, stroking her head fondly as he bade her good night. "The child can talk plainer than she does," said the father. "But we are all so delighted with her little Hottentot dialect that I don't know but she will keep it up till she is 20. It now wanted only 3 days of the new year, when a sudden and deadly shadow fell on the dwelling. Late so busy and joyous, a shadow from the grave, and it fell on the flower of the garden, the star, the singing bird, the loved and loving Allie. She was stricken down at once, in the flush of her innocent enjoyment, by a fever, which from the first was ushered in with symptoms the most fearful. All the bustle and preparation ceased. The presents were forgotten or lay about unfinished, as if no one now had a heart to put their hand to anything, while up in her little crib lay the beloved one, tossing and burning with restless fever, and without power to recognize any of the loved faces that bent over her. The doctor came twice a day with a heavy step, and a face in which anxious care was too plainly written. And while he was there each member of the circle hung with anxious imploring faces about him, as if to entreat him to save their darling. But still the deadly disease held on its relentless course, in spite of all that could be done. "I thought myself prepared to meet God's will in any form it might come," said Winthrop to me. "But this one thing I had forgotten. It never entered into my head that my little Allie could die." The evening before New Year's, the deadly disease seemed to be progressing more rapidly than ever, and when the doctor came for his evening call, he found all the family gathered in mournful stillness around the little crib. "I suppose," said the father with an effort to speak calmly, "that this may be her last night with us." The doctor made no answer, and the whole circle of brothers and sisters broke out into bitter weeping. "It is just possible that she may live till tomorrow," said the doctor. "Tomorrow, her birthday!" said the mother. "Oh, Allie, Allie!" Wearily passed the watches of that night. Each brother and sister had kissed the pale little cheek to bid farewell and gone to their rooms to sob themselves to sleep, and the father and mother and doctor alone watched around the bed. Oh, what a watch is that which despairing love keeps, waiting for death! Poor Rover, the companion of Allie's gayer hours, resolutely refused to be excluded from the sick chamber. Stretched under the little crib, he watched with unsleeping eyes every motion of the attendants, and as often as they rose to administer medicine, or change the pillow or bathe the head, he would rise also and look anxiously over the side of the crib, as if he understood all that was passing. About an hour past midnight the child began to change. Her moans became fainter and fainter, her restless movements ceased, and a deep and heavy sleep settled upon her. The parents looked wistfully on the doctor. "It is the last change," he said. "She will probably pass away before the daybreak." Heavier and deeper grew that sleep, and to the eye of the anxious watchers the little face grew paler and paler, yet by degrees the breathing became regular and easy, and a gentle moisture began to diffuse itself over the whole surface. A new hope began to dawn on the minds of the parents, as they pointed out these symptoms to the doctor. "All things are possible with God," said he in answer to the inquiring looks he met. "It may be that she will yet live." An hour more passed, and the rosy glow of the New Year's morning began to blush over the snowy whiteness of the landscape. Far off from the window could be seen the kindling glow of a glorious sunrise, looking all the brighter for the dark pines that half veiled it from view. And now a straight and glittering beam shot from the east into the still chamber. It fell on the golden hair and pale brow of the child, lighting it up as if an angel had smiled on it, and slowly the large blue eyes unclosed and gazed dreamily around. "Ally, Ally," said the father, bending over her, trembling with excitement. "You're going to have a New Year's present," whispered the little one, faintly smiling. "I believe from my heart that you are, sir," said the doctor, who stood with his fingers on her pulse. "She has passed through the crisis of the disease, and we may hope." A few hours turned this hope to glad certainty, for with the elastic rapidity of infant life, the signs of returning vigor began to multiply, and ere evening the little one was lying in her father's arms, answering with languid smiles to the overflowing proofs of tenderness which every member of the family was showering upon her. "See, my children," said the father gently, "this dear one is our New Year's present. What can we render to God in return?" End of chapter 33. The New Year's Gift.
Chapter 34 of the Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. The Mayflower and Miscellaneous Writings by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Chapter 34. The Old Oak of Andover. A Revery. Silently, with dreamy languor, the fleecy snow is falling. Through the windows, flowery with blossoming geranium and heliotrope, through the downward sweep of crimson and muslin curtain, one watches it as the wind whirls and sways it in swift eddies. Right opposite our house, on our mount clear, is an old oak, the apostle of the primeval forest. Once, when this place was all wildwood, the man who was seeking a spot for the location of the buildings of Phillips Academy climbed this oak, using it as a sort of green watchtower from whence he might gain a view of the surrounding country. Age and time since then have dealt hardly with the staunch old fellow. His limbs have been here and there shattered, his back begins to look mossy and dilapidated. But after all, there is a piquant, decided air about him that speaks the old age of a tree of distinction, a kingly oak. Today I see him standing dimly revealed through the mist of falling snows. Tomorrow's sun will show the outline of his gnarled limbs, all rose-colored with their soft snow burden, and again in a few months, and spring will breathe on him, and he will draw a long breath and break out once more, for the 300th time perhaps, into a vernal crown of leaves. I sometimes think that leaves are the thoughts of trees, and if we only knew it, we should find their life's experience recorded in them. Our oak! What a crop of meditations and remembrances must have been thrown forth, leafing out century after century. Awhile he spake and thought only of red deer and Indians, of the trillium that opened its white triangle in his shade, of the scented arbutus, fair as the pink ocean's shell, weaving her fragrant mats in the moss at his feet, of feathery ferns casting their silent shadows on the checkerberry leaves, and all those sweet, wild, nameless, half-mossy things that live in the gloom of forests, and are only desecrated when brought to scientific light, laid out and stretched on a botanic bier. Sweet old forest days, when blue jay and yellowhammer and bobolink made his leaves merry, and summer was a long opera of such music as Mozart dimly dreamed. But then came humankind hustling beneath, wondering, fussing, exploring, measuring, treading down flowers, cutting down trees, scaring bobolinks, and Andover, as men say, began to be settled. Staunch men were they, these Puritan fathers of Andover. The old oak must have felt them something akin to himself. Such strong wrestling limbs had they, so gnarled and knotted were they. yet so outbursting with a green and vernal crown, yearly springing of noble and generous thoughts, rustling with leaves which shall be for the healing of nations. These men were content with a hard dry crust for themselves, that they might sow seeds of abundant food for us, their children. Men out of whose hardness and enduring we gain leisure to be soft and graceful, through whose poverty we have become rich. Like Moses, they had for their portion only the pain and weariness of the wilderness, leaving to us the fruition of the promised land. Let us cherish for their sake the old oak, beautiful in its age as the broken statue of some antique wrestler, brown with time, yet glorious in its suggestion of past achievement. I think all of this the more, that I have recently come across the following passage in one of our religious papers. The writer expresses a kind of sentiment which one meets very often upon this subject, and leads one to wonder what glamour could have fallen on the minds of any of the descendants of the Puritans, that they should cast nettles on those honored graves where they should be proud to cast their laurels. It is hard, he says, for a lover of the beautiful, not a mere lover, but a believer in its divinity also, to forgive the Puritans, or to think charitably of them. It is hard for him to keep Forefathers' Day, or to subscribe to the Plymouth Monument, hard to look fairly at what they did, with the memory of what they destroyed rising up to choke thankfulness, for they were as one-sided and narrow-minded a set of men as ever lived, and saw one of the truth's faces only, the hard, stern, practical face, without loveliness, without beauty, and only half dear to God. The Puritan flew in the face of facts, not because he saw them and disliked them, but because he did not see them. He saw foolishness, lying, stealing, worldliness, a very mammon of unrighteousness, rioting in the world and bearing sway. And he ran full tilt against the monster, hating it with a very mortal and mundane hatred, and anxious to see it bite the dust that his own horn might be exalted. It was in truth only another horn of his old dilemma, tossing and goring grace and beauty, and all the loveliness of life, as if they were the enemies instead of sure friends of God and man. Now to those who say this, we must ask questions with which Socrates of old pursued the sophists. What is beauty? If beauty be only physical, if it appeal only to the senses, if it be only an enchantment of graceful forms, sweet sounds, then indeed there might be something of truth in this sweeping declaration that the Puritan spirit is the enemy of beauty. The very root and foundation of all artistic inquiry lies here. What is beauty? And to this question God forbid that we Christians should give a narrower answer than Plato gave in the old times before Christ arose, for he directs the aspirant who would discover the beautiful to consider of greater value the beauty existing in the soul than that existing in the body. More gracefully he teaches the same doctrine when he tells us that there are two kinds of Venus, beauty, the one the elder, who had no mother, and was the daughter of Uranus, heaven, whom we name the celestial; the other younger daughter of Jupiter and Dione, whom we call the vulgar. Now, if disinterestedness, faith, patience, piety have a beauty celestial and divine, then were our fathers worshippers of the beautiful. If high-mindedness and spotless honor are beautiful things, they had those. What work of art can compare with a lofty and heroic life? Is it not better to be a Moses than to be a Michael Angelo making statues of Moses? Is not the life of Paul a sublimer work of art than Raphael's cartoons? Are not the patience, the faith, the undying love of Mary by the cross more beautiful than all the Madonna paintings in the world? If then we would speak truly of our fathers, we should say that having their minds fixed on that celestial beauty of which Plato speaks, they held in slight esteem that more common and earthly. Should we continue the parable in Plato's manner, we might say that the earthly and visible Venus, the outward grace of art and nature, was ordained of God as a priestess, through whom men were to gain access to the divine, invisible one, but that men in their blindness ever worship the priestess instead of the divinity. Therefore it is that great reformers so often must break the shrines and temples of the physical and earthly beauty, when they seek to draw men upward to that which is high and divine. Christ says of John the Baptist, "What went ye out for to see? A man clothed in soft raiment? Behold, they which are clothed in soft raiment are in kings' palaces." So was it when our fathers came here. There were enough wearing soft raiment and dwelling in kings' palaces. Life in papal Rome and prelatic England was weighed down with blossoming luxury. There were abundance of people to think of pictures and statues and gems and cameos, vases and marbles, and all manner of deliciousness. The world was all drunk with the enchantments of the lower Venus, and it was needful that these men should come, Baptist-like in the wilderness, in raiment of camel's hair. We need such men now. Art, they tell us, is waking in America. A love of the beautiful is beginning to unfold its wings. But what kind of art, and what kind of beauty? Are we to fill our houses with pictures and gems, and to see that even our drinking cup and vase is wrought in a graceful pattern, and to lose our reverence for self-denial, honor, and faith? Is our Venus to be the frail, ensnaring Aphrodite, or the starry divine Urania? End of chapter 31.